she now, and Iga Swiatek, I think now 36 games unbeaten. How long can that streak go?
Well, it could go on for a long time if she keeps playing as she has done. She hasn't lost since February. What were you doing in February?
Not celebrating Valentine's Day. That's what I was doing in February. But I mean, that is truly remarkable. And the history will just continue here at Wimbledon if she manages to get a victory against the Dutch.
And then we were talking about British interest. Katie Boulter first up on centre court, and then last up on court number 1, Jack Draper. Oof. This will be an interesting one. This is my kind of under-the-radar match of the day. Jack Draper, the lefty, against Alex de Minaur. Potential for an upset there. Draper beating potentially a seed, but it should be an interesting encounter. OK, let's get over and see some live action. We can go down to court number 2, right down at the other end of the grounds to where we're sat right at the moment. And Nick Kyrgios is in action. They're actually already through a match on court 2 because Paula Badosa against Barra, the Romanian, they had a match to finish. So that one finished 6-3, 6-2. So they're racing along there on court 2. Play started a little bit earlier on today at 11 o'clock local time. Then Filip Krajinovic and this man Nick Kyrgios took to court, and they are in action at the moment. Be interesting to see how Kyrgios gets on in this one. There was plenty of antics, I think, both on and off the court in his first round match.
Yeah, you know, if only Nick had a bit of confidence, if he was less of a wallflower, he could be such a good player, couldn't he?
Shy and retiring Nick Kyrgios. I don't think those words will ever be discussed in the same sentence. I think that this is what we're seeing here, the amazing drop shots, the through the legs, the underarm serves. That's what we want to see lots of when Nick Kyrgios is on a court. You never quite know what you're going to get. It is popcorn tennis at times, and you can see court 2 there, packed to the rafters, and they love watching it.
Look at the percentages of his service points. 100% of his first serve points wide, exactly the same with second serve points. He's basically on form right now.
He is. And then we were talking about this prior to the tournament beginning, that he is one of those dangerous players that absolutely no one else wants to play, not just because he's great at tennis, but also because of everything that comes with playing him, the way he gets the crowd involved. He's difficult to focus against, and he is dangerous, and this man here, Krajinovic, is finding that today, having lost that opening set 6-2. So let's settle in and enjoy this first game of the second set with the commentators there on court 2.
Love 50. Nick Kyrgios is challenging the call. On the left baseline, the ball was called out. Replay the point.
It's really evident to me today, Andrew, how much quicker this court is than court 3 was on the opening day, and it's really helping Nick Kyrgios. He's getting the ball through the court really nicely. Whereas in the opening round, the ball just sitting up a little. He gave his opponent that day, Paul Jobber, enough time to get into some rallies, manoeuvre the ball around the court, but it's very hard to see that happening on this court today. Especially with the accurate serving like that. As we explained, every court head does have its own tendencies, and this one a lot firmer and faster than court 3. Centre court plays a little low, court 1's slower and proppy.
Game Kyrgios. First game, second set.
Well, there's been some big time stories this Wimbledon so far, and one of them belongs to this big guy, John Isner. A huge win yesterday over Andy Murray. First off, talk to us about that atmosphere inside center court, and you brought your best tennis right when you needed it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I hadn't played on center court that many times, only 3 times, and only twice at Wimbledon. Once was at the Olympics in 2012, yeah. So it's a pretty new experience for me, but the atmosphere was incredible. The fans were awesome, super respectful. Of course, they're going to be behind Andy. I wouldn't expect anything less, but to play on that court against him was an amazing honor for me, and I'm super happy that I was able to play as well as I did.
Yeah, I mean, was there any sense from you going in? We talk about the ace count and the way that you served and took care of your serve, especially getting up those breaks and then holding on the way that you did. Were you in the zone, or did you feel like you were going to play that well?
Well, I got off to a good start, and then once I got up, 2-1, 3-1, and was able to win that first set 6-4, I knew I was going to be tough to beat last night. I was feeling very comfortable out there, and I was in a very, very good serving rhythm, which oftentimes I can get into. When you go 4 sets against Andy Murray and not get broken, I think that's pretty good. So I was able to serve well, and again, just happy with my overall performance yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, you've had great accomplishments on many stages in this sport all over the world, but where do you, I know it's only been less than 24 hours, but where do you sort of put this in a core memory in your career?
Yeah, for me, it's right up at the very top, because, playing Andy on that court, at this stage of my career too. I mean, I might not get many more opportunities like that. I mean, I hope I do, but you never know. So that was a super special match to be a part of, and as I just said, I'm happy to have played as well as I did, and it is something I think we'll remember for a very long time.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will. Really quick, Jannik Sinner next up, 1-1. How do you see that matchup going for you?
Well, it's going to be tough. I mean, he's an incredible player. He's number 10 in the world for a reason, or whatever he's ranked, and we have split our previous 2 matches. It's going to be a fun one. I'm looking forward to it, and if I play like I did yesterday, I think I can give myself a chance to win, but there's no guarantees. He's an incredible player. We'll see what happens.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning from Centre Court. 100 years of Centre Court we are celebrating this year at the Wimbledon Championships. And look how beautifully resplendent she is. They're just drying off the grass from what was a wet night, but the roof is open, which is a brilliant day of tennis ahead for all the spectators. 15,000 spectators, in fact, can sit on these green seats, but more come in and see it due to that ticket resale queue, which we have seen people get those golden tickets. Such a good thing to do if you do not have Centre Court tickets. Go in that queue. You can probably get hold of some if you queue for long enough, and all the money goes to charity. So 15,000 people will be in this sporting venue. And of course, at the back there, you see the Royal Box, 80 seats in the Royal Box for specially invited guests. The seats are made of wicker, which is quite interesting, really. That doesn't sound that comfy, but don't worry. They're given cushions and blankets, and their time here at Wimbledon is one they will never forget. The Queen herself has been in the Royal Box 4 times since Centre Court was here, but she last came in 2010. More recently, of course, you can always see the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge here, often on finals day. I know they're big fans of Roger Federer and, of course, Sir Andy Murray. Yesterday, in fact, Zara Phillips and Mike Tyndall were in the Royal Box. Interesting to see which guests have been invited today. I'm sure we'll catch up with some of them a little bit later. Now, the roof is so notable because it's so unique to Wimbledon here. It was put in 2009. It takes about 10 minutes to fully cover Centre Court. So when the officials note, uh-oh, that rain is coming, all hands on deck, the roof gets going. It's made out of entirely recycled materials, which is another great nod that Wimbledon has done to making this venue and this event as green and sustainable as possible. They always have to adjust the temperature, and that always changes the state of the game, doesn't it? And the players often have something to say about that in adapting how the match progresses. Can you see that gorgeous umpire chair there, Jeff? Look at it. Isn't it chic and quite vintage and inspired? Well, it has had a little facelift for this Centre Court 100th year. It is green and gold with some oak trimming, quite unique compared to any other Grand Slam tournament. And Wimbledon does have that really beautiful way of mixing classic heritage and tradition, whilst also throwing things in a kind of modern frame. All the officials, as you can see, are always looking so smart. All the military personnel, everyone dresses up well here. And of course, that is why Ralph Lauren, chic and elegant touch, isn't it? Well, everyone is getting set for a brilliant day tennis here on Centre Court. Can't wait to see some epic matches.
Now, I've got to say, Olivia gives energy to absolutely every single film she is a part of. We're very, very grateful to have her on board the team. energy there. Energy on court one. Look at that there. The roof is officially closed because, dare I say the words, it's beginning to spit, but we can head over to court number 2, where the number 4, C7 of Tsitsipas, takes on Jordan Thompson. That is court number 1.
Davis Cup captain for Australia, so we'll be providing plenty of support. Don't quite know what you're going to get from Steph Tsitsipas. World number 5, 4th seed here. Too many were talking about him coming into these championships because of his recent record. And having won in Mallorca, I think a few are thinking he may have a deep run in him this time around. Thompson, though, will be hoping to stop that. World number 76 will no doubt have a fair amount of Aussies supporting him in the crowd as well here on court 1.
Jordan Thompson,
slight delay, but we are about to get underway in round 2, and it will be the Australian to kick things off. Incidentally, my name's Petra Kvitova. I'll talk you through this second round encounter. I'll hope to be joined by Pat Cash in a few moments' time.
Let for serve.
Sweet strike already from Tsitsipas. As I said, did play on this very court, described the surface as buttery in that round 1 win over Ricardus. Tsitsipas' success on the grass, though, this summer. For me, the big reason for that success is how he's adapted his backhand return. He's never found it too easy to block off that side. And on a grass court, the ball comes through that much quicker. So he's someone who's generally like time and big cuts off the backhand. He's done really well there, Thompson, because there was a lot of funky spin on the ball.
40-15.
Showing that he's still very alert, the Australian. To that return.
40-30. Game, Thompson. First game.
Yeah, good first game there. Plenty of long rallies, and I think that'll be the theme that continues. Don't forget, you can continue watching that match on Wimbledon's major broadcasters all around the world. Let's head down to Orangi again and catch up with Nick.
It's been 25 years since a WTA player has won 37 matches in a row. Iga Swiatek, the world number one, she's going to try to equal that mark from Martina Hingis today when she takes the number one court, second up against a lucky loser in Leslie Patina Kirchhoff. Patina Kirchhoff losing in the last round of qualifying, but then getting that lucky loser spot in the main draw, winning just her second Grand Slam match. And guess what? She's earned a date with Swiatek, world number one, who hasn't lost a match since February. Watching her now on the practice court with coach Thomas Wittkowski, and it's Swiatek just going through all the pre-match prep. Second up on that number one court, taking on Kirchhoff and trying to equal that mark that Martina Hingis set back in 1997. It's the longest win streak, the 36 in this century. And in her first round match for Swiatek, taking out Jana Fett, she won a 17th 6-love set in just this season. She's been so dominant, so confident, talking about walking out and opening the center court proceedings for the women on Tuesday. Trying to get back to the fourth round at Wimbledon. That's her best mark, and she's certainly the favorite in the women's draw. She's got players like Barbara Krejcikova, Jessica Pegula, Bianca Andreescu. Those are all potential quarterfinal matchups. She's on the half of the draw that also features Paula Badosa, who has already won on Thursday. It's going to be a huge occasion for Kirchhoff to take on Iga Swiatek. And Swiatek has shown us off of both wings just how dangerous she can be. The forehand off talked about, but this backhand is very dangerous as well. So the world number one looking to get that 37th win in a row, trying to match that mark by Martina Hingis from 1997. She has been flying high in confidence. We're going to see how she goes. Number one seed, number one in the world. She's second on the number one court.
I'm here with Jamie Baker, the tournament director here at Wimbledon. Now, Jamie, a pleasure to chat to you today. You know Wimbledon like the back of your hand. Tell us a little bit about your role and what you do here.
Yeah, so as tournament director, I guess I cover a few different things. During the championships, the two main areas I would say are kind of most of what happens on the court is definitely something that I oversee. So I spend a lot of time in the referee's office on the schedule. You can imagine when it rains a bit, it gets a bit frantic in there trying to get people on court. And also the other big part of my role is really what happens off the court with the players and all of their teams. So I think the players actually, and if you think about the tennis family as a big group, the players are only about 25% of that. So they come with big teams these days. So it's really a big part of my job to make sure not only the players, but all of the people that come with them are very, very happy.
That sounds a lot and a logistical nightmare. You keep the players very happy, and clearly they're happy because even though they're not getting any, ITF points this tournament, they still wanted to come and play. Why do you think that is?
It's a good question. It obviously hasn't happened before, and it's kind of a big talking point before the tournament. But I think what we've seen, obviously, as the tournament built up and we got into practice week, all of the big names were here. They were practicing. They were preparing for Wimbledon, and it was very clear quite quickly that the tournament really did feel the same. And I think a lot of that is to do with the history of the tournament here, the prestige of what it means to be a Wimbledon champion, and obviously the financial reward for playing here is obviously a big thing for everybody. So there's a few different things.
And it's gone up this year, so definitely appealing for sure. You have played here too. What's that like? Tell us a bit about what it's like to step on court and experience Wimbledon.
It is amazing, but if I could just put it, I guess, into a broader context and what I share with my teams here, who are kind of really have the day-to-day responsibility of looking after all the people that I mentioned. is that you can imagine for people coming here as a general ticket holder that it's a bit of a bucket list thing to do, to come to Wimbledon and to see this, you know, in action. And the reality is, for the players and the people that come with them, it's the same thing. You know, I still walk around here and I see people, the first day that they've arrived, they've been here 10, 11, 12 years in a row, and I still see them taking pictures all over the place, trying to, you know, it's really quite amazing. And I think that does sum up what this place means to people, and kind of maybe answers a bit your previous question as to why everybody's here.
Absolutely. Okay, so in your role, you're kind of keeping the players, all the external things that could trouble them, you deal with them so they can remain focused on the job at hand, playing and winning matches. What kind of things come up that you and your team have to deal with?
So I would say maybe the two biggest things are probably tickets and transport. Okay. So these are big logistical things, and the reason they're challenging for us, so on the tickets front, is because you can see how many people are around here. We're a very, very popular event, so it's very hard for us on the day when people are playing matches. They come to us and say, can you have 10 tickets? We're like, well, we would love to help you out, but actually we don't. So we do as much as we possibly can with that. Equally with the transport, the challenges there are basically, again, the amount of people that the players bring. And again, what we try to do is be as consistent as possible. We try to say yes to as many things as we can, but the reality of an event of our size is that we can only do so much. You know, if you say yes to too many things, then you run the risk of the whole thing breaking. So we have 2,000 people roughly who are at the busy time that are going through this player area. So, you know, there's only so many cars we can have.
But they're all very important. They all need looking after. Tell us about any hiccups or things that have come up that are a little bit maybe unusual or a bit off the wall that you've had to deal with.
So not off the wall, but I would say, so one of the new things we did this year was a player gifting experience. So previously, when players have come to register and sign in, we've handed them a bag of stuff, and kind of that's the transaction that kind of happens. This year, what we've tried to do is make that a bit more of an experience. So in one of our housings at the back of Arangi, our practice facility, we've set up a whole experience, a bit of croquet, some picture opportunities, just a much more interactive thing. But anyway, one of the point I'm getting to is that players love sweets. We have sweets as part of that experience. We have sweets in the office here. I mean, and you cannot believe for professional athletes how much sugar they can go through in a short space of time. So that's the story of this year's champs.
Lovely, pick a mix. I'm dressed like a pick a mix bag today, so I get it. I feel like Wimbledon has gone through a lot of changes, especially in the last few years, positive changes to, you know, throw it forward a little bit more. What would you like to see happening in the future? You know, it's 100 years of centre court. What do we look for in the next 100 years?
Good question. I'd like to get my crystal ball out. But look, for me, what I would really love is that we talked a little bit about prestige of being, what it means to be a Wimbledon champion. I think Wimbledon has a really strong place in the tennis world in terms of what it does mean to be a Wimbledon champion. So if you think that we're hopefully leading in that category, what I also want to be able to say is that Wimbledon is a place that the players and the people that come with them is the place they most look forward to in the year, because the experience when they come here basically is just so good. Not that it's okay and they put up with it because it's Wimbledon. So it's a very kind of, I guess, a subtle shift. But our plans over in Wimbledon Park are really a massive, massive part of that. And obviously the addition of the show court potentially, and the significant number of courts that we'll be able to build there, which will rehouse the qualifying competition. But it won't just be the qualifying competition. The biggest difference there is that we'll be able to use all of those courts on the 4 days when we are at our most busiest. So before the main draw starts, when everybody's here and they want to practice, the experience that we'll be able to deliver for those players as a result of getting use of those courts will be transformational for the tournament. So it's one detailed thing, but there's lots for us to be excited about.
It sounds really exciting. Thank you so much, Jamie. A pleasure talking to you today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so much work goes in behind the scenes to make Wimbledon happen each year. Now, these are live pictures from Court 18, not too far away from where we're sat right now, Radzi and I. We're above Court 18, right next to the ticket resale queue, where the queue is fairly short at the moment for people getting ready to hopefully get some tickets for centre court number 1. The man in your picture here, Botic van der Zandschulp from the Netherlands. is serving for the match again. Emil Ruusuvuori of Finland. It's been an epic. Ruusuvuori taking the first set 6-3, then Van der Zandschulp struck back 6-1, 6-4, and he's put himself a game away from a spot in the third round. And let's join the commentators for this game at 5-4.
Took a little bit of pace off that first serve, and maybe Ruusuvuori was just a little bit early on that ball. That's probably why it sailed long. Just goes to show how actually pace is not the only thing that can be effective.
Oh, that is exquisite. A cross-court drop shot volley winner to bring up 3 match points for Botic van der Zandschulp.
We're now going to head over to the centre court now, where the players are going to begin to warm up. Karolina Pliskova, the player who I've backed many a time, and many a time I've got it wrong. It has to be said, we might talk about it later on. My picks for this year couldn't have gone any worse. I've picked 4 players, all 4 of them have basically gone out. Did that with Rachel yesterday, because our coverage extends right the way throughout the day. A fantastic opportunity for Pliskova to do very, very well, and another fantastic opportunity for Brits as well. So much atmosphere here on centre court. Adam, at this point here...
Are you going heads or tails? That's what I want to know.
Great
Are you
question.
always one or always the other,
Always
or is it how you're
tails.
feeling? Always
tails.
Wow.
What about yourself?
No, I'm the opposite. I'm always heads.
We do well then.
Yeah.
The issue for me is that if I change, I could then regret it. I don't have any regrets. So regardless, it's tails, and I just know that.
I also, if depending on your technique, you can get it so you know every time.
But what if
that's
it's the
why
referee doing it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why the umpire does it, so that if someone knows how to flick it on the particular head or tail each time, then they're going to win every single one. But back in junior tennis when I was playing, it wasn't a coin. You just spin the racket. And that was one that was ripe.
M or W.
M or W.
The old school question.
Yeah, or Babolat, for example, lines up, lines down. But yeah, you could certainly play with that one.
You know, yesterday we were sat here, we were talking to Jamie Delgado about the 2 times that he drew Agassi in the first round here at Wimbledon on centre court. I wonder how Katie Bolter's going to be feeling here on centre court. Not many times that she's that privileged.
Well, I think in a different situation to Jamie. Jamie was playing Andre Agassi and never played or beaten him before, whereas Katie Bolter beat Pliskova not that long ago in Eastbourne. She's had a really good grass court season so far. We've said at Wimbledon in previous years that her game is well suited for success on grass. She's tall, generates a lot of power off the serve and from the baseline, so she may not be a seeded player here, but for a British player who's got the crowd behind her, this is a good opportunity for her to pick up some all-important experience and success on an arena like centre court. And I mean, I chatted to Pliskova yesterday, actually, her interview after her first round match, and she was saying how she knows she's in for a difficult encounter today. And sometimes the seeded players, when they're playing against British wildcards, it's not always that way. But she knows that if she's not at her best today, there is a serious danger of last year's finalist losing to Ashley Barty, didn't she, in the final last year, of going out. Pliskova, similar to Bolter, similar style of play, big serve, big forehand. Her game is tailor-made really for grass, and that's why she was able to get through to the final last year. And it feels like every year here at Wimbledon we pick her as one of the favourites.
I think it's quite interesting because you've got 2 players who are quite equally matched in terms of the weapons that they bring to the table, and so therefore which strength will be the strongest.
There's going to be some fearsome hitting from the baseline. A lot of winners in this one. If you want to watch some power tennis, this is going to be exactly that.
You mentioned about the seeding and obviously Bolton not being a seed. I wonder how dangerous that makes her, because on the face of it, when you think you're coming in, there isn't that much expectation to perhaps the uninitiated, and so she can come out there, enjoy it. She's 25 years old, 5 years younger than Carolina, and what a win here could potentially lead on to.
Well, playing a seed in the first and second round is a blessing and a curse. Obviously, it's difficult for unseeded players. They'd rather, as Jamie was saying yesterday, rather have perhaps a couple of matches to get through to the second and third round. Bolter's done that, winning her first match. You can see there that she beat Poliskova at Eastbourne this year, losing that first set 6-1 and then 6-4, 6-4 after that. But I remember reading, you know, the seminal tennis book from Brad Gilbert, Winning Ugly, and he says in there that he would love facing seeds in the first and second round because that was when they were rustiest. That was the best opportunity to beat them. You don't want to play, you know, Pete Sampras and the likes of players he was playing during his career in the semi-finals and the final. You'd rather play them in the first round.
So here's a question, Adam. You're a process man, you're a stats man. If you were going to be playing somebody, would you know how many times they've potentially beaten you and you've got one over on them, i.e., in Pliskova's head, will she be thinking, this is somebody who beat me and beat me recently?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think previous matches, you know, just as in any sport, previous matches play a big part. If you've got a negative record against a player, you've got to try to put that out of your mind and focus on things that you can control. What can you do better this time? You know, coaching team here, we're seeing Bolter's team, Jeremy Bates, himself a former player at the front there with his arms crossed. They'll have come up with a plan. I mean, for her, it's going to be whatever you did at Eastbourne, do the same thing again. But, you know, both players will have an idea of what they need to do out here today. And Pliskova, I'm sure, will have looked at that defeat and then tried to come up with a slightly different game plan for Bolter today. One thing I'd like to mention, we love a bit of symmetry.
Yes.
And there'll be a bit of divided loyalty for Katie Bolter later. It's a big day for her because she's playing first up on centre. And then her boyfriend, Alex de Minaur, is playing against Jack Draper, a British player, later on. Who will she be supporting? Which box will she be in? We'll have to wait and see. But the first port of call for her is this match. She won't be thinking about Alex de Minaur, her boyfriend, or Jack Draper right now.
Well, will Alex be watching? That's the other question.
We'll have to wait and see. He'll probably be getting ready for his match later. But let's settle in, enjoy this first match of day 4 at the Championships on centre court. Karolina Pliskova, last year's finalist, to serve, and we can join the commentators.
She has absolutely no intention of losing this set 6-1.
Katie Bolter will be more than aware that Karolina Pliskova is one of the best servers on the women's tour. So for Katie Bolter today, making sure she puts a lot of returns into play and neutralizes Pliskova where she can is going to be key. Once she's in those baseline exchanges, she really backs herself and can go toe-to-toe. And what she did so well in her match against Pliskova last week was return deep through the middle, and it was really effective against Poliskova.
Net. Second service.
Oh, great shot.
Yeah, the second serve right in Bolter's strike zone.
Advantage, Bolter.
It's a break point and a second serve to have a look at here for Bolter.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a real shame. Well, here's another chance. When they played against each other last week in Eastbourne, Pliskova faced a total of 19 break points against Bolter. That's the most she's faced against any player on a grass court. Bolter was able to convert on 5 occasions.
This time.
Ryan Bolter. First game.
We're set for a blockbuster third round, but first let's get thoughts from Paula Badosa. A straight sets win today against Arina Barra. How did you go?
Yeah, I'm really happy about the win. She's a tricky opponent. I've played her before and it was a really tough match. So I'm really happy about the win. I think I played pretty well. I was playing very aggressive, serving well. I think it's very important to do that on grass. So I'm really happy I could win it on straight sets.
You're going to have to serve well next. Petra Kvitova, 2-time Wimbledon champ. You know Petra very well. You and Petra have played before, but back in 2020 at the Australian Open, how do you see that one going?
Yeah, I know her pretty well, and I've been practicing with her a lot. She's an amazing player, but as well, a very nice person. So it will be nice to share court with her in such an amazing tournament, and where she won here 2 times. I think she loves playing on grass, so it will be very tough. But I think I can have the game to play against her and to have my opportunity to win her. So I will try my best. For sure, I will fight a lot, and I will try to be more aggressive than her. I know it's complicated, but I will try it because on grass is the only option I have.
And lastly, it's tough to play a great champion like her in the third round, but is that something that you also enjoy? You want to match up your tennis with the best?
Yeah, of course. I love this kind of matches. That's why I play tennis, because I want to face this kind of opponents. I think it's very inspiring. I saw her win this tournament many years ago, so playing against her here, it's special for me, and it's going to be a big challenge.
I have to say, you do the all whites on court, but I like the all white off court kit too. You're doing Wimbledon on court and off it too.
Of course, I have to keep the tradition here. So yeah, and now I will go to eat, and I will eat for sure my strawberries and cream.
Be careful,
so
though.
yeah,
Be
yeah,
careful,
I know
right?
that's a bad part of wearing white, but I think it's very nice and for very unique as well.
Yeah, and just this Wimbledon experience, it is unique. How much do you love this and being here and being a part of it all?
Yeah, I think this event is one of the most beautiful ones of the year, and it's different. As you said, it's unique, so I really enjoy it, and it's nice to be here and to win matches so I can enjoy more days here.
Thanks, Paula.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm here with Tim Wainwright, Chief Executive of WaterAid. You are in the Royal Box today, Tim. What an honour. Have you experienced it before?
Yes, it's wonderful to be back at Wimbledon. It's just a joy to be here. So lovely to be visiting and an honour to be invited to sit in the Royal Box today by Wimbledon.
And on its 100th anniversary of Centre Court, which is so exciting. Now, tell us a little bit about WaterAid and what it does.
So, yes, WaterAid is an organisation we've been in existence for just over 40 years, and we are focused on 3 essential fundamentals of life: water, sanitation and hygiene. And we work in the poorest parts of the world to endeavour to provide these basic essentials sustainably for the long term.
I spoke to you a little bit off camera about what an overwhelming prospect that could feel like as someone in your position. But how do you approach it in a positive way to get things done?
Well, what we do is we aim to provide these facilities sustainably, often using renewable energy such as solar power, delivering water, for instance, from a pump in the ground, solar powered, to communities, to healthcare facilities and to the local school.
Tell us a little bit about the Wimbledon Foundation's involvement with WaterAid and how they are supporting it.
So what we're doing with the Wimbledon Foundation is they are supporting our work in healthcare facilities. It's shocking that about half of healthcare facilities in poorer countries in the world do not have running water. I mean, can you imagine as a woman coming for a cesarean section and the people treating her are unable to wash their hands? Just terrible. So we are addressing that in 4 of the poorest countries in the world with the support of the Wimbledon Foundation. They're also supporting us to do some wider research on tackling this issue and really trying to make sure that every healthcare facility in the world has running water, has soap, has good toilets.
Wow, really essential work. Now, just before the championship started, you created this incredible giant tennis ball mosaic. Tell us a bit about that and how that came about.
So we had this wonderful idea. So we had a fantastic image taken in Madagascar, one of the countries that the Wimbledon Foundation is supporting, of a boy drinking from a glass of water, this sort of fundamental of life. And it was turned into, with volunteers, turned into a fabulous mosaic that presented this image using tennis balls on grass. And the photograph, the images have been across lots of the media, and it's just a lovely representation of what we're trying to do with the Wimbledon Foundation.
Absolutely. It's really amazing. I urge everyone to check it out. Now, Tim, you are in the Royal Box today, as we mentioned, but I understand there's plenty of volunteers from WaterAid coming, especially on Middle Sunday. What will they be doing?
So the volunteers have been here all week, actually. We have a little stall on the queue talking about the work we're doing with the Wimbledon Foundation. Some of my colleagues have been volunteering on that stall, and as a little treat for that, they're also going to be attending the championships on Sunday. So that's fabulous, and it's another big thank you to Wimbledon for that.
That is brilliant. Love that. So it is a very special year for us here, 100 years of Centre Court. Do you have any special fond memories of an amazing match you've seen either live or on TV?
Oh, I've been very fond of Wimbledon for many years. I remember as a child sort of watching every single ball of Borg v McEnroe on Centre Court, massive memory for me. But also, the iconic match, the one where it could have gone either way, matches, points saved and so on. More recently, I've been really inspired by the Williams sisters in recent years and their successes here, coming from humble backgrounds and beating everybody. And last year, coming to Wimbledon last year, having had not the easiest time, many of us had a tough time through COVID, it was the highlight of the year.
Absolutely. And finally, for many players who play on Centre Court or win on Centre Court, that would be a career highlight or one of their proudest moments. What's one of yours?
Oh gosh, I think nothing beats seeing the transformation that occurs in a community when water is provided for the first time. And that is a privilege and honour for me to be involved in a tiny way in making that happen.
Thank you, Tim. Have a fantastic day.
Thank you. Thank you to the Wimbledon Foundation.
Well, that was Tim Wainwright from War Trade there. Thank you very much for that information. And I have to say, one of the reasons I'm proud to be part of Wimbledon isn't just about the sport and the tennis and the atmosphere. It's about the foundations that Wimbledon supports, and that is just one of them. But it makes a game-changing difference to so many people around the world. And that to me, is a legacy that's really, really important.
Yeah, the tremendous work you said around the world internationally with charities like War Trade, but also locally, yeah. Charities, Merton Council as well, lots of local charities that benefit from this tournament being here every single year.
And kind of touching on that, I remember working here last year and finding out because of COVID, for example, a lot of the food would have gone to waste. Not the case. They made food for local people, so it really is something which affects locally and far. But let's talk about things that affected things very locally over the past couple of days or so. Despite it being round 1 and round 2, some of the biggest names
we love an upset, don't we?
Oh, we love an upset, apart from when it happens to the guys that we like. So let's feast our eyes on some of these here.
So this is the men's side. Those in purple still here. They've still got a hotel room and a match to play tomorrow. And the rest are out. So seeds 6, 7 and 8, 14, 15 and 16. And the third seed, so Casper Ruud. There are some surprises in here and some not so much. Matteo Berrettini obviously had to pull out due to COVID.
I picked him to go to the final.
So he didn't actually lose. He's still undefeated at this year's
I like that, yeah. He's still undefeated.
We'll chalk that one up. But the rest have actually lost. Casper Ruud, it continues really his tough record on grass. His first round match was his first win ever at Wimbledon in the men's main draw singles. So perhaps no great surprises to see him drop out. I think
Cilic is also undefeated as well. He has that honour.
Yeah, that's the thing here. There are a few surprises. Auger-Aliassime, a lot of people picking him as one of those next players to win a Grand Slam title. Hubert Hurkacz, who had a great run here last year, all the way to the semi-finals before he lost to Berrettini. A lot of people were picking him to go a long way this year. Cilic, it's been a bit of a difficult recent period for him after Roland Garros, where he had a great run to those semi-finals. And Riley Opelka, he's a John Isner-style character, big guy, big serve. So a bit of a surprise to see him losing. And those are the seeds we've got left.
I do have a question for you here. We've got Tsitsipas, who's still very much in this, the 4th seed here. Now, Tsitsipas, we were kind of talking about as a player, an incredible ground strokes. Love watching him. You described him as Langris whilst we were... Was it Langrid?
Languid.
Languid. Thank you very much for the phonical correction. Now, in terms of, you can't coach that, but if you were to have a coach, who would be your ultimate? Because you mentioned Leighton Hewitt's back in the game and he's coaching. He'd be mine.
Oh, it's a tough question. I mean, I wouldn't mind having Leighton Hewitt coaching me. I'd probably go Ivan Lendl. What he did for Andy Murray was spectacular. No nonsense character, which is good for me. Yeah, I think he would have helped me too.
And he's turned him around again, almost. We're seeing Andy Murray. Yeah, he really is back. Unfortunately, he's not back anymore in Wimbledon, but he's hopefully hitting well, moving much better than he was a few years ago.
He certainly is. Let's check where we are in terms of the ladies' singles, who's in and who's out. There was a big upset yesterday, wasn't there, when the number 2 seed, Annette Kontaveit, who'd struggled in her first round match. She got through that, then lost yesterday to Julie Niemeyer, the German. A brilliant victory for her in her first match against a top 10 player ever on tour. Not bad for a win there. So she's out. Danielle Collins, the American, the number 7 seed, losing. Garbina Muguruza. A lot of people pick her each year to go a long way here at Wimbledon because her game is really suited to grass. Emma Raducanu, as we know, losing yesterday on centre court. Disappointment for her and all the British fans. And then Belinda Bencic as well, the Swiss player, the number 14 seed. But plenty of top seeds left in the ladies' draw.
So Cam Norrie's now the top seeded Brit left in?
Yes, on the men's side, yeah.
Yeah, on the men's side. I mean, if he managed to do some damage, it really would be something special. And he's somebody who, at his best, really can play against absolutely anybody. But to do that, of course, we need to get some practice in. We'll possibly be able to see him in the background when we catch up with Nick over at Arangi. He isn't wearing the same striped top that we like, but he's still looking very dapper in his wonderful handlebar moustache.
So much action to catch around the grounds at Wimbledon on day 4, including here at the Arangi practice facility. Taking a look at Carlos Alcaraz, who has stormed up the rankings in 2022 and is actually getting his hit in today with Tim van Rijthoven. Van Rijthoven won a ATP event just a couple weeks ago at home in the Netherlands. He was granted a wild card into this tournament, and Alcaraz has chosen him as his practice partner. These two could meet in the quarterfinals, but we're getting a great look here at Carlos Alcaraz, who was a little bit under, well, question marks, you could say, as to if he was going to play this championships, with coach Juan Carlos Ferrero watching over this practice. But it's been a really good Wimbledon for Alcaraz so far. Came back in the first round to beat Jan-Lennard Struff in 5 sets, a match that really wowed the #1 court crowd when he won that. And then in the second round took out Talon Griegspor. He's going to take on next Oscar Atta, who's been a late bloomer himself at 28, just made the semifinals in Halle. And that's going to be a good grass test for Alcaraz, who said he's feeling more comfortable on this surface each time that he's played on it. Atta is going to be a dangerous next ask. This is the part of the draw that includes Novak Djokovic, both the Alcaraz ask as well as Van Rijthoven. But Carlos Alcaraz, we weren't sure how he was going to go on the grass so far at this Wimbledon. He's looked pretty good. We could start to call him a danger in this draw, getting his steps in here on day 4 at Wimbledon.
The third round.
Always good to hear from Nick down at Arangi. And this is what's happening a short distance away from where we're sat at the moment. Fist pump and a great win for Heather Watson. Raducanu lost yesterday, but the Brits are still fighting hard. There's her mum there, big smile from Heather's mum watching on court 18. She's having a great championships so far, producing some brilliant tennis and working so hard on her game in the lead up to Wimbledon. She said how she was really conscious of trying to have a good run at Wimbledon this year, and you can see the big smile on her face, how much this means to her to be playing in front of her home crowd, winning in straight sets over Qiang Wang there on court 18. So, good win for Heather on 18. Let's go from one British player to another, down on court number 3. In the men's singles, Liam Brody against this man, a seeded player, Diego Schwartzman of Argentina. Another good word, Radzi, diminutive is how I would describe him. He's short, but packs a fair old punch with his forehand against Liam Brody, the lefty, who has always been a player that amongst British tennis circles have said he could do really well at Wimbledon. He's got a game that suits grass, but he's been unlucky with draws in the past. He's always often picked up a draw against a seeded player in the first round, so never had too much of an opportunity to get through. He's got through to the second round here, and he's up against Diego Schwartzman, who's best known perhaps for his prowess on clay rather than grass. So a great opportunity for Brody, who's taken the first set, and it is Schwartzman who's taken the first set. Brody serving at the start of the second, and we can join. Sorry, the other way round. I'll get it right this time. Third time lucky. Brody took the first set. I thought that was right. And then Schwartzman taking the first game of the second, and here is Brody serving at the start of the second set.
Good concentration on that volley, good technique. That is sensational. That was like he had a lob wedge in his hand.
13-15.
That was a feel shot. Look at that, where the way he opened up the racket face with the backspin there.
Sometimes you don't have to see the shot, you just have to hear it.
Yeah.
And as soon as you heard that cut of the strings on the ball,
good.
you knew that it was trouble for Brody.
Absolutely. That's beautiful. A little bit careful. I think it's easy to say after the fact, but that was such a beautiful serve, and that half-court one, just thump that forehand. Just get in there on that one. The drop shot, a little bit risky there. And that's an error that you would not expect to see from Schwartzman.
40-30.
Down a set, 30-all, relatively comfortable rally ball type of backhand, and he drags it into the top of the net. That's a poor shot from him. Actually, that's the sort of shot that Schwartzman's been playing, where he's been pushed out wide and then goes for a winner. And Brody has forced him to do that on a number of occasions. That's really the first one we've seen, really, where Liam Brody there was guilty about, should have hooked that one back cross court, got back into the middle of the court, started the rally again from a neutral position, instead went for the big one. Errors, you just scratching my head here thinking
advantage Brody.
You just don't see Schwartzman do that, especially if the court's coloured red. You never see him miss those type of forehands. Well done.
One game all, second set.
All right, so as Wimbledon has modernized in so many different ways, one of the favorites for fans, and honestly for me too, is these old classic draw boards. We can see actually the tiles themselves have been modernized a little bit, but let's focus in on the next match on center court because we're standing just outside it. And Rafael Nadal taking on Ricardus Barrancas today. It's just their second meeting as Nadal goes for a 307th Grand Slam win. That would help him surpass Martina Navratilova on the all-time list. And as we take a look on this draw board at the section of the draw that Nadal is in, it's actually opened up pretty nicely. The number 6 seed he was maybe going to face in the quarterfinals, Felix Auger-Aliassime. He's been knocked out. We also were meant to have Marin Cilic as part of this part of the draw. He had to withdraw due to COVID. So now looking at some of those potential matchups for Rafa moving forward. On court now is Sonego and Gaston, two young players that Rafa has never faced. Botic van den Zandschulp, he's had some great results recently. He's into the third round. And other names like Taylor Fritz, like Maxime Cressy, like Mackenzie McDonald, they could be looming for Rafa. But today, he's going to take to center court to attempt to move into round 3, and he's going to do it inside this court, and any fan can come and take a look to see just how Rafa can progress and keep that Grand Slam, the calendar slam, alive to get a 16th win in a row at the majors so far this year.
Mary Berry, how are you today?
Very excited, very well, and I'm here with my daughter Annabelle, who's a very keen tennis player. My tennis is rubbish, but I love watching it.
And you are a tennis fan, you've been here before, you've been in the Royal Box before, which is so exciting. What's the experience like?
It's from the moment you arrive, and the flowers are always in different purples and blues, and it's different every year, and I really appreciate it. And everything is so sparkling, it's exciting. Everybody is enjoying themselves and having a real proper day out.
That's it, isn't it? A proper British day out. Now, it's 100 years of centre court, which is a hugely brilliant anniversary. Do you have any special tennis moments from centre court that you can remember, be it live or when you were young or watching it on television?
I don't think that there is one special one.
Okay, all of them very, very good. Exactly. And a player on centre court has a lot of pride. It's probably one of their proudest tennis moments. Can you name any proud moments from your career that you're particularly fond of sharing?
I think one of the proudest moments was when I came to give a talk here earlier this year to your ladies, and I was very nervous, and they were very kind to me.
No celebrity is safe when Olivia is about. She's met absolutely everybody, and then to meet Mary Berry, that really is the icing on the cake, Adam.
Very good. I knew you were doing that. Favourite cake?
I'm going to go carrot. A little bit left field, but carrot is if it's moist, I'm there. What about yourself?
Big fan of a carrot cake. For me, again, a bit left field. My wife is from France, so I'm a big fan of a millefeuille. Have you ever had that?
You've got to be careful when you say that. What's the
millefeuille? Okay. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. She's probably going to divorce me after that, but it is an absolutely fabulous cake. It's sort of like a vanilla kind of cream cake's the best way to describe it. Icing on the top,
yep.
And then it's alternating layers of puff pastry and vanilla cream. So you've got
sold it.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous. And they're quite big. They're like a doorstop. And if you've got that with a nice cup of tea or cup of coffee,
I'll chuck another one
does
out
the job.
There. If you like a Portuguese
So I'll find
option,
a nice moist carrot cake. You find a millefeuille, and then we'll compare notes.
You've given me the harder task there, I feel. A natter is a good option if you do like Portuguese food. Basically, a dairy filling with pastry on the outside. You can get them from Nando's or the other foods that is available. There's an awful lot of sport available as well in the form of tennis, because we can head over to a man who you're not too unfamiliar with, possibly the biggest character in all of tennis, Nick Kyrgios. Never shy of an opinion or two, never shy of a controversy or a headline or two. How's he going to get on? And it's match point.
What a backhand down the line from Nick Kyrgios. It was a pretty comfortable one for today against Krajinovic. Krajinovic not able to bring his best tennis against Nick Kyrgios, and it was a comfortable win for the Aussie. 6-2, 6-3, 6-1 in the end. Shows his appreciation for the crowd. They surely will have been entertained down there on court too. Less than an hour and a half on court, and as we were saying earlier, Radzi, Nick Kyrgios being one of those dangerous players in the draw, the unseeded players who's making his way through. He'll be happy with the fact that he wasn't out there for too long.
Great point.
He's got the job done. He can go back, perhaps have a slice of carrot cake or a millefeuille if you can find it in the canteen. Do a bit of a warm down and then relax tomorrow.
I think the title for coolest player on tour is between him and TFO, but look what he's wearing. He's got the lycra t-shirt, he's got a baggy overvest, he's swapping his caps over. People wear a backwards cap with an upwards peak.
I was going to say, what's your opinion on it? Because it's quite an interesting fashion. There was a golfer, wasn't there? Was it Jesper Parnevik who used to wear the cap but it was to the front with the bill up.
Okay.
But I haven't seen it to the back.
I wonder if that's a sort of a putting advantage, like the Bernard Langer club, the putter. I'm not really sure. I'd go for if you push me on cap-based attire, I'd go for the Roddick
But when
option.
the bill is up like that, is it really doing anything for you? It's not protecting you from the sun anyway.
It's a great point. It becomes a futile fashion accessory. I mean, and apparently wearing caps for too long reduces the amount of exposure your follicles get to the sun, which actually encourages baldness. So there you go. There's health advice as well as tennis
You're
commentary.
certainly not struggling with that. You've never worn a hat in your life, have you?
Never heard of them, mate. Never heard of them.
Well, Nick is, I would say he's got a smile on his face, but he doesn't. But he's happy. He's smiling inside, isn't he?
I'd love to have seen what that tattoo on his shin said. It said, "Give a man something." Maybe it wasn't for broadcast, that's why they pulled away from it. But yeah, he
Well-known
really...
quote there, give a man something. Okay.
That's why I get paid the big bucks here.
Well, let's settle in and listen to Nick's interview on court after winning 6-2, 6-3, 6-1. Here he is.
Nick, well, I think it's fair to say that was pretty much a masterclass out there. Compared to your first round match, just what was so different for you out there today?
I mean, obviously nerves. I think, just getting over the line in that first round was massive. But, I've been playing some really good tennis over the last month, so I was really surprised, the way I played the other day. It wasn't great, but, there's a lot of positives. I didn't play anywhere near my best and got through it. And today, obviously, I was kind of in my zone, just great body language, just played well. And, I just wanted to remind everyone that I'm pretty good.
love that you just said that with a deadpan face as well. No smile?
No.
No, okay. I'll keep working hard. Okay. So, I mean, your timing was unbelievable. I think you lost about 10 points on serve, almost 50 winners. It was unbelievable. I'm actually a bit nervous to ask this question, but what is it like inside the mind of Nick Kyrgios when you are playing that well?
I'm just happy, you know, I've been working hard and, you know, as I said, I've been preparing for this tournament. It's been circled on my calendar pretty much all year and I'm so excited to be here again. It's genuinely a tournament. I think it's my best chance to win a Grand Slam, you know, of all the four. So I think, you know, if I'll just take it, I'll keep taking it match by match. You know, I've obviously got an incredibly tough draw still, but, you know, today I couldn't have played better and now I can just recover and get ready.
Well, you've also got to get ready for your doubles later because you are up with one of your very good friends, Thanasi Kokkinakis. Should we get our popcorn ready for that?
I don't know. We'll see. You know, obviously we have a lot of fun every time we step out on the court together. But as I said, my body comes first, so I'll do whatever's best for my singles right now.
We'll go get in the ice bath. Very well done, Nick, once again. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Kyrgios.
Always interesting, those IBM match insights to see which way they're siding for all the big matches here at the Championships. Talking of big matches, this is an interesting one. We said how close it was going to be on court one at the moment. Stefanos Tsitsipas against Jordan Thompson. And Tsitsipas really produced some of his best tennis in that first set, taking it 6-2, the number 4 seed. And here he is, receiving serve at 3-all in the second, and we can join the commentators.
That question, he's got such a unique game style. Who do you mirror your game style on, or who did you watch a lot of? And he said Manarino for the backhand, because fellow lefties.
Can see that, can't
you? Shappavalov for the serve, and Verdasco for the forehand. So he gave us 3 players that he's watched.
Beautiful. Finds a small gap. Such good balance, big, heavy guy, but strong to just put the brakes on, change direction. Look how low he stays through the contact. There's not a lot of space there, was there?
Oh, it's wondrous tennis. One of the points of the tournament. And Tsitsipas right now, just a delight to watch.
Beautiful ball striking, just not allowing Thompson a moment to breathe. Trying everything at him, pace angles, different heights.
Good from Thompson right now. Another return to his feet, but reacting well.
30-40.
He's been pushed very hard right now, operating at the top end of his range.
Big reaction, you can understand it. I was going to say that Tsitsipas has hit a purple patch, but to be fair, it's been a purple patch throughout the match with just one minor dip.
Correction was good. Advantage Tsitsipas.
Well.
Don't shake your head because we're going to watch it later and you're going to admit that you're wrong, okay? That is a joke. Absolute joke.
I have to say, I'm with Jordan Thompson there. That call felt like it came on time. But did it come on time? Let's have a listen if we can.
I mean, it was a fraction late, but the point is that there was actually a lot of time still for the ball to bounce between Thompson. And I have sympathy for the umpire because I couldn't give you a definite answer right now. It's not an easy call to make.
I wasn't even trying. The call came so late. So early, sorry. Yeah, I reckon it was good 2 seconds before I hit the shot.
Return, because Tsitsipas was surprised how short the serve was.
You're going to watch it and you're going to apologise.
Let's listen in here.
Correction was good.
He's got a point, Thompson, and that call came before strike, clearly.
Because we were right in front of it, it did sound like at the time, and because it was so far away from the ball as well, it landed so short. So you can understand his frustration. He's made his point to Nico Hellworth. But he's got to try and now control his emotions because it's a break point for Tsitsipas.
Tsitsipas leads 4 games to 3. Second set and 1 set to 0.
Well, this is an absolutely captivating match and one which will possibly, the drama will continue to unfold. You can watch that with all of our Wimbledon partners broadcast-wise throughout the world. As for us, though, we're going to head over to our reporter, Olivia, who's out and about in the campsite.
So much fun stuff to do in the queue, like here, amazing photo opportunities. Here at the stage awaits, you can take incredible images that look like you're really playing tennis, and all you have to do, upload to your Instagram, use the hashtag #TheStageAwaits Centre Court 100, and you can win a £100 voucher every day. Look at this one. Thank you. I'm just about to preside over a very important match. Out. Head on to the next bit. Oh, down I come, grab my racket. Never far from a photo opportunity. Oh, I'm just going to shake hands with my opponent. I'm so sorry, Sir Andy Murray. I apologise for wiping the floor with you.
Day 4 at Wimbledon, and it is the HSBC Fan Zone. It is time for another People's Press Conference, and we've got a former top 10 player, a Wimbledon quarterfinalist. Put your hands together, everyone, for David Gafan. Oh, come on, guys, give him some noise. There we go. David, thank you for joining us, and you are actually into the third round. Congratulations. How does that feel, and how does it feel to be back here at Wimbledon?
It's great to be back. My last match was in 2019 because last year I was injured, and then with the COVID, I didn't play for 3 years. So I'm happy to be back. Play 2 good matches. Playing third round tomorrow, so a little day off, little practice, and yeah, I'm feeling great here.
In 2019, you actually made the quarterfinals, beat Daniil Medvedev to get into the last 8, played Novak Djokovic. Tell us about that experience and how it felt to get into the last 8.
Yeah, it was my best Wimbledon, my best tennis probably on the grass, and it was great, you know, playing on center court against Novak, which is one of the best players of our sport. So it was a great experience. I played well the whole tournament, and so it's a tournament that I love, probably my favorite tournament. So it's always nice when you can play well where you want to play well.
What we all hear, we don't know how it feels, is that there's nothing quite like center court at Wimbledon. Does that hold true for playing on it?
Yes, it's just amazing atmosphere. I had the chance to play against Andy Murray for the opening match in 2014, I think. He was the defending champion, so I opened the court, and it was not a good experience if you see the result, but great experience just to be there on center court, full packed with the crowd, so it was great. I've never won a match on the center court, but I played some good ones, so it's great memories.
Yeah, well, still opportunities to win matches on center court. You've had wins over Albot and Baez so far, and next up against Ugo Umber, who you've played before, and I'm guessing you know him pretty well too.
Yes, I lost the last time we played, but it was, I mean, not a long time ago, but quite a few years or months. And yeah, he's playing well on grass. He won tournaments on grass already. So it's going to be a tough match. He won against Ruud the match before. So yeah, good match. And it's a third round, so there's always tough opponents there, and we will see.
Did you see that Ugo forgot his rackets to come on court against Casper Ruud?
Yes,
has anything like that ever happened to you?
No, because the rackets is the most important thing to have.
That's what I think
Sometimes
too.
the drinks or the shirts or a different show, okay, but rackets, that's the only thing you need.
How does that happen?
I don't know, maybe he gave it to the stringer in the morning and then he forgot, he went on the court, and so I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Okay, so into the third round for David Gafan, and we mentioned actually the last time that you were here was 2019, so how does it feel to be back and staying at a house nearby and just soaking in sort of the atmosphere of Wimbledon?
Oh, it's just amazing. That's the tournament that you feel that you're home almost, because you, like you said, we have a house, we can walk from here to the house with the team. It's nice, you know. We have a garden, small barbecue. It's a different atmosphere in the village, and it's nice, quite relaxed. So I love this tournament.
Are you doing some of the cooking, the barbecuing? Who's doing the
barbecuing? Yes.
Yeah? What's on the menu?
The rest, oh no, just nice meat, chicken, everything on the barbecue goes. Potatoes. I put everything, and then we taste.
Yeah, awesome. Well, happy to have David here with us for another one of our People's Press Conferences. We've got a lot of youngsters here. We've got fans from all over Wimbledon. I want to ask for our first question, which is right there. Tell us your name and where you're from. What's your question?
I'm Megan. I'm from Wales, and I just want to ask you, what's the best thing that you love about Wimbledon?
What do you love about Wimbledon?
It's tough to choose. I love a lot of things, but probably the pims and the strawberries.
Together?
Yeah, sure. Together, yes. Pims alone also is good.
There really is nothing, you know, you guys travel the world, right?
Yeah.
And to come here, I'm guessing when you were a young kid, you were dreaming about coming here as well.
Yeah, of course. And just to see that every year is the same traditions, the same, like I said, pims, strawberries, the same outfits. it's you dream about it. I like the traditions, and it has to stay like this.
Okay, actually, I don't know this. How many kits, how many outfits for matches do you have with you at a tournament?
I always take a lot, just in case. But when it's not too hot like this, then it's fine. Don't need too much shirt or short. But different tournaments, like in New York or Australia, it can be 40 degrees. So then you need to change a lot.
All right, our next question. Can you tell us your name and how old you are, and then what's your question for David?
My name is Teddy. I'm 11 years old. And my question is, did you play any other sports when you were growing up?
Oh, any other sports?
Yes, I play a lot of sports. I follow soccer, and I play paddle, and I play golf. So I'm not as good as tennis for sure in paddle and golf, but I would love to play more golf, but I don't have time. It takes time to play golf, but I love it.
Yeah, you love golf a lot, actually. How's your golf game, and who's some of the best golfers on tour? Rafa's pretty good, isn't he?
Yeah, apparently. I've never played with Rafa, but we talk about golf together, and I suppose that he's good, because when I hear what he did and how he plays, I think he's really good.
He golfs righty, is that right? Well, I know he golfs
yes,
righty, yeah.
Like in tennis for him, so he's righty, yes.
Yeah, cool. All right, tell us your name. How old are you, and what's your question for David?
My name is Evie, and I'm 10. And what made you want to start playing tennis in the first place?
Ooh, nice one. Thanks.
I didn't understand, sorry.
What made you want to play tennis to start? How did you get into tennis?
My father was a tennis coach, a tennis teacher, so I started to play with him a little bit, and then I tried different sports at the same time, because my parents said you try different sports, and you do what you like. But tennis was the one I wanted to continue, the one I loved, because I tried to play soccer, I tried to play handball, but tennis was the one I wanted to do, and I continue until now for the moment.
Who's a tennis player here? Raise your hand if you play tennis. All right, a few of you. Very good. What's your question?
My name's Emmanuel. I'm 10 years old. Who's the hardest opponent for you to beat in your career?
Ooh, and David's had some good wins, so I'm excited for this one.
There's a lot of tough opponents, but for me, I would say Novak Djokovic, because he was world number one. He was one of the best player on tour for the moment, but especially with his game style. You know, we have not the same game style, but similar. But he's doing a little bit everything better than me, so it's tough. Even if I play my best tennis, to play against a guy that's doing everything but a little bit better, it's tough. So my game doesn't fit really well with him, so that's why for me it's the toughest opponent.
I mean, you've had great wins over many top players. Roger, Rafa, that 2017 run when you made the ATP finals, the final at the finals.
Yes.
31 now, and you're still bringing some of your best tennis. What's keeping you motivated to play at your top level?
Just the love of the sport. Just I want to continue to play those tournaments, to play in front of a crowd, big stadium. This is why I continue. And if the body said, okay, you can continue, I will continue. So, but I'm only 31. I'm back from injuries last year, and I'm feeling fit, fresh mentally. So everything is okay to continue, so I'm happy.
I like that you say only 31.
Yes.
You could play for another few years.
Of course,
right?
If you see Roger, he's 40 and he's still continue. I mean, he's on his way back. So
Serena too.
Yeah, Serena too. So I still have time.
Okay.
10 more years.
10 more years. David Gafan, you heard it first. What's your question?
I'm Chloe Jones, and I'm 12 years old. How did you first get introduced to tennis?
Ooh, first introduced. Well, your parents were tennis coaches, right?
Yes.
And how old were you when you started?
I started when I was 5. And yeah, it was easy. I don't know why, because it was a sport that I don't know. I was a little bit alone on my side. I love to play tennis, just to. I don't know why. It's just love at the first hit.
I like that. Love at first hit. Okay, let's do 2 more questions. What's your question for David?
Hi, I'm Alethea. I'm 12 years old. And what was the favorite match you've ever played? Like the best match you've ever played?
Ooh, favorite match. You've had a lot of good ones. Have you played on all the big courts in tennis? All the major?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, probably. I think so, yes. But the best one was when I beat Roger Federer, I would say, because it was here in London at the O2 Arena in semi-final of the ATP Finals. And he was my idol when I was young, and just to beat him in semi-finals of one of the biggest tournaments in the world was something magic. So it was great memory.
Can you explain that emotion, what that feels in that moment?
You just don't realize as soon as remember the last point he missed in the net. You just don't realize it's just something that I can't explain. Just a lot of emotions, very excited, very tired at the same time. You just don't know how to react. It's something very special.
Right. All right, last question goes to you, good sir. Name, how old are you, and what's your question?
My name is Dean and I'm 10 years old. And how did you become a good tennis player?
Ooh, how did you become a good tennis player?
How? I don't know. I don't know, year after year, just because I love to play tennis. I just wanted to get better, to be better, to improve. And I had good coaches that gave me also the love of tennis. And then I've been helped with the Belgian Federation, and then I played well in junior, and then I was still motivated to continue to go on the tour, and year after year I was better, and then I wanted to just to be better and to have a better ranking, and yeah, that's I was lucky that I can have the level now to be in this top 100 in those tournaments, but how, I don't know. I just wanted to be better.
I think always dreaming, right? And always believing in yourself, huh?
Of course, that was the key, and if you don't do that, it's tough.
All right, David, thank you. Can we make some noise for David Gafan? Come on, give him some cheers. This has been another People's Press Conference here at the HSBC Fan Zone. I think David is going to give some autographs to our future Wimbledon stars. But David, thank you so much.
Thank you
Best
very
of
much.
luck, bon chance.
Merci.
And thanks for hanging out.
Merci, thank you.
Woo!
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Welcome to the Sip Smith Concierge service at Wimbledon. Your Swancierge at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sip Smith Gin. Swancierge, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up. Yeah, bounce. Yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go. Woo. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me wanna ride with the window down all night.
It might be a long wait, but there is plenty to do along the way. Welcome along to Around the Ground with Amex. The championships are back, and so too is the famous queue. People come from all over the world to join this iconic line, soak up the unique atmosphere and tick it off their bucket list. Lovely to see you here in the queue. Where have you travelled from today?
From Chicago. I've come from India.
I'm from Japan. It's so hard to get tickets every year, like even through the ballot. So it's nice to know that there's always a way to go to Wimbledon.
People are so excited, even though it's 5 in the morning and people are popping champagne.
Come early and come rested because you won't get much sleep.
Hello all. Listen, I want to know your top tips for getting the most out of the queue.
Good company. A jacket.
Food.
I'd say bring a blanket.
Bottle of Prosecco.
And to keep you entertained whilst you're waiting in the queue, you can pick up an American Express radio and one of these, a queue survival kit. Is this a bit of a bucket list moment for you all?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're over the moon that we actually get to do this.
I have got to get to Wimbledon in this lifetime.
Well, that's a great view then of the city of London. We're in southwest London on day 4 of the championship here with you for Wimbledon Uncovered. A little bit grey, a little bit blustery still, as it has been over the course of the 3 days we've already had, and this is our 4th day now. Typical British summertime, I'm going to say, and Nick McCarver's alongside me, who's not really well versed in British summertime weather, but you knew what to expect. Nick, you've been here before.
This is a sunny day, right?
This
in
is
London.
beautiful summertime weather.
This is as good as it gets
in London, but we're already on day 4, and you know, obviously now 2:30 p.m. BST. Everything's already been going off already. Loads of matches already completed.
Yeah.
And something quite quick fashion as well, one which I'll probably talk about. Let's start on court number 2. Badosa in quite quick fashion as well. 6-3, 6-2 over Arina Barra from Romania there. And then Krajinovic was taking on Kyrgios second there, and that actually lasted 1 hour 25 minutes.
I mean,
for a men's game, that's super fast, isn't it?
No, it's incredible. And actually, I didn't see much of the Kyrgios match, but the reports on Twitter and from our colleagues in the press room is that Nick Kyrgios was on, because that first match against Paul Jeb, that was a 5-setter. So for him to come through like that, and maybe, Rach, just maybe, we're going to see a 3rd-round matchup, Kyrgios versus Tsitsipas. So we're excited for that one. But a 3rd-round match that we've already set up. You mentioned Badosa coming through today in straight sets. That was a really good win for her. She's been trying to find her form, managing the body, making sure she's staying injury-free. She's going to take on Petra Kvitova in the 3rd round. We haven't seen too many blockbusters. We had those upsets yesterday, obviously Raducanu and Murray going out, John Isner playing so well. But bring on some of the blockbusters. Kvitova, a 2-time champ, against Paula Badosa, who's been one of the most red-hot players on tour. Can't wait.
I mean, Kvitova, she made light work of her first set, didn't she? Anna Bogdan was her competitor out there, 6-1. Then a little bit closer in set 2, 7-6.
It got real scratchy.
Yeah, did you watch much of that one?
No, but I saw her publicist after, Katie Spellman, who's worked on tour for a long time, and she said, ooh, that was a very, very tense one for Kvitova to come through and win that in straight sets. Very excited for that matchup against Badosa. They've only played once before, but a couple years ago, and I think that that would be one that everyone here and around the world will be excited for.
Well, one that everyone is watching at the moment, and all British eyes are on this one. In centre court right now, it's Britain's Katie Boulter up against Karolina Pliskova, finalist here last year. She knows how to play on centre court, as does Katie Boulter, though. So 2nd time on centre court. I had a little look at that. I didn't think she'd have played here much, but 2nd time, so she knows what it takes to play on this. OK, she got defeated on centre court, but still, having that experience says a lot.
Well, and she also knows how to play against Pliskova, knows how to beat Pliskova. Just beat her last week in a really great encounter in Eastbourne. Pliskova took this first set, and now they're on serve in the 2nd set. For Boulter, it's about really timing the ball well, getting on top of it, just misfiring there. But certainly, if she can steal away this 2nd set, we're going to hear some of the atmosphere that Annie Murray got just yesterday, and maybe they can help, the British crowd can help earn a victory for Boulter against Pliskova. Finalist here last year, Pliskova, I think, trying to go for back-to-back wins. Was that one called in? back-to-back wins. She's only done it twice. There's Laura Robson.
Replay the point.
Well, let's watch this then, Nick. We'll stay with this. You said Pliskova took the first set. That was 6-3. We're now in the second set. Pliskova's serving at the moment. Let's stay with this one.
15-all. Ah. 30-15.
Rare fist pump there from Karolina Pliskova.
$40-15. Game, Pliskova.
Watching that match on all major Wimbledon broadcasters. But earlier on court 12, Alistair Gray from Great Britain took on Taylor Fritz. Taylor Fritz from the USA coming out on top in that one, 6-3, 7-6, 6-3. He's only taking 3 sets to do so, and Adam Hunt caught up with him after that match.
Well, we're with Taylor Fritz safely through to round 3 after defeating the British wildcard Alistair Gray. Taylor, what's it like playing a British player here at Wimbledon? I think that was the first time you've done it.
Yeah, it's not easy, especially a wild card. You know, he's got a good game for grass, very awkward to play against, and definitely could have been dangerous. So it's you know, happy to get through in 3.
How do you neutralize a home crowd for the opponent?
It's not really a way to neutralize it. I kind of just have to accept it, not worry about it, not get upset about it, and just try and pump myself up.
Do you find a similar thing, you know, when you're playing at your home slam at the US Open, when you're playing a player who's not from the US, that the crowd really G's you up?
Yeah, definitely a bit. I feel like when the crowd is cheering for me, I can kind of draw off that energy. You know, I feel it a lot playing like Indian Wells.
You've been having a great year. Your ranking's been skyrocketing recently. What's been clicking this year particularly?
Particularly, I'd say my forehand. I've just been a lot more aggressive with it, hurting people more, making less mistakes on it. It's been feeling really good. And the rest of my game's just been kind of staying as it was before, you know, backhand solid, serving big. And I just feel like I've got this, you know, reliable weapon in the forehand that's really been working for me.
A lot of people saying your game really suits grass. You've got a big serve, big shots from the baseline. Do you enjoy playing on this surface? Is this something you've done a lot as a junior? Are there too many grass courts back home, or was this a new experience for you in the last few years playing here?
You know, I mean, I played the junior Wimbledon as a kid, and I always enjoyed it. I always thought grass would be really good for my game, and it's kind of hit or miss. You know, I've lost first round in a lot of grass court tournaments, but I also have 2 of my titles on grass. So I don't know. I think things do need to be clicking for me to have good grass results, like serving well, attacking, hitting the ball well. But yeah, I feel like it does suit my game well when I'm playing the right way.
Well, it's working so far. Good luck in the next round.
I found myself in the campground. Yes, this is associated with the queue. This is where you can start your queuing journey. Let's have a chat with Dave, shall we? I believe he's camped up in here. Knock, knock. Dave, are you there? Where could he be? Let's head over here. I hear something, a sense of camaraderie in this camping queue. Hi, guys.
Emma.
So sorry to interrupt you.
We're trying to do a quiz.
Oh, we'll get back to that. You got time.
Absolutely.
Dave, I tried to knock on your tent. You weren't there, and I found you in your neighbour's tent, and that is so lovely to see. May I ask what all your names are? I know you, Dave.
My name is Suzanne from Norfolk.
Hi, Suzanne.
Michelle from Norfolk.
Okay, so you've come a long way, which kind of suggests this is why you might be camping, because you want to see a lot of tennis over the next few weeks. So tell me about the experience of camping for those who might be considering it.
What, for this year?
Yeah.
Well, the queues are very short, and it's just a wonderful experience. So you can rock up pretty much at any time and probably get a show court ticket. So come on down.
So when did you get here, and how long do you plan to stay?
We arrived on Saturday because we're dead keen and mad and desperate to leave home, and we'll be here for the fortnight.
Really?
As most years, yeah.
So when have you been in and why today are you not inside?
Well, we're gambling on Murray winning to get good seats for him tomorrow, but unfortunately that went a bit Pete Tong.
Right.
But there's other Brits to support, and there's other great matches coming up, and there's the celebrations on Sunday, which is the first middle Sunday officially of play, and we want to be a big part of that and say we were there.
So clearly you know your tennis and you know your Wimbledon.
A little bit, yeah.
So what does it mean if someone hasn't been and we're trying to encourage them to experience it? Why is it so good and so different from watching it, Dave?
I just think there's a real experience. I think this is a big part of the experience. Definitely the queue. You meet other people. There's people come from all over the world. You know, we've met people from America, South America, all over Europe that come and support the favourite players. So you get a real family connection around here. You know, you get to know your neighbours. We've met before previous years. There's a few other people that we've met before that have kind of got together. So yeah, it's a real you get to know who's next to you, and then obviously you get to watch some great tennis.
Yeah. Practically wise, in terms of the kind of amenities and things, is it all quite well sorted out here?
There could always be improvements, of course, and there's changes going on all the time. But listen, we're grateful for what we've got, and we love being in the field. Big screen would be nice, though. Players zone.
Oh yeah, of course. You're still looking on your phones for the info, even though you're right there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, so Murray's out. Who else are you looking forward to seeing in the big name draws?
Oh, I'd love to see Nadal come through.
Come on.
That would be the one.
So when he progresses, let's put it out there today, Saturday, will you be right at the front of that queue to get the tickets?
Well, Saturday's an interesting one because we don't want to muck up our positioning in the queue for Sunday with the big new celebrations. They've got lots of people and activities going on, and we want to make sure we're there to see that. We could probably go in a little ground pass on Saturday, sit on the hill, see a bit of that, come out and rejoin the queue and be good for Sunday.
Amazing. Well, guys, have the best time. I know you will, and hopefully we'll catch you again further on in the week.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I mean, I just love hearing about how committed some of these fans are, really preparing their fortnightly schedule there to make sure they are in the ground right there, trying to get on to centre court for Sunday, because they've heard we have some special celebrations. Middle Sunday, the day off is no more. So they're obviously queuing up for that in the camp, like Olivia said, which is across the road from the grounds here. And then they may even try and join the queue, which you can see forming behind me, because this is the ticket resale queue. So this is where then you queue up again, so you can just try and get the tickets for the main show courts. And that's where they want to be, of course, on centre court 1, 2, watching all those great matches, which are still to come later. Nadal, obviously, is following Poliskova and then Coco Gauff. So they're the star names that everyone is trying to see on centre. But you got Iga Swiatek as well on court number 1, which people will be keen to see as well. But, Nick, the queue always makes us laugh. It's kind of unique.
Those were some committed queuers there that Olivia was just... I mean, that was meticulous planning. Grounds Pass on Saturday. It's the centenary celebration of Centre Court this year, 100 years on Sunday. They've got to get back into the queue for that. And I'm disappointed to hear you never queued, Rach. Come on.
Rachel doesn't queue.
Rachel
no, I'm joking.
Queue.
I do queue, but I don't queue here. But Nick, it's kind of unique, isn't it, just Wimbledon? You've been to all the slams, and none of the other slams have a queue like Wimbledon.
I mean, I just said off air, not even close. I'm trying to think of what you could compare it to. I mean, there's a great sort of like party atmosphere at the Australian Open. There's a lot of music that they pair with the AO. The US Open, a lot of people take the train, the famous 7 train, out of Midtown Manhattan into Queens. But no, the queue is very special to Wimbledon, and I think it's very special to this country, right? It's a national pastime, queuing.
We love to queue. We're so British, we're so polite as well. We don't like to skip a queue. This is court 2. People who are queuing up behind us might be trying to get in there later as well. Britain's Harriet Dart is up against the American Jessica Pegula in their second round matchup. They both had to wait a couple of days to play because of the bad weather, and now their matches are coming thick and fast. And Dart at the moment is a break up in this first set, so we can just enjoy a bit of this matchup here on court number 2.
Kvitova. 15 all.
It's more trickier now with where the sun's positioned, isn't it? Quite bright up as you throw the ball up, and that can sometimes make a difference on the second shot. Just taking her time here, Harriet Dart.
$15-30.
Again, fabulous in the forecourt.
It's such a smart volley, isn't it, on a grass court as you move forward. Just to keep it low over the net in the service box. Doesn't bounce up. It makes it so difficult to chase it down.
She really has improved her transition play even this season. And that is technically a very good volley. So chances to get back on serve here for the American.
Over on that Pegula, didn't she? Got tucked up in the body, blocked it with one hand.
30-40.
Holding the pressure there, Dart, and so well from the back of the court. She's looking to be the one to dictate, switching the play down the line, but when the level's this high from Pegula, corner to corner, striking, you just have to soak it up, find a way to get another ball back.
And if you don't know anything about Harriet Dart before the start of this match, that will tell you everything you need to know, that last point.
Effort levels, really digging deep internally now.
There's a feeling from Dart she belongs. She told me in Eastbourne last week how important it was for her to have a direct entry here into the draw. For many years she's come in as a wild card, but her ranking gets her in on right.
Net. Second service. Deuce.
It's a very different match for Dart out here today. Against Massaro, she had a lot of free points, a lot of short rallies. And she's really having to dig in, work hard with the legs in the corners. Almost being pushed over with that last strike.
classy.
She's kept her eye on the ball there.
Deuce.
She moves forwards, recognises the damage that she's done, holds that racket in front.
Third deuce in this game.
Advantage darts.
Typically gritty hold.
Dart leads by 5 games to 3. Please take your seats, thank you.
Well, we're with a two-time Wimbledon champion, Petra Kvitova, who's safely through to the third round. You were saying, I was listening after your first round match, your serve was a little bit off. Did you find it today? You must have done.
I did, yeah, luckily I found it. Oh my God, it was so tough without my serve today. It helped me many times, even on my set point down. So for sure it's helped me through the match. So I'm really happy for that.
You won a title in this surface that you like so much.
I really do. I love it. I mean, I love my serve because I'm lefty, so it's a bit different as well. I love volleys. I love playing very aggressively, and I don't know. It's just like I've been born on it.
You've had many great matches on centre court behind us as well. It's 100 years of centre court this year, the centenary. What does that arena mean to you?
It means a lot, I think. I have the best memories that I can from my career from this court, and I will never, forget them for sure. Winning 2 titles over there in front of the Royal Box, in front of my parents, my team. It's been amazing beating Maria over there as well. Yeah, the court means a lot for me.
Just finally, I was adding up, hopefully I've added up correctly, this is your 14th Wimbledon. If you were able to go back and speak to yourself before your first match ever here at Wimbledon, what would you say to yourself? What have you learned over that time?
Just be easy, be patient, it's coming.
Thanks, Petra. Good stuff. Appreciate it.
A little bit further down in the camping queue, I've stumbled across, oh good, do you know what, first up, put the kettle on, we'll have a brew in a minute. Hello, who are you? Tell me all about yourself.
My name is Pam. I've been coming to Wimbledon now for at least 40 years, meeting up with friends and other people, so yeah, really good.
40 years, wow. And all 40 years have been a camping out queuing experience?
Yes, the majority of the time, yes. We were out on the street for many years, and then they put us in here, so it's safer in here.
And a bit more comfortable, you can spread out with all your bits.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why I've got the airbed.
So you've got your airbed over here, that beautiful mattress, very appealing. You've got your gas stove, your kettle. I mean, it's brilliant setup. Did you two meet? Right, have you known each other for a while? Oh, today?
No, just for today, yes.
Yeah. We met for the first time and we realised we were together next to each other, and yeah, that's it. So
you've been gassing all day?
Yeah, gassing all day.
So you camp a lot. When did you arrive this year to the campsite?
5 minutes past 5 this morning.
Oh, you've just arrived. And how long do you hope to stay now for?
I'm going home on Sunday.
Okay. So you're here for a few days. And why today did you choose not to try and go in?
Because I need Saturday.
It's all strategic and tactical.
Absolutely, yes.
Right.
Yes.
So you come early Thursday to know on Saturday you should be good.
I will be there, centre court.
Yes. How do you know this is the right time? Obviously, you've done this a while. You know how it works. Why was this the right strategy?
Because I've done it before, so I know the rules and regulations. So this is what I plan.
And this is what it means if you're here for 40 years. You learn all the tips and tricks. Would you encourage and recommend this as an experience, as part of the Wimbledon experience?
Everyone should try it. Everybody. Yes, of course. Yeah.
And you slap all this, like, does someone help you carry it all and move it here?
No, My car's parked up outside, and I've got my trolley, so yeah, all good.
You are very efficient and independent and capable. I love that.
yeah.
Okay, great. And may I ask you, is this your first year camping?
No, I've been camping for about 20 years now.
Oh, so
so
you're-
out on the street again as well. So totally different experience outside to in here, but much prefer in here.
When you were outside, you couldn't even, there were no facilities for you either. Oh, right. But now you're all set up, water, toilets, all the things.
Yes, when you were in the street, you had to find a toilet somewhere. Neighbours were great at barbecuing or cooking food for you, whereas now, obviously, everything's here. So, and you've got your left luggage now, so you can pack up your tents, your mattresses, and take it in.
So that's how it works. When it's time to pack up and they wake you up in the morning or whatever, you pack it up and store it there, then you can be free all day and then come and collect it when you want to reset up.
Yes, when you want to reset up, you come and get it again and join the queue again. I've been here since last night. We could have gone in today, but we decided not to stay in, to go in tomorrow for we want to see Alcaraz, so we're going to, that's our.
Nailed it. Well, ladies, thank you so much. Good luck. I hope you get all the tickets that you dream of and have a wonderful day.
Definitely. We will do. Yeah. Thanks.
Well, a lot of people, of course, in that queue will be hoping to get in here later on over the fortnight into centre court, where at the moment, Katie Boulter from Britain is taking on Karolina Pliskova, last year's finalists, and Katie Boulter has kept this match alive in the second set there. She's just come through on that tie break to take it to a third set thriller, much to the fans' delight, I'm sure, in centre court. Let's just stay with this then, in the third set in this first game.
love. Direction ball's good. Good play the point.
Carlos Ramos is always sure.
love.
There have been some wild ones today. 8 aces. It's been a destructive weapon when she's landed it, but 7 double faults now.
Game. Poliskova.
We can carry on watching that thrilling matchup on centre court. A set each to Katie Boulter and Karolina Pliskova on all the major Wimbledon broadcasters. But right now we have a special guest joining us, Dom Inglot. Former British tennis star, I have to say now, retired early in the year after a 25-year career, which I guess culminated in a Davis Cup champion and 14 ATP titles. So quite the career there, Dom. And I know that you said one of your best moments was at the Olympics in 2016 as well, but you're now here this year with us, working for the BBC as well. I mean, how's life since retirement?
Yeah, I mean, I can't complain. I mean, I just get to come out and watch tennis now, and I don't have to worry about organising practice courts or dealing with the rain, or I get to sit in a booth. So it can rain all at once, but no, I've taken some time off, and after Australia, I decided to stay out in Australia for an extra month because I've been travelling there for I can't even remember how many years, and I've not seen one thing in Australia. It's embarrassing.
Right.
So I decided I was going to stay out longer. Went to do the Great Barrier Reef, went down to the Great Ocean Road, see the penguins on Phillip Island, the rainforests as well around and the mountains around Sydney. So it's just absolutely fantastic trips like that I've actually been able to do. And my mantra at the moment is I've been watching that Jim Carrey film, The Yes Man.
Yeah.
And I was for so long the No Man.
Yeah.
And now I'm the Yes Man. Yes to everything.
So how has the commentary been? You're working for the BBC here. Just did the Ruusuvuori and Vanta-Zandskop match earlier, which is a tongue twister. But how have you enjoyed being in the booth? And I think it's so special for people watching at home to have someone like you who has the experience, the recent experience, and knows how it feels to be out on court.
Yeah, I've actually really enjoyed it. I've had some, fortune, I guess, when I was playing to do a little bit of, radio commentary. But this is really, always enjoyable. And I think it's actually quite fun to deal with, like, statistics as well that you have on the TV that you can kind of show the viewers. And I really like to just delve into certain tactics that sometimes, people might not see, but you kind of see, and you want to share that with people. So I guess I like to talk about tennis, maybe watching tennis just purely, not as much, but when I have something to talk about, I love it. So I'm really enjoying it, and it's just kind of having the producer in your ear and the director, that's what's throwing me off a little bit, but I'm learning.
Well, you haven't got an earpiece in, otherwise our producer Ben might be shouting facts at you. I'm joking, Ben, we love you. But Dom, I read as well, you said you really want to pass on your knowledge to the next generation of tennis stars, and particularly in this country. Have you been able to do that yet, or is that something that you're really wanting to do in the future?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of like still figuring out exactly in what capacity. I have said to some of the doubles guys, if they ever need some help, they didn't really want any at the moment. I think they're all looking pretty good with it without any of my help. So, but there's definitely going to be a time, I'm sure, where there's some younger guys coming through, and I think at the end of the day, when you've got so much knowledge or experience, at least, good and bad, and you kind of can help someone to navigate that and not make the same mistakes that I've made. That can be quite useful and help certain players hopefully get up to the heights quicker.
The double's well and truly underway, and Joe Salisbury is a guy that you know very well. Rajiv Ram and him are the top seeds as the world number ones. They came through today, and it would be so great to see them make a deep run here at Wimbledon, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think there's a few teams here that could be really dangerous. They're obviously the number one seeds and heavy favourites. They've obviously won some slams as well at US and at the Australian, so they're experienced in that matter. And obviously for someone like Joe, he's going to be so keen to do well and win here on home surface. But the people like Lloyd Glasspool and his partner, who I think they're going to do a really good job, they're getting stronger and stronger, so I look forward to see them really making a big breakthrough. And obviously the likes of Jamie Murray, Neil Skupski, who's having a breakout year. I think he's maybe one in the race at the moment. So there's so many good doubles players to look out for. And I think also on the girls' side, we've seen them, starting to make the moves. We've seen more top 100 players on that from the girls, and so I hope that they can also really make big moves, especially here at Wimbledon, and it'd be great for their career.
Yeah, we'll talk to you more about that in a moment's time. We're going to jump back, though, at the moment to court number 1. Live as the action's unfolding there. Jordan Thompson from Australia is taking on Tsitsipas, of course. Tsitsipas 2 sets up at the moment. Again, this is a thrilling matchup because whoever wins this will be taking on Nick Kyrgios, who's made light work of his second round match. He didn't do so in round 1. He went to 5 sets there, but 1 hour and 25 minutes is all he took to defeat Filip Krajinovic. That lady, please do not drop those pins, because
also, can she bring those over here?
That's going to go over the man in front of her, and he's not going to be happy. Let's just stay with this, because this is going to be a very entertaining matchup for a place against Nick Kyrgios in the 3rd round.
It's up to his level. Jordan Thompson, standing that sort of play, didn't really get the short ball. He had to earn that point the hard way.
Shot to nothing so far off the court. Had to go for a winner.
30.
To be fair, didn't really get close.
just inside it a little too much. He's been asked some different questions here. Tsitsipas. Thompson finding a great length, able to absorb what Tsitsipas is throwing at him, keep the quality himself. I suppose, you know, it's all or nothing now for the Aussie, of course, back right to the wall. It's easier to play with a bit more freedom when nothing to lose almost.
Forty, 15.
He's only just missed it. That would have been a sensational
Challenge in the
shot.
call on the left near sideline. Ball was called out.
It's almost gone round the net post.
It's right on that line, and he is going to take another look. This is a bit of dust that hits hard, that sort of puffed up.
40-30. Jordan Thompson has 2 challenges remaining.
Another super return from Tsitsipas off that backhand wing. And this game isn't done yet for Thompson. It is now.
Now, we've spoken a lot about Centre Court, but have you seen the Bug Hotel? That looks just like Centre Court. Look at this. I have found 2 friends of mine in the queue. What's your name and where are you from?
Millen. I'm from Canada, Toronto.
Welcome, Millen. And are you brothers?
Yes.
What's your name?
Nikhil.
Nikhil. So Millen and Nikhil are here from Toronto, Canada. Your first time at Wimbledon?
Yeah.
How excited are you to get in that ground?
Really excited.
But before we do get in the ground, look at this, the Bug Hotel. Now, Wimbledon's very keen on doing all its bit for the planet, for the environment. It's Environment Day, in fact, here at Wimbledon. So they've created this Bug Hotel to help encourage and foster bugs to come here, to make the grass green and pollinate and do all great things. What have you spotted, Nikhil and Millen?
I spotted a caterpillar and flies.
Caterpillar and flies, we've got them. Are they in the 5-star suite? Who's in the royal box?
I see 2 ladybugs.
2 ladybugs. Gosh, you guys are good. I can't spot anything, just a common black fly running around. Tell me, who would you love to see today play some tennis?
I would like to see the Canadian play because both Canadians, because I'm Canadian. And I want to see them take a win.
Yeah, we love a win. Do you 2 play tennis?
I do. I don't think he does.
Oh, right. Do you enjoy it? Would you hope to play at Wimbledon one day, maybe on Centre Court?
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, well, it won't stop you any longer. Go head through the queue and head in. Have a great day, guys.
Okay.
And there we have it. Some great Canadian friends and some bugs here in the queue.
Three of us all want to go down to that Bug Hotel there in the queue. But this is match point then on court number 12. Bianca Andreescu taking on Elena Rybakina. And there we go. Rybakina's taken this one in straight sets, which was a little bit of an upset, possibly. Nick McCarville was kind of just shaking his head off camera here, because I didn't expect it maybe to be as quick as it ended up being.
Well, I mean, Andreescu is a Grand Slam champion, right? And she's someone who's trying to work her way back from a series of setbacks herself. But Rybakina hits the ball as hard as anyone on tour, and when her timing is on rate, she's so dangerous. You can see the 17 seed next to her name. So that's a good win for Rybakina today. And Andreescu, I think she's someone that has admitted, Dom, that she's not necessarily that comfortable on the grass. And so it's going to take a couple years, I think, for her to really be one of the favorites, I think, at Wimbledon.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think, she's a big hitter. You've got some big swings, and sometimes when the ball shoots through on the grass and takes away that time, the people with the big swings, they struggle a little bit more. So yeah, I mean, this girl, Rebecca, is a fantastic player, and I think did she not beat Raducanu not long ago? In my mind, I think that, but yeah, I've seen her play. She's fantastic and definitely one for the future.
Well, sticking with court 12, if you want to go down there, it's Denis Shappavalov, the Canadian. We saw him last year against Andy Murray, that massive matchup on centre court. He's against Brandon Nakashima of the USA. Again, that'll be an excellent matchup, third on court 12. We're having some great pictures now just around the ground there. It looks a little bit quieter. I went out for a walk early on, and let me tell you, it was busy, which means everyone's finished their lunch and gone in and sat and is watching some of the action at the moment. That's just court 18 there with the broadcast roof as well. And we're just over the side to the right of that screen by the water fountain. If you want to come up and say hello, we're by the ticket resale queue, which, guys, if you are looking to venture up here, it's quite busy in the resale queue at the moment.
Sure
so maybe wait a minute if you want to get tickets for some of those show courts, because, yeah, at the moment the queue is snaking around here and we're not sure you'll get on for Nadal. So maybe Coco Gauff, if you're an American tennis fan, you might want to wait a little bit later for that matchup. Dom, I was going to bring you in. We're just watching the Tsitsipas-Thompson match there. Nick and I were talking about it a little bit earlier. The men's draw, this side of things, is a little bit wide open, isn't it? Nick Kyrgios going through. We said Nick Kyrgios is going to play the winner of that matchup, and it looks like he could go quite far this tournament, and any of the guys on this side of the draw as well.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with you there, because this is going to be a really interesting matchup. If Tsitsipas can get through, I think they've had some really close matches. I think they played in Halle, if I'm not mistaken, or one of the lead-up events, and Kyrgios got a win there. So, you know, Tsitsipas is going to want that revenge match. And as well as that, it really means that it gives you the chance to go for a Wimbledon title. I mean, you never know what can happen, you know, with the likes of Nadal and his injury status with his foot, if he's going to be able to hang in there for the whole way. We hope he will be, but you never know. So everyone's smelling an opportunity here. But yeah, that side of the draw is definitely open for anyone who wants it.
Is there any way to ever sort of predict as to how Nick Kyrgios is going to play? You know, first round, 5 sets, Paul Jubb. Today, an hour and a half. Under an hour and a half. Yeah, I just feel like it's impossible to ever make that prediction.
Dom, hold that thought. I'm just going to say we've gone to court 3 now. I'm going to pick up on that point in a minute. Liam Brody taking on Diego Schwartzman on here. He's 2 sets to 1 down is the Brit. Dom, again, you must know Liam. Again, British player who's coming up through the ranks. Been around for quite some time now, even though he's still pretty young. Did you see it playing out as it has done here?
I mean, I didn't see the 3rd set score, be honest. I didn't expect that one.
Yeah,
but
6-love, yeah.
6-love was he maybe just Schwartzman decided to let loose and is hitting the ball really well, clearly. But Brody's, you know, he's getting better and better. And I feel like since we had the lockdown and we had those Battle of the Brits tournaments that Jimmy Murray was putting on, I think that's made a massive difference for a lot of the British players. And we've seen, as a result of that, so many guys and girls coming through. Because there's a camaraderie now, there's a lot of confidence. Some of those players were playing with the likes of Joanna Konta and Andy Murray, getting so much confidence from that, and taking it through to the pro scene, to the pro circuit. And we've seen all of them steadily moving up. Everyone's had great success, great movements in the rankings, and hopefully Brody can pull this one back and keep that progress going.
Well, considering he took the first set 6-2, you know, I always think that shows what he's capable of. Then losing the second 6-4 and 6-love, like Nick just said, you know, what would you tell him at this really kind of crucial moment in this match?
Well, it's very difficult because you also have to understand that someone like a Schwartzman, you know, depends on how he's also feeling. Because he may have just started the first set and he's trying to find his bearings. Liam Brody, maybe a quick start out of the blocks, you know, caught him napping, shall we say. And then Schwartzman's building his way into the match, understanding his opponent a bit more. But I think variety is the key here against someone like Schwartzman. The more rhythm he gets, the better he gets.
And also the recovery, Dom. I think Liam was 5 sets in the first round. It looks right now like he's maybe physically struggling out there. When you're not playing 5-set matches, when you're not used to, as Schwartzman there, continuing to put the pressure, if you're not used to that, playing in slams all the time, Liam hasn't been to that level yet. That can be tough for you physically. Schwartzman now 2-0 up in that fourth set. I mean, that can be tough for Liam to recover from that first.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think we also forget that it's not just the actual physical energy that you're taking, but the mental energy that, you know, the crowd, the buzz that you get around here. I always felt as a tennis player that when I was playing Wimbledon, you wanted to get out of here ASAP after your practices, after your matches. You don't want to be hanging around because it drains you. Because you're a Brit, you're really just excited to be here. But that's slowly starts seeping that energy, and you almost have to be super ultra professional when you're here. And you never know that the impact that might have had on him when he comes through a five-setter, the physical and mental toll.
Yeah,
of
everything. And Wimbledon. I mean, it's such a huge occasion for the British players.
And
yeah.
I think also grass. Grass is actually quite tough on the body because the ball bounces lower. Now you're always bending down. I always felt like my hip and my back was always struggling by the end of Wimbledon, whereas at clay it's a much easier surface to play on. So those are the things that start hurting you.
Yeah.
Well, let's jump back, Dom, after that thought, back over to the Tsitsipas matchup we were talking about a little bit earlier. That's been taking place on court number 1. And Tsitsipas now then just serving, this is match point here. Let's just watch the end of this match. I mentioned it before, if you're just joining in, you'll play Nick Kyrgios if this is the culmination of this matchup.
Well, this is a big win there for Tsitsipas to come through. He had just won his first title on grass. I think that's given him a lot of confidence for Tsitsipas. And Jordan Thompson's always a tough customer. He's someone who's been around for a while. That mustache is just second to none. But today he was second best to Tsitsipas. And we are excited for some of these big mid-tournament matchups to happen. There's Mark Philippoussis with Tsitsipas' dad. He's been helping with the Tsitsipas camp. But we're really looking forward to Tsitsipas and Kyrgios. This is a good win for him.
Yeah, and I think also to come out of that with a straight sets victory, talk about the toll that longer matches can take. Well, he's going to have a toll against Nick Kyrgios, and you know, who's lucky enough to get tickets for that one, that's going to be an absolute popcorn match to watch. Yeah, I think Tsitsipas is perfectly set up to do well on the grass. He likes to come to the net. He plays a lot of doubles. I remember speaking to his father at the French Open 3 or 4 years ago, and his dad was always saying he wanted him to play lots of doubles so he could improve his net game, feel comfortable in net, because those are the times where you can't grind for hours and hours. You have to finish some points off earlier, use the serve and volley, change up your opponent, you know, what they're thinking you're going to do. And to come through this one in straight sets, that's a massive bonus for him.
Yeah, and he was saying, Rach, coming into this tournament that he is trying to temper his expectations a little bit, that he was emotionally coming into every tournament saying that he wanted to win it, and now just trying to take it round by round and not necessarily press himself to come in and say, I can win this. Sure, he can win it. He's a top 5 player. We've seen it. He's been a Grand Slam finalist, a set away from a Grand Slam win. But absolutely great for him to get this victory today.
Yeah, especially after his last couple of times at Wimbledon not progressing through the opening round matchup. So great for him to be progressing further in this competition there against Jordan Thompson. Let's hear his thoughts after that match.
Stefanos, huge congratulations. You were so impressive out there today. You were through to the 3rd round at Wimbledon, surprisingly only for the 2nd time, but you must be delighted with how you're playing.
I have to say it was a great match today. I'm really happy. I got the crowd involved and had them by my side. You know, I'm not a Brit, but I really felt the love of the crowd, and that pushed me to the limits.
You've had maybe more preparation on the grass than in previous years, and you're moving so well out here. How beneficial do you think that's been?
It has been challenging. I mean, last year it was a completely different story than it is this year. As you said, my movement was not really I was not really that involved behind the ball last year. So it's great to see that evolution happen within a year. I'm feeling like at home playing on grass. I feel like that really suits my game perfectly. I'm happy when I see myself play that level of tennis like today, and as long as everything works, I'm happy to keep putting the commitment and see where that leads me.
Well, where it's leading you is into the 3rd round, and your next opponent is Nick Kyrgios. You met on the grass. You met on the grass quite recently. How much are you looking forward to taking on Nick here at Wimbledon?
Well, I feel like there isn't a single person here that doesn't know Nick. He isn't away Wimbledon. No, but we've played each other. We've had great matches against one another in many tour-level competitions, and I have respect for the game, for his game, the way he's able to utilize his talents, and the way he really fights when he really wants to. So it's going to be a challenging one on grass, for sure, and he's a big opponent for this surface.
Really well done. Best of luck in the next round, ladies and gentlemen. Stefanos Tsitsipas.
Well, great to hear then from Tsitsipas then, continuing his run here at the All England Club. And we now know he's playing Nick Kyrgios, the very colourful Australian character who was on court number 2 earlier, putting on a show as always. And we caught up with him after that match in his press conference.
Nick, we'll start off a great performance today. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, just super pleased with my performance today. I mean, I played really well from every aspect of my game. So I'm really interested to see what you have today for me.
Hi Nick, Joseph Regal, tennis head. Very impressive win today. We know you like to entertain a crowd, but today was very business-like from you. You talked about having good body language. Did what happened on Tuesday against Jubb influence that mindset, in that you didn't want to give the crowd any reason, no matter how tiny it might be, to get on your back?
I don't know. I guess just from a personal performance standpoint, and my performance in my first round was just not where I wanted it to be, especially with the way I've been playing and the way I've been training and the hard work I've been doing. So I was pretty disappointed in my performance in the first round, and then obviously the media's disrespect and just everything. It was just kind of a reminder to put you all back in your place of performance from today. He made finals of Queens, top 30 in the world seeded, and it's just it's a gentle reminder.
Simon Chambers, Guardian. When you step out to play on the court, do you have an idea of how well you're going to play according to how you're feeling before you get up?
I mean, I think everyone kind of feels, if they're feeling well physically and mentally, probably going to have a greater chance to have a good performance. But today from the get-go, I just felt really good from the back of the court. I felt like I really returned well. I was very just locked in from the get-go today, and I had, I just wanted to, just prove to people that like I'm really good, and I feel like I just don't have the respect sometimes,
Hector Nunn's a sportsman. It was a great performance today. Just building on what you just said there, was it almost premeditated today? You really wanted to show your best stuff, and all the shots you got in your locker.
Yeah, I was just really locked in from the get-go. I just wanted to put on a good performance personally, because I just wasn't happy with my level was. I wanted to just for myself know that I'm rewarding myself with the hard work I'm putting in, and all the grass court matches I've played, I wanted to feel like I was able to showcase it at Wimbledon, and I wasn't able to do that in my first round. I was just really rocky and lucky to get through my first round, and today was good.
Bill Simons, Inside Tennis. Congratulations on a wonderful performance. If I could, I did want to follow up on some of the comments. You made interesting comments about hatred, abuse, disrespect. Mm-hmm. And you're such a huge Celtics fan, and we've seen what they did, and it was a great performance overall. But the fans did go after Kyrie. They went after Draymond big time with the "FU" comments, and before there have been racial comments to Kyrie. Yeah. What are your thoughts about all of that, please?
Yeah, I don't support it at all. But it's just simply just me eating sushi here the other day, and the disrespect and the things I got from that on social media, oh, he's so rude, he has no manners. I literally played 4 hours and I needed food. Has anyone in this room played 4 hours of tennis in their life in a row? No. Like, I just really wanted to go out there today and just remind everyone that I'm able to play some really good tennis without any distractions. The crowd enjoyed it today, and it was just business-like. That's it. And it's just amazing how quick the media swings.
Hi Nick, Will Ryder for Kent Live. Just a quick one about the courts and the scheduling. First two matches on courts 2 and 3, looks like a meeting with Steph next perhaps. Do you mind which court you play on in these early rounds, or do you think your star power warrants a higher profile court earlier on in the tournament?
No, I don't mind what court I play on. I mean, these courts are beautiful, and it's probably one of the best tennis centres in the world, and I don't mind where I play. Obviously, I feel like if I do manage to play Tsitsipas next round, it will be on a larger court, most likely court 1. So I'm excited. I feel like we've both earned the right. We're two of the biggest stars in the sport. So, you know, hopefully if we both bring our best tennis, it's going to be amazing to watch. But you never count that countryman out, Jordan Thompson. He's a fighter, so we'll see. We'll see.
Nick, it's just been announced that you've withdrawn from the doubles. Can you run us through that? And is it a big disappointment for you that he won't be able to play with Tanasi?
You know, my this is where the media's also spin it. Like, I'm a singles player. My priority has always been singles. I've made quarterfinals here before. I've won singles titles, and I will obviously put singles as my priority. You know, I played nearly 4 hours in my first round, and me personally, it was just too much time on court, and today I made up for that, but I want to put my singles as my priority, so I'm doing what's best for my body.
Hi Nick, Prajwal Hegde from the Times of India. You said on court that you wanted to show everyone that you're really good, and you said that again here. How would you define good, and what is good for you?
Well, I feel like I just didn't want to remind people that I'm good. I know that I'm good, and I just feel like people just don't give me the respect sometimes because of other things that I do, or, you know, there was just nothing that the media possibly could tell me I did wrong today, and I just know that you can't possibly ask me anything and stir anything up, and I love it because then you can't write anything. What are you gonna say? Nothing today.
Hi Nick, Simone Eterno.
Dumbfounded, all of you.
I tried. Hi Nick, Simone Eterno, Eurosport Italy. You were like in a bubble today, like nothing seemed to bother you. My question is, how difficult for you is coming on the court with that kind of concentration? Because when you do that, you're outplayed basically a player that played 2 weeks ago the final in Queens. So how difficult is for you is finding that kind of concentration?
It's difficult as a balance. You know, I'm still having a lot of fun out there and playing that level. It's hard at times because I want to put on a show as well, and sometimes I feel like I don't need to do so many extra things to put on a show and make tennis enjoyable. I feel like the way I played today was as enjoyable as ever. So it's always been a hard balance for me to find. But if I can find that tennis a bit more often, and, you know, we'll see. If I can just continue to play like that, I'm very dangerous.
Let's go back to centre court there, where Katie Boulter took the first set, 6-3, then lost the second to Karolina Pliskova, 7-6, and she's serving for the match now in the third. This would be a massive moment. It is a massive moment. We watched Emma Raducanu and Andy Murray go out on centre court, the same court yesterday, to have a British woman going through to the third round here is massive for British tennis, Dom.
Yeah, you know, we obviously want to see as many Brits as possible, you know, progress here in this tournament. And I actually believe that Katie Boulter could really do well here. I mean, I'm talking about go a long, long way, because she's got the perfect game for this surface. She's got a big serve, she hits it incredibly hard, and she moves pretty well for a tall girl. So the only thing that's stopping her is whether she believes she can do it, because if she does, watch out.
Well, we said probably at Eastbourne this was one of the biggest wins of her career when she beat Pliskova there. She's now done it twice in pretty much as many weeks, which is a massive statement.
Yeah, completely. I mean, you're beating, as you said, the last year's finalist. You know, I think Pliskova was a former world #1 as well. And then at the end of the day, she only lost to Kvitova, who went on to win Eastbourne, former champion as well. And it was close, because I think she was up in that third set. So realistically, if she, as I said, it may just come down to a little bit of belief. That could be the minor difference. And if she believes she can win this tournament, wouldn't put it past her, honestly.
No, I mean, what a huge win over Poliskova today for Katie Boulter. And I think, Dom, for me, it's the belief and staying healthy, because she just had so many issues with her body and making sure that everything is right. But for Boulter to come through, she's going to face the winner of Harmony Tan, who took out Serena Williams, and Sarah Sribas-Tormo. And Tan is the one who won the first set. So very excited to see Katie Boulter win through in this one in center court. Let's go ahead and hear from the Brit.
Katie, many congratulations. How much did you enjoy that?
Huh?
How much did you enjoy that?
Oh my God, I've got absolutely no words right now. I'm literally shaking. The crowd was unbelievable, so thank you so much for getting me through that.
No doubt this is a momentous occasion for you in front of the crowd here, but within this crowd there are some very special people that I know you looked up to during the match. What does that mean to you at this moment?
Oh God, I'm probably going to get emotional. My gran passed away 2 days ago, and I'd just like to dedicate that to her today.
Well, I'll just ask you one last question, Katie, because I don't want to push too much, but how do the words "you are through to the third round of a Grand Slam for the first time" sound?
Yeah. Honestly, it's a dream come true for me. I've got hopefully many more matches to play, and if I can have you guys behind me for those, then hopefully I can go a long way. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations, Katie Boulter.
What a lovely interview, and what's a way for Katie to honour and remember her late gran, like she just mentioned there, getting a bit emotional, and rightly so, through to the third round of a Grand Slam for the first time in her career, and doing it on centre court. She's never going to forget that moment, Dom.
Yeah, absolutely perfect day, and a great performance as well. As you said, it's one thing just to win against, you know, a good player, but the caliber of Pliskova as well. As you said, you're never going to forget this. And now it's just going to be, you know, let's keep it going. Let's see her go further into the second week as well. She's got that ability. She's obviously had a lot of injuries recently, and she needs to stay healthy, stay fit, and keep the energy up. And she could do really well.
You know, speaking about, obviously, you know, our hearts go to her family and losing her gran just in the last few days, as she said, but you love seeing the support system, right? And that it's not just about the family and the team, but the whole package. And for her to come through like this, I mean, it's really what every tennis player, but especially every British tennis player, you dream. This is a moment of dreams, and she got to realize it today.
Yeah, and I think, as you said, the people around her made so many sacrifices, helped her through the tough times, and there hasn't been that sort of recognition, you know, for them, and now they get to see, you know, their hard work paying off. So I bet they're thrilled for them, and I think all of British tennis and the British public are thrilled for her. So it's fantastic to see, and you can see the emotion there. I mean, just awesome.
One person who would have been missing from that box, though, is her partner. Well documented, so I think I'm allowed to say that.
Yes.
Alex de Minaur. He's obviously playing out on court number one a little bit later against a Brit, Jack Draper. It'll be tough for Katie to decide which one she's rooting for there, possibly, Dom. Let's have a quick look, though, at the match stats. So after that match-up between Karolina Pliskova. Nick, just what really stands out there?
Well, I mean, those second serve points won, it looks like Boulter was really attacking the second serve of Pliskova. And That's been the Achilles heel sometimes for Pliskova. And I just love the way that Bolter was bold today. She went after the ball. It is her game, as Dom was talking about, being so physical out there on court. And Pliskova's she has not been able to get the gears going this year. She had missed the Australian swing of the season. And since then, obviously, disappointment for her being a finalist here last year. But the moment, it really belongs to Katie, and it well and truly should.
Do you think this is still kind of the effects of Emma Raducanu and the US Open and motivating all these British women and men to really realise that it is possible?
Yeah, I think well, to be honest, the LTA have done a great job of bringing everyone back into the National Tennis Centre to train amongst each other. You know, you see the people like Jodie Burrage having a great run recently, Katie Swan as well. I think it all, again, stems back from the times that everyone's playing against Joanna Konta when she was top 10 in the world, being like, okay, I'm hanging with Joanna Konta here. I can do this as well. And it sometimes just takes one person to break out and the rest just follow because their belief is suddenly there as well. They've beaten them in practice. Why can't I do it on the match court? And it takes just a one win at these sort of events, and you can see them, you know, their rise in their, you know, in their rankings just really take off.
Tom, would Harriet Dart on court number 2 know what Katie Bolter has just done? She's just gone down in the second set. She took the first 6-4. Second has gone to Jessica Pegula 6-3. Can anyone pass that message on to her, saying, that's exactly what Katie did. Let's dig deep now. We can get through this.
Well, the only way she might know is if she's looking up at the scoreboards on the changeovers, right? Because they flash scores up.
It would be motivating, though, right? to know that she's just gone through the same pathway.
I mean, maybe, but I really hope that she's.
Do you want me to go? I could go to court 2.
I think she needs that right now after going down in the second.
I don't know about that. You've got to focus on your own thing, and it doesn't matter what else is doing. I think you have to stay absolutely laser-like with the focus, and that's the big problem. Is sometimes in tennis your focus can stray, and that might be what happened in the second set, and there's just a refocus. You know, whatever you might need, some support from your coach, from your team, get right back at it.
Sorry, Rach, I just want to say Harmony Tan is inching closer to beating Sorribes Tormo. That would be a huge, you know, to have the win that she did against Serena, to back that up against Sorribes Tormo, who's a really tough customer. And obviously that's who's Katie Bolter is awaiting the winner of that match. Tan now, hopefully, well, she's just a game away from beating Sorribes Tormo. That'd be a huge backup of that win.
I think the amount of times that we've seen players who have had a big win in their career and then literally the slump comes right afterwards because they can't believe it. The exhaustion just sort of like hits them like a wall. And to actually follow it up with potentially another win if she comes through that game, that'll be massive for her. But the same thing applies to Katie Bolter. This will be a draining experience, and she's got to be right back at it, being like, that was nothing. The hard work is still to come. And that's what's tough about tennis, is you can have great results. Even when it comes to tournament wins, you don't have time to rest on your laurels. There's another match ready to go. And that will be long forgotten. If you know, well, not long forgotten, but it will be forgotten if you don't come through the next one. You've got to use this to springboard onto more and more wins. So that's going to be important for her, and I think it's a great opportunity as well.
I mean, the mental side of the game has been well documented. You said now, you know, Harriet Dart may have lost a bit of concentration there, wants to bounce back in her third set. And I'm talking about it being well documented because Iga Swiatek has spoken openly again about, I guess, getting a psychologist onto her team in the last 12 months. And that's really taken her game to the next level. And obviously she's coming out into court 1 in a short while to, I guess, start her next matchup. But is that someone you used to factor into your game, having a psychologist, Dom?
Yeah, absolutely. I worked with the same psychologist that worked with Joanna Konta for a short period of time. Sadly, I couldn't work with him longer due to differing reasons, but he was, you know, a massive help, and those things are important. Having people in your team that, you know, are going to ground you, they're going to support you, that are going to bring something to you that, you know, whether it's the hard truth sometimes it's just to big you up. And I think that's what Iga Swiatek has done unbelievably well. She's got a team that is very solid, very, you know, kind of robust in the sense of support system, and that's what's allowed her to go on, what is it, a 37-match run?
Well, that would be today.
She's trying to go for 37.
Going for 37 today, yeah. So that comes down to it. A lot of it is down to the support system that she has around her.
It is crazy as we take a look. This is Swiatek on number 1 court, as Rachel said, but the mental side of it and the way that people are now, Katie Bolter is talking about her whole team, it is a team effort. And for Swiatek, she's been very open about how much that has helped her, how it has put her into this mentality of I can believe I can do big things. And as world #1 now, no one's won 37 matches in a row in 25 years since Hingis did it in '97, and she's going to try to match that streak today.
And what do you make of her opponent here as well on court one, Leslie Kerkhoff from the Netherlands? She came here without a match win since March. Obviously, she got her first in round one, but what do you know of her game?
Well, she's a veteran. She's been around for a long time, but she's only won her second main draw match just in the first round. Herkov, and came through qualifying. Actually, was a lucky loser, so got one of the spots into the draw. I think she is going to throw everything and the kitchen sink at Swiatek. You've just got to go out and back yourself against the world #1. That's all you can do.
Yeah, you've got nothing to lose. Everyone's expecting her to lose, sadly, but you got to go out there and be like, okay, let's try and rock the boat here a little bit. Come out there and take a few cuts at the ball, try and destabilize Swiatek, because if you try and get in some rallies, I mean, Swiatek, as I said, is so confident. I was watching her play recently, and the way she's hitting the ball, I swear she's hitting it twice as hard as she did a month or two, not 2 months ago, but half a year ago, shall we say, because that confidence allows you to do that. And she's got to destabilize her, make her doubt for just a second, and maybe that might be her in.
Well, let's see that if Kerkhoff can throw everything and the kitchen sink at Swiatek here on court #1. This match is getting underway now.
Ball hit the line and checked.
Oh, well played.
I think the opening stages of this match are very important for Kvitova, because she's going to be much more nervous than Swiatek. This is only her 4th main draw at a major at 30 years old. A big court, sometimes that can overwhelm you.
40-30. 112 miles per hour on that first ace.
Game.
Back-to-back aces from Swiatek. Positive start from the world #1, our top seed at the Champions.
First game.
The first game then goes the way of the #1 in the world and the #1 seed here, Iga Swiatek, and you can carry on watching that match on all the major Wimbledon broadcast channels. But early on in the tournament, just before it started even, Renee Stubbs, she caught up with Iga.
How does it feel for you to be back at Wimbledon? And, I mean, what are you most looking forward to about this place and this tournament?
It's hard to choose one thing, honestly, but I'm just looking forward to, I don't know, getting used to grass and realizing how I should play to play my most efficient tennis here. But I'm pretty happy just to be here and to experience this whole atmosphere and in different conditions than last year, because we don't have, I mean, we have pandemic, but we don't have many restrictions this year, and I can enjoy just, staying in Wimbledon and seeing all the places.
Yeah, that was my next question to you. This is the first time in a number of years where we're going to have a full crowd. It's going to be a very different atmosphere. How do you feel about that?
Well, for me, the most important thing is to show the people my tennis, and kind of it depends, because sometimes when I feel like I'm not playing my kind of game, it can really stress me out when people are watching. But most of the times I really like it, and it's giving me extra motivation and extra energy. So hopefully I'm going to use it this time, and yeah, I'm pretty excited for it.
Your form, obviously, coming in here is extraordinary. I mean, that's the best word to put it, really. You're on such a great winning streak, coming after winning the French Open especially. But this is a different court surface for you. You didn't play a lead-up tournament. So I guess how do you feel coming in to play Wimbledon without any grass court matches?
I feel differently than actually people are like describing my position, because I feel like I'm not a favorite here because I just played like, I don't know, 8 weeks on grass in my whole life. So basically I'm here to learn and to kind of acknowledge all the process, and I'm going to try to play without expectations.
This is the 100 years of centre court, which you see on the umpire's chair down there.
It doesn't look that old.
No, it doesn't look that old, does it? It looks pretty great. But it is why we are sitting here, particularly today with you. What's your earliest memory of centre court, whether it be watching it on television or being here in person? What's the earliest you can remember? What's so special about this particular court?
The first match that I watched was probably the final in 2008, Rafael and Roger, right? Did I mess up the dates or not?
Well, they played here a lot of times, but they've played a lot of times, so it's okay that you forgot, but yes.
So I was 7 and I don't remember a lot, but I was pretty excited for the match. I remember just having a little tour around here in 2018 when I won junior tournament. It was right before the tournament. I remember it was pretty inspirational, and I was also able to see the trophies, and they were so shiny.
They're actually down there. They were down there earlier.
Really?
Do you go and take a look sometimes at the trophy inside centre court in there?
Am I allowed to?
Yeah, of course you are. Number one seed, you can do whatever you want.
Well, I mean, I'm not the kind of person who's like imagining myself with trophies and stuff, but here you can feel all the tradition and all the, I don't know, you can feel different atmosphere when you look at them. So back then when I played junior tournament, it was amazing, and I'm pretty sure that it would be right now, but I still feel like it's a long way for me to leave those, so.
Got to believe in yourself a little more. What is unique about this court?
Well, the surface, for sure. I mean, I would say I really love how it's built, and that the part of the audience is like in a shadow, because it feels like you're in the center of it more, and you feel like you can really be more focused of what's going on in here. But that's a hard question. You should have told me that you're going to ask it.
We like to catch you off, that's why.
I love the colors of Wimbledon and the design, because actually green and purple. Green is my favorite color and purple is the second one. So coincidence? I don't think so.
The specifics of playing on this court, when you walk on this court, what is the difference about walking on this court to any other stadium court on our tours?
When I'm going to focus on, the tradition and that I'm on Wimbledon on center court, I think it may really stress me out. So for sure my goal when I'm going to be walking out on Tuesday is going to be just to have my focus in the right place, and just to kind of play my game as if it would be any other match. I know it sounds weird, but that's the best way to perform, and I don't want to think about all the stuff that is around because it may really stress me out, so don't go there.
All right, well, let's say I'm not going to stress you out on this question. This is obviously one of the great stadiums in the world, but if you had a chance to play a tennis match on any other than a tennis facility, a stadium around the world that you would love to play a tennis match in, what would it be?
I mean, it's not a stadium, but I saw photos where I think Rafael and Roger played on water. I would love to try that. And when I'm gonna get angry and lose a point, I'm just gonna jump out and swim and get my anger out.
Okay, not your racket, you're just gonna swim out there yourself. Yeah. Okay, great. This court has seen some incredible matches through the last 100 years. If you could transport yourself here into the stadium to sit and watch it, what match would you love to be here for live and see?
2008 men's final.
On Tuesday, you get to come out here and open up the court. It's usually a tradition that has belonged to the past champion from the previous year. What does that mean to you? Because, of course, Ash Barty, who is a very good friend of yours, is not here. So what does that mean to you to walk on this particular court this year?
Well, it's a huge privilege, and I feel like there are many, players in our draw who actually won this tournament even a couple of times. So, so I feel like I need to kind of prove myself that I was the right person to go out there on Tuesday. But yeah, I feel I just really want to make it a good show and just show what I can do on grass, because I feel like I still haven't been able to play with full potential here, and I want to use the next years and this year maybe to try to do that.
Do you pull from your junior experiences here of winning a Wimbledon junior title? So you have to feel good about being here.
That's true. It gave me a lot. It was the first kind of success that really made me, kind of more popular, and I learned a lot throughout the whole process. It was also pretty weird actually reaching the goal that I wanted to reach, because I was really, this year I really worked hard in 2018 to win junior Grand Slam. I was really pumped up for Garros. Then there was huge disappointment for me because I lost in semi-final. And I remember how much energy and how much willingness and just motivation I had coming to this tournament, and they really used it properly. So hopefully I'm going to have the same energy here.
We asked the local community here about some inspirational moments that they have, whether it's viewing their child ride the bike for the first time or them in particular. What's a moment in your life that you just found so inspiring, whether it be you or something you saw or an event you saw? What inspired you?
I would say coming to my first junior Grand Slams in 2016. I was 15 and I didn't really know if I'm gonna, belong to the tennis world or not. So I went to French Open, then Wimbledon, and just seeing all these players around, and it felt like the whole world is focusing suddenly on tennis, and I realized that this is the place I want to be in the future, and I'm gonna do anything to get there. So before I didn't really believe that it's possible, but then I realized that maybe it's my place to be.
There's some amazing things that are happening across the road. I don't know if you've taken a look, but Wimbledon have really tried to change what's happening across the street. We have new courts over there. They're bringing qualifying over there in particular. What do you think that's going to make a change for certainly the kids growing up to come here and play qualifying across the street, and the opportunities of that beautiful building across the street now?
I think it's great that everything is going to be in one place, because even when I was playing junior tournament, we played, mostly the qualifyings are in Roehampton, right?
Yeah.
So you still feel like it's not Wimbledon, So it's great that people are going to be able to experience the whole atmosphere a little bit earlier, and it's going to help also to, get more experience.
I think you've inspired a lot of kids, not only in Poland but around the world, to play tennis, and let's hope that you have the success here that you've had in the last 3 or 4 months. So good luck here.
Brilliant, thank you.
I'm here with Hannah Jones from the Earthshot Prize. Good morning to you, Hannah. How are you?
Good morning. Wonderful. Very excited to be here.
Are you a big tennis fan, and have you been here before?
Well, I've never been to Wimbledon. I know, I'm very excited. But my mum was a massive tennis player, and so Wimbledon every year was a ritual for us. So hopefully she's going to be watching today.
Oh, wow, this is amazing. Okay, well, you're going to have the best day, and we'll get to that. Tell us a little bit about what you do, where you've come from, and why you're here today.
Well, I work for the Earthshot Prize, which was founded by the Duke of Cambridge as a means to really galvanize change around the environment. So the Earthshot Prize is an annual award to the most innovative solutions in the world that are focused on trying to solve the world's big problems in oceans, nature, waste, climate change, and clean air. So every year we're discovering these incredible solutions, game-changing innovations around the world, and our goal is to put a spotlight on them to show the world that actually there is hope. there is reason to be optimistic, and we need to get behind these people that are coming up with these incredible solutions and help them to scale as fast as possible so that we can repair our planet in this decade.
Wow, that is amazing and hugely essential, as you say. Wimbledon plays quite a big part in trying to be as environmentally friendly and forward-thinking as possible. It is Environment Day here at Wimbledon. How important is that they make big changes too?
Well, I think this is the decade. All of the science tells us that we as a collective need to radically change our behaviors and adopt sustainable practices in whatever we do, whether it's our personal lives or whether it's through our work or whether it's through these amazing organizations like Wimbledon and through the athletes. So we need to do two things. We need to create change in how we think about our work and how we even think about the design of Wimbledon and how much water's being used. And also, I think the athletes themselves have a message to give to the world, because athletes often have a front view of the environment. You know, to be a great tennis player and to do it on grass, you're relying on water, you're relying on the weather. If you're a skier, you rely on there being snow on the mountains. I've talked to athletes before that have competed in cities around the world where air pollution is an issue and they haven't been able to compete. So it's really important for us all to do this, and so congratulations to Wimbledon on doing your bit in trying to make yourselves more sustainable.
Okay, gosh, I feel empowered. May I ask, well, it's 100 years of centre court, which we're really excited about here this year, of course. Do you have any iconic moments that you can reflect on of tennis you've seen maybe on the TV on centre court?
Well, of course, yes. I mean, all through my childhood, you know, you think about those incredible tennis players, particularly the women. You know, I think when I think back, I think about the role of the women like the Billie Jean Kings and others who fought for women to have equality on the court and off the court. And that really shaped me as a young woman growing up, to watch these incredible tennis players all the way through to Serena, thinking about the role and the role models they've been to us all. And I'm hugely grateful.
Absolutely. Well, have the best day. Enjoy every minute of it. Thank you so much, Hannah.
I'm off to get my strawberries.
Yeah.
Well, delighted to say I'm joined by Dutch player Botic van der Zandschulp, who is through to the third round here at Wimbledon. A good match against Emil Ruusuvuori over on court 18. We'll talk about the match a little bit more after that, but a lot of players, international players who come here to Wimbledon, they say if they're not on centre, they'd like to play on court 18. Why do people like that court so much?
Yeah, I walk with my coach. Every time we walk to Orangi, I said to my coach, it's a pretty nice court to play on. And yeah, I don't know, it's cozy and people are watching from above, and yeah, it's just a really nice court. It's just give you a nice feeling, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good atmosphere. There's a nice buzz there, whether it's full or not.
Yeah.
Your match today against Ruusuvuori, how did it go? How did you feel you played? You won, so a positive smile on your face, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. Had a tough beginning in the match. Didn't start really well. He played well from the beginning. It was a little bit sloppy, didn't move well. Yeah, and I turned it around in the halfway the first, and in the beginning of the second set I turned the match around, and yeah, never looked back anymore to the first set. So.
You've had a great last 12 months, didn't you? You were a qualifier at the US Open, got through to the quarters. You've got to your career high ranking as well, enjoying good results at tour level and at the slams. What's turned around in the last year or so?
Yeah, I grew a lot more confidence, started to believe more in myself after the US Open. I grew physically more. It's easier for me to handle the 5-set matches and to play them in a row as well. So yeah, I think that's changed for the most, yeah.
It's been a good time recently for Dutch tennis. Your countryman Tim van Riethoven, he won a title, didn't he, recently? He's going well at Wimbledon. First time, I think, 2 Dutch players through to this stage at a Grand Slam since 2004. So really, really good for Dutch tennis. What's happened to change things recently?
Yeah, I think we all knew together that we could play really well. And we practice a lot with each other. Me, Van Riethoven, Griekspoor. Yeah, so we have 3 good guys, and yeah, if one make a good result, the other ones are thinking like, yeah, we can do the same, and yeah, I think we're pushing each other to a better level.
Does that make a big difference then, having a bit of a team atmosphere rather than just being out here on your own?
Yeah, I think so. It's maybe a little bit easier when you have some fellow countrymen they're doing well at the moment, and I think that gives you a lot of motivation as the other players.
Thanks, Botic. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you. See you later.
Cheers, bud. See ya.
Do you want to hold it up? There we go. We need to get a good look at this.
So it's got robotic guards. The racket will be a triangular shape. And there's going to be a statue of Rafael Nadal because he's my idol. Emma Raducanu will still be playing in 100 years.
2022 marks the 100th anniversary of Wimbledon's iconic centre court. But what will centre court look like 100 years from now? To find out, we've come to Riversdale School, just down the road from centre court, to ask some of the children to share their vision on what they think is possible. Let's see what they think. So what do you think centre court's going to look like in 100 years?
So I've done so it's got robotic guards, and then every time the person hits it with the racket, it says that person's name on the ball. My drawing is, it has automatic tennis ball shooters where whenever the ball hits the net, it just shoots out another ball. And it has electric tennis rackets that automatically hit the ball.
Oh, so what are the players going to be doing? Are they just standing there?
They're just running at the ball.
That makes it a lot easier.
Yeah.
And what are the people in the crowd going to be doing?
They sit on chairs thrones that get heated up.
And what are they going to be eating and drinking?
We did this barbecue that you just say the stuff you want and then it throws it at you.
So you've got to catch your cheeseburger. Maybe it could come from underneath the seat and then just rise up. Yeah, that would be quite good.
So there's going to be a big building here, and I think the centre court's going to be right here. I don't know if that looks really clear to you, but I think there might be a point counter that shows how much points you have, and I think there's going to be this big building, and there's going to be a statue of Rafael Nadal because he's my idol.
And what have you drawn?
The racket will be a triangular shape instead of circular.
I'm trying to imagine hitting the ball with a triangle. That's going to be really tough.
I added this extra bit where there are balls on the seats. So when they sit down, they collect the ball that was on their seat. They sit down. By the end of the game, they throw it down to the pitch. So congratulate the winner.
And hopefully they don't hit the player.
Yeah.
So I've drawn centre court, but with two tennis courts.
So how's that going to work?
There are going to be 4 players, but they're on 2 different courts.
All within the same stadium?
Yeah.
And do they play exactly at the same time?
Yeah.
So you just watch 2 matches at once if you're in the crowd? That's value for money.
Each side of the tennis court is also half of the Wimbledon colours, but they're also part of the team's colours, so they get dyed the colour of the team players, of which country they're from.
So it's more of a team event rather than a singles draw?
Yeah.
Yeah? So you play for your country?
Yeah.
A bit more like the Olympics then?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. What do you think they'll be wearing?
Really colourful stuff that really brightens it up, so if people at the back and can't really see, because of their costume, they'll know which country.
Is the court going to be all these colours every year, or is it going to change every year?
It can stay the same. They have little green things on the ball, so if you hit it out, then the closest person to the ball will get the ball, because they're this little green things.
Oh, I see. So you don't need ball kids?
Yeah.
You've just got magnets?
Yeah.
That's a good idea. That would save a lot of running, wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. Is that the crowd?
No, that's a bus where all the players have their own compartment where they can get changed in several changing rooms.
So who gets the lucky bus?
The top 20.
What else have you got?
I also think Emma Raducanu will still be playing in 100 years.
Really?
Yeah.
How's she going to do that?
Maybe she has robot body parts, and so her head's the same, but she has robot body parts to help her move around better.
How old will she be then? She'll be 119. She's going to be the oldest player in the draw.
We've both done this one. It was originally his idea, but I liked it, so I kind of...
So you made it a joint project?
Yeah. So the lines have sensors implanted in them.
Oh wow.
So when the ball, if it senses that it's out, then the line will flash up red. And if it senses that it's in, then it'll come up green.
And then for mine, it has an out sign because it's out.
You need to show the crowd that it's out as well, don't you?
So there'll be like a big sign up there, but it only made it up here. So whenever I walk past Wimbledon, I notice that obviously there's quite a lot of security.
Yeah.
So I think in the future maybe we could have like a robot manning the
Security
security.
robots.
So, but he's got like all the things that a police officer would have nowadays.
And how about if he had the voice of Roger Federer or someone like that?
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that would.
There's a chemical. It makes the grass perfect condition to play tennis on, but there's one downside. It makes it more developed.
Is that a downside? I think that could be quite cool. And what the net electrocutes the ball.
Won't touch it.
So you have to be really consistent.
Yeah.
No mistakes.
No mistakes.
And what happens if you miss it out?
Lights will flash red, but if it's in, it will flash green.
One of the other boys had the same idea, so great minds think alike. So much fun. I'm loving some of the ideas, and in particular, I think the sensors for the lines actually makes a lot of sense, and it's not too different to what we have now. So I feel like it wouldn't even take 100 years. It would take probably less than 10 at this point. But yeah, a lot of robots, a lot of robot arms. I wasn't sure about the triangle rackets, but everything else was great.
That was an absolutely fantastic film. So many amazing ideas about the future.
We're going to talk
life.
about what the next 100 years has got.
Absolutely,
our visions for the future in a little bit. But we need some time to discuss that, don't we? And
we could talk about the past, mate, because one of these players you've actually experienced a bit of court time with, mate.
I did play Ricardus Barrancas many moons ago in a match. Thankfully, I didn't have to play Rafa Nadal because I think I know what would have happened in that one. But I did
and you
manage.
beat him by how much?
I didn't know. I didn't manage to beat him. He beat me and went on to much greater things, playing on centre court, and me sat out here. But he's made a decent start, hasn't he, against Rafa Nadal? Obviously, Nadal the huge favourite, but Barrancas started the match well, and here he is serving at 2-1 in the first set. Let's join the commentators.
Actually, the only the dampener came off.
His dampener came off and went on Barrancas' side. He said, do you think maybe we could play that point over?
It's gone a long way.
Very distracting. Incredible moment for him. I don't recall off the top of my head. Has he ever been out here? I don't know. Barrancas? I don't think so. So relax, take deep breaths.
18-30.
Can lift you, can suffocate you as well, I'm sure.
Got a good backhand, well-struck ball there.
30-all.
Barrancas' parents in the back seats there, Gennadius and Yelena.
Nadal was actually playing on his heels quite a bit in the first round. This situation, he's going to dictate a lot of points. So far, he's been playing it pretty conservative, safe, trying to get his feel just right so he can start unloading with those ground strokes. It's a good hold.
Two games all for set.
Well, you can carry on watching that match on all of our global Wimbledon broadcasters, and I'll tell you what, Barrancas is making a proper match of that one. Is not come to get rolled over at all. The sort of performance that was required to beat the man to my left, Adam, just a few years ago.
You just had to turn up to beat me.
But look at that. That almost looks like a postcard, actually. That beautiful shot there.
Like a painting, I think, like an oil painting.
It looks surreal.
I'm thinking of a nice Wordsworth poem, maybe, that could go with it.
I was thinking it was sort of like an Inspector Morse shot. That was like an Oxford in its pomp. Who done it? John Thorpe. What a legend.
What a shot there of the hill. The Pims is flowing, the strawberries and cream is out, the sun is shining. A few clouds overhead, but no real rain clouds. We were worried, weren't we, earlier on, that there was going to be some serious rain. There was some potential for thunderstorms, and I've probably jinxed it now. It's going to rain in about 5 minutes, but it is beautiful here at SW19 at the moment. Just to give you a sense of where we are not too far away from Henman Hill. We can see everyone just sat down there enjoying their afternoon, watching the tennis on the big screen on the side of court number 1. If you haven't been down to Wimbledon, that is where a lot of people who haven't got a ticket for centre court on court number 1 head to if they want to watch those matches. Rafa Nadal on centre court, and it is a split screen, so you can watch what's going on centre, and then they choose one of the other courts as well. So at the moment we're watching a bit of Liam Brodie, who's on court number 3 against Diego Schwartzman. And when people come to Wimbledon for the first time, it is a great place to go and just spend a bit of time relaxing.
It is. And to that point, for me, it's all about the outside courts. If I was actually given a ticket, I would actually rather have a ground pass, because you're not pressured to stay in centre court, court number 1, regardless of the match. You can enjoy whatever courts there might be. You can also watch the wheelchair, the doubles players that perhaps you may not necessarily have heard of, the junior players as well. There's a junior tournament happening. And so for me, that's what it's all about. Or sit on Henman Hill and just drink in this gorgeous sun and watch the wind blow your afro into your eyes.
But that grass there can be quite precious real estate, because when it gets busy for a match with Emma Raducanu yesterday, Andy Murray, back in the day when Henman was playing there, when it was christened Henman Hill, it can be difficult to find a place to, let alone sit down.
And it's also a good spot if potentially history happens. So Andy wins another, Emma wins one. You know, all the news from around the world will cut to the reaction shot on match point of Henman Hill. So a little tip, get yourself in anticipation like a coiled cobra to vault up, so you go, that's me right there, and then you're there in the annals of history.
You give me an idea here. If you had maybe a fake coiled cobra, then you could spread people out and you've got your space. You go and sit down.
Nice.
That'd be a good idea.
I like that a lot.
We'll try that.
So talking about ideas then. So we saw a fantastic film earlier with Laura Robson, former British #1, who was talking to some young people about the future of life, what life would look like in 100 years' time. Arthur, by the way, came up with an awesome idea. Arthur is actually the son of a friend of the executive producer of the show, Sian. She insists on being called the exec. There she is there. Oh, she's making an appearance on camera, apparently. Making an appearance on camera, turning away in fear. But
there she is.
Sian actually plays here at Wimbledon. Fine player. Give it 12 months.
She's got a headset on because she's important.
Yeah, exactly that. Normally got a clipboard. But for yourself, in 100 years' time, what will Wimbledon look like?
I always find these kinds of things really difficult, because if you rewind 100 years from now, what life looked like, that's the kind of changes.
Centre court was just starting here.
Yeah, that's the kind of changes that we're thinking about. I quite like the suggestions about robots and cyborgs and all this kind of thing. I don't know. I wonder. It'll certainly look a lot different to now. I think the way maybe tennis won't change too much, because it's a very traditional sport. But maybe the way we consume it as fans will change. And the way we watch it, we'll be watching it in 3D or headsets, or, there'll be a way for, I'm sounding like I'm going crazy here, but delusions of a madman. But, no, maybe the way that you, for example, VR. Watching in VR. Our show is available in 360, isn't it? And we wouldn't have thought about that even when I started a few years ago. So it shows how quickly technology is moving on. Maybe there'll be a way for you to get a headset. You'll be sat at home in California or
on Henman Hill.
Yeah, and you're on. You can just click a button and go, right, I want to go on Henman Hill, and you're sat on Henman Hill, or I want to go to centre court, sat on centre court.
I'll tell you, here's a question. You mentioned the 360. It's an amazing Vodafone sponsored deal.
I'm copywriting that idea, by the way.
It's officially yours. It's called
mine.
The Adam. You'll enter The Adam. Forget the Matrix. You'll go via The Adam. I'm going to be anywhere. Yeah, oh, nice, nice. I suppose forget Adam and Eve. It's just The Adam. But where was the first ever 360 show, live show, broadcast? When?
You asked me this earlier, told me the answer, and I've already forgotten. So I'm going to guess 5 years ago.
5 years ago, so that'd be 2017.
Yeah.
It's a little bit before then. It was 2011, July, on Blue Peter.
Right.
The very first one, so you could watch it, go onto the website, and then spin all the way around and see how the studio gets created. So, for example, if you wanted to see what Sian actually looks like, aka the exec producer, jump onto the 360 video, then turn, and then you'll see her standing there with a headset, shaking her head, saying, Radzi, get on with what you're supposed to be talking about.
So they were pioneers back then, but now, several years later, you can watch it on the Wimbledon website.
You can, but specifically what's changed is you don't necessarily just have to go on a desktop. It's accessible on your phones. So if you are watching this on YouTube, for example, you can click onto any of the other channels and take our 360 globes, essentially, our balls that are on Orangi, that are on centre court, and actually be almost as though you're there. And so it's pretty impressive stuff.
It is.
I'll go in 100 years' time. I'll love to know what the world record fastest serve will be.
Ooh.
I think it's going to be heading towards the 200-mile-an-hour mark.
Really?
I think it will be. Think about the racket technology. Think about how strong people are going to be then. And just because it'd be cool to go, I've hit a 200-mile-an-hour serve.
Maybe as well the speed of the players around the court and things like that.
Yeah, totally.
I'm just thinking about athletics and the speed at which people run 100 years ago. You'd never have thought the times that they managed to do now. But how much of that is down to the equipment? You're a big athletics guy. You like all that stuff. How much of that is just the shoes they're wearing and the tracks they're running on?
So I think it's a combination of training, understanding of nutrition, understanding of equipment. And I think when it comes to tennis, the equipment also massively counts. Now, one big thing that is needed was also tenacity when it comes to any sport, and Liam Brody has shown that in absolute buckets as he faces the 12th seed, the Argentinian Diego Schwartzman. So we are now in the 5th set, just to give you a flavour of the scores on the doors as things stand. Liam took the first set, lost the second, lost the third, clawed it back in the tiebreak in the 4th, and we're now joining the second game of the 5th set, where Liam is receiving serve.
Schwartzman all of a sudden with problems.
$15. $15. $15.
Footwork there.
30.
Coach on the right-hand side, Dave Samuel. Travelling Liam Brody with his brother Callum as well, who's played a big part to play in his resurgence in recent times. Shirley's up there, his sister, his girlfriend. Loads of familiar, friendly faces urging him on.
40-13.
There they all are. Well, that relentlessness that we talked about as Schwartzman was building a winning run of 11 games on the bounce, just gone missing.
Yeah, it's amazing how he obviously he couldn't keep playing like that, I suppose, but I'm surprised the level has dropped the way it has, because for that period he just didn't look like he could miss.
Advantage, Schwartzman. One game on.
Bit of a rain delay and a delayed start, but we've got players and we have got second round action here on day 3 of Wimbledon 2022.
All set fair this afternoon. The forecast is good. We look forward to uninterrupted play on what should be a terrific afternoon. And the roof is open.
Superb.
Game, set and match. A consummate performance from the world's best player. 6 times a champion. Looking very much the favourite for a 7th here.
I think from my side, overall, really high quality performance, and I'm very pleased. Love you too. Thank you so much.
A brilliant Jules Niemeyer knocks out the second seed. And what a reception then for the world number 11, the British number 1, Emma Raducanu.
Oh, it's too good! There'll be no Wimbledon fairy tale for Emma Raducanu this fortnight. But it's Caroline Garcia who'll go through to the 3rd round.
I really enjoyed to play here on center court. It was my first time and it was very special.
That'll do Norrie. A roar of celebration and relief at coming through this test.
Battled as hard as I could. I wasn't playing my best, and it was a tricky match. And what an unbelievable atmosphere there. Thank you to everyone for coming out. So cool, so great.
Finally, it is the break, the set and the match. And Maria Sakkari into the 3rd round of Wimbledon for just the 3rd time in her career.
That was a tennis masterclass by John Isner.
To play as well as I did against one of our greatest players ever, Andy Murray, was a huge accomplishment for me. He's a massive inspiration to each one of us in the locker room, and we're so lucky to still have him around.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute,
the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Welcome to the Sip Smith Concierge service at Wimbledon.
Your Swancierge at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sip Smith Gin. Swancierge, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up. Yeah, bounce. Yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go. Woo. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me wanna ride with the window down all night.
Let's head down to court number 12, even bigger for this year at the championships. They've added a little bit of seating to make it even bigger. It is a court that you can get on with a ground pass, but it is one of the slightly smaller show courts here at SW19, but it's got a brilliant atmosphere this year with just that little extra number of spectators in there, and they're being treated to a really interesting match, this one. There was an upset brewing. Brandon Nakashima down the other end against Denis Shappavalov, the number 13 seed from Canada. Nakashima winning the first set 6-2, but here's Shappavalov, as you can see there, serving for the set at 5-4 in the second.
More solid now, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, you just get the feeling he came out right out of the blocks trying to play like Superman.
That looked like a Superman shot. It's taken time for it to arrive.
Yeah, even Superman, I suppose, takes a little time to find a phone booth, doesn't he?
Yeah. Three-set points then for the Canadian. Different player.
6 games to 4.
1 sitting.
Look who I have found roaming around the court. Again, it's Ruben Loftus-Cheek. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm really good, and it's so nice to see you here again. You're obviously such a great tennis fan. What is it about this amazing sport that you love so much?
Oh, I played a bit when I was young. Didn't play for a while, and then picked it up again a couple of years ago, and been having a few lessons. So me and my brothers play, and my friends. So yeah, really enjoying it over the past few years.
Quite a different kind of sport, obviously, to football. You don't have that team camaraderie around you. A very different environment to play in, quiet stillness versus like the loud cheering of a fan. How do you feel it would feel being a tennis player in this environment?
Yeah, no, it's interesting because I think the mental game is the biggest difference. I mean, yeah, of course it gets quiet when you play and all the focus is on you, and it's so different if you're a break-up and you have to, or a breakdown, the pressure of getting the technique right and stuff like that. It's fascinating to see. So that's why I love it so much. And just going to go and see Nadal after this, which are holding me up. Well,
I know, no, I'm fully aware of that, so I won't keep you long. What do you think of a great like Nadal? Like, how inspiring is he?
Yeah, it's amazing what he's doing at this age, and the opportunity he has to win all 4 Grand Slams in a year is still there. So if he can do that, that'd be amazing. But I haven't seen Nadal play before. I've seen Federer and Djokovic, so it'd be good to see him. Yeah.
Well, we won't keep you a minute longer. Just quickly, any news for us, for you, your career, staying put, leaving?
No comment.
All right. Have a great day. Thanks so much.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Cheers, man.
Yeah, great to see Ruben Loftus-Cheek here. A lot of sporting superstars make their way down to Wimbledon. A lot of footballers like to come here. With Graham Lasso, Olivia was chatting to. Ruben was here on the first day as well. He loves his tennis.
Was it yourself who said that Graham Lasso is actually a really good player?
He's a member here at Wimbledon as well, likes his tennis. And for footballers, when there isn't a tournament on in the summer, Euros or World Cup, Wimbledon comes at a good time because it's their off-season, and they do like to come down here and watch a bit of the tennis, and vice versa. We've seen Andy Murray. A lot of footballers, a lot of tennis players love playing football. Andy Murray always incorporated that as part of his warm-up before matches, a little bit of five-a-side. To get warmed up, so.
And I have to say, seeing the top shot there, obviously lots of crowds, people looking like ants as they sort of navigate their way through the various courts here. If you ever come here as a member, when it's empty, there still is something special about this place. It doesn't have the fervour, but it's just got that sense of history. And of course, we're celebrating the centenary of Centre Court being on Church Road. But just look how, as soon as the sun comes out on Wimbledon, it's like nowhere else on earth.
That green.
It's the green. And fair play to all the guys who maintain the green, because it's a living, breathing organism, ultimately, the court. And
it's a serious effort. I mean, even this living wall that we've got behind us, I think it was debuted here at the Championships last year. All of the beautiful flowers, the courts themselves, the teams of people, and I mean teams of people that it takes to keep the All England club looking so absolutely beautiful.
Look at that rock-steady shot, by the way.
I'd love to know how they get the plants on there. Because it's hard enough planting things in the ground, let alone horizontal. Do you think they just chuck them?
I spoke to one of the horticultural guys about it, and he said, well, we get to the root of the problem.
Right,
No?
OK.
Oh, I do apologise.
Well, I do wonder. We'll have to chat to Martin Falconer, because he is the...
Do you think they lay it flat and then raise it?
See, you're a thinking man.
But what's pretty impressive is the fact that there is no kind of... The photosynthesis, you're not seeing sort of a lighter green at any point. So they're doing something phenomenally well. It's almost like they've thought it through.
It is brilliant. Every single year we speak to Martin Falconer, who's in charge of all of the flowers and the greenery here at the Championships. We'll have to ask him, how do you get the living wall up there, Martin?
It's a bit of a same question as to how do you have a winning streak that lasts 36 matches? It's one of life's conundrums. Well, over on court one, that question is essentially being answered by Swiatek, who is 36 to the good, having not lost, courtesy of Adam, I found this out, since February. What an unbelievable winning streak that is. Well, Swiatek herself took the first set 6-4, and from her perspective, it's now 2-1. She leads in the second set with her opponent from Holland, Kvitova, returning.
Kvitova serving. 1-2, second set.
Months.
Just drifted onto the line.
15-all.
Got jammed, but held her balance perfectly.
That one held up, thought about crossing, stayed on Świątek's side. Just looked up towards her coach and had a few choice words for Thomas and the rest of the team. Oh, that's a good one.
Kvitova did not hit that backhand with enough pace or depth. And Świątek a lifeline again. See, that extreme grip was tough for Świątek to get under that second to last forehand.
Game. Patinama Kvitova. Two games all, second set.
I think it's time for a little game, a little competition. My juices are flowing that I'm going to win. No, we are here at the IBM Experience. It is Patak time. Just explain quickly, Rachel, what that is.
I mean, it's what's behind us here, and you have to... It's basically a reaction test. So we have 30 seconds on the clock to react as quickly as possible when the lights light up. And obviously, in true singles fashion, because singles is very much still underway here at the championships. I know doubles has started, but we're going to go against each other in some friendly, not so friendly competition. I say that because before we went on camera, Olivia was like, oh, right, I'm not going to go first. Can I need a number to beat? I was like, no, you can go first.
Look, it's a problem. I have a very competitive spirit, but I'm also bad. So it's quite an interesting juxtaposition. I don't win things. You hold this, I'm going.
Right, she's going first. So 30 seconds goes on the clock on this little Batax Pro.
I'm the right clothing for it. That's my out already. And my hair's loose, so like... Have you
seen the trainers on this? Here. She's ready, raring to go. Any tips?
Be ready.
Be ready.
Yeah. Wait a second.
3, 2, go.
Go, top right.
Top right. This is starting really well. This is starting really well. Right.
Top left.
I don't think you're allowed to tell her. This is unfair advantage here. I mean, yeah, we're going really. We're gonna play ourselves into this as the tennis stars do. We're playing ourselves into the Batax tournament. You've got 9 seconds left on the clock. Come on, girl. 3, 2, 1. Yes! 17 in 30 seconds. Are you happy with that?
I'm thrilled. I genuinely thought I'd get 10. And I was going for 10. 120 is the record, right? In 60 seconds. So 60 is the record in, sorry, just seeing someone, a friend of mine. Right, you're up. Go on, Rachel.
I'm up.
Now,
now I'm actually really nervous.
No, Rachel is super athletic, you can just tell. Look at her squat position, ready to go. Oh, she's already on it. She's already beating me. Oh, God, I've lost. I feel it already, I've lost. She's quick, look at her. She's like a tiny jumping Jack Russell and she's just, sorry. You're phenomenal. You're Lewis Hamilton, you're Jensen Button. Oh, more tennis players. You're so good at this.
So competitive.
25.
25? What did I get?
17.
Oh, what? I got 27.
Well, guys, this was fun. Olivia and I took it on, and who came out on top?
You did. I always come on the bottom. Always.
But it was fun, right?
Done.
You guys want to come down here? This is where it's happening.
All I will say is, regardless of what Rachel says or does, she's extremely competitive. We did the
Really?
Batak in the museum last year, and it was very close, especially given that I'm 8 inches taller than her. And that's an advantage in that game.
We were just talking about technique. What's the way to do it? You get a bit confused when there's a lot in the middle and then one throws you on one side. That's what tricks me.
There's a happy middle ground where you can't be too close, so that you can't see
yeah.
your peripheral, but not too far back that you're forgoing the time of having the lunge and then the fatigue of the lunge as well. It's got to be thought through.
And you also can't keep trying one after the other because then the fatigue sets in.
Unless you're as fit as a butcher's dog, like Leighton Hewitt or Dan Evans. Dan will just keep on going and get better and better and better. I think it's safe to say. Should we give it a go at some point this week?
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
And if you are popping down to Wimbledon, definitely worth checking out. See how quick you can do it.
See
It's
if you
not
can
as
beat
easy
Olivia.
as it looks. I've done it before, and that was the one thing I came away from. I thought, oh, surely easy. You just go bang, 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 bang. But you're right, you can be too close, too far away.
Yes.
And you think you've got it, and then you're like, where is it? And it's down there.
And then there's banter going on as well. And when you've got a camera recording you, it adds a lot of pressure.
Can you deal with the pressure?
Can you take it?
That's the question.
Can't take the heat.
Can you deal with the pressure of centre court?
Oh.
We can't, but...
Fortunately, we know somebody who can. He might just be the greatest of all time. Let's head over there and find out how things are developing and enveloping Rafa Nadal. The number 2 seed here won the first frame 6-4. And they're currently taking the rest ahead of the second set. And once again, he just looks cool, calm and collected.
Yes. Although, I think if you were Ricardus Barrancas, you'd be probably pretty happy with... I mean, I know he's lost the first set, but people were really picking Nadal as the heavy favourite in this one, given how successful he's been on centre court and particularly recently having won Roland Garros. So I think Barrancas will be pleased with his work in that first set, the fact that he managed to get 4 games and at least settle into this match. He'll be hoping to take the positives from that first set into the second, perhaps cause Nadal, the Spaniard, a little bit more trouble. But let's settle in and enjoy the first game of this second set with Rafa set to serve.
Pitching low. Very low. Love.
Well, a set about wide to close it out. Racing through that game as much as Nadal does race through any game.
First game, second set.
Well, after Nadal won the first set 6-4, he won his first service game of the second set, looking very comfortable out on centre court. We're now going to head over to Olivia, who is with somebody incredibly important.
I'm here with Nick, the chief steward. What an honour and a role that is. Tell me all about what that title means.
Well, it is a big honour, actually. I've been the chief steward since 2013, the year that Andy Murray won the championship, so it was a big year then. It was a good year for me as well. And I've been stewarding since 2000, so about 20 years now. Started on the queue in the old days when there were 2 queues, and slowly got around to working on the gates and then inside the grounds, and yeah, now I'm looking after our association.
Why would someone want to be a steward? What drew you to the role?
I think it's general sort of interaction with the public. You know, that's what we're after, is to make sure people have a great day at Wimbledon, and we're looking for outgoing people to join our group to give everybody a great day.
So what does the role of a steward entail? What are the hours? What are the kind of duties?
Long hours, very, very long hours. You know, you eat, sleep, breathe Wimbledon for 2 weeks of the year. It's good though, because the group is a group that comes back year in, year out. We like to start day 1 as though it's day 14 from the previous year, so we hit the ground running. The stewards are all well prepared and well briefed up, being trained. We don't normally have many new stewards in the team because generally there's not that many people leave or retire. But over the last 3 years we haven't had a championship, so we had a COVID championship. So this year we've got 45 new stewards within our team of 200. And yeah, they'll get well trained, and then we throw them out on the queue and get them some experience down there, welcoming the non-ticket holders through, and then slowly get towards the ground.
Now, you had a badge that says honorary steward. What's an honorary steward versus a nighttime steward? Like, what are all the different kind of roles within the stewards team?
Yeah, well, the volunteers are the honorary stewards, so we all come back year in, year out. We don't get paid. We do get some expenses just to cover our mileage and staying locally and things. And then we have a team of fantastic day and night stewards who work with us, generally students, but they support the team, and they're paid to get a great holiday job and work at the most fantastic sporting event in the world.
Absolutely. Tell us a bit about some of your team. Like, some people must have been here for a long, long time, risen through the ranks, as it were. Are there any family partnerships? Tell us about some of the people in your team.
Certainly we've got family partnerships. We've got, I think, 3 generations, in fact, who've come through here. So over the years, we've got stewards who've done 5, 10, 15, 25 years or whatever. Probably some of them have started as London Fire Brigade stewards or from the military, and then when they've retired from either of those 2 groups, they then come and join the honorary stewards and become part of a great team.
And what is one of the kind of strangest tasks or roles you've had to perform as a steward that might not necessarily be the norm?
Well, I think, you have to deal with some quite difficult situations, particularly, during on the queue overnight. You do have to, placate some people and keep an eye out for drinking and those sort of things. And we get some very interesting groups that come through the queue. I can always remember the Australians that come and supported Leighton Hewitt. They always turned up in the Australian t-shirts, and they were always very raucous, but they were so well behaved on court when they got in there in a big group. So yeah.
Well, you do a fabulous job, as do your team. Thank you for chatting to us, Nick.
No problem. Thank you.
Well, they say good things come to those who wait, and we've had to wait all of about an hour and 35 minutes. There's been light drizzle, you might call it, but it is now nice and dry. The court is dry too, and we are ready.
I don't know if the rain has got into the scoreboard at the far end, but it's not operating at the moment. There we are. Has nothing to say.
Clinical start to the game as Oohs and Ahs, one of Peniston's team, dropped that one.
It's not going to live that one down.
Staggered, but didn't go down. He just might have hit his backside.
Should have done it really gently.
She's got 4 different bottles of drink that she can drink from.
Oh, now she'll challenge that. See, that one was going across and onto the line.
I agree.
So I still reckon it was out. What do you think? No cheating?
I'm going to go with in.
I'm going
Let's
without.
make it interesting.
You owe me £10.
We didn't say what we were betting.
Oh, nearly made it. That would have been something special.
That caught in the crowd.
That was a really good catch. He was alert.
Let's go down to court number 3 because there will be a huge cheer from the British fans inside 3 and on the hill here if Liam Brodie can close this out against Diego Schwartzman. It's been a brilliant match. This one, it's seesawed one way and then the other. And it would be an opportunity for Brodie to record one of the biggest wins of his career over the number 12 seed from Argentina. Schwartzman hits the ball into the net, and you can see just how much that means to Liam Brodie. He's really engaged the crowd on court 3 in this one, and they've supported him all the way. He drops his racket and heads up to the net to shake hands with Schwartzman. And we were saying prior to this match coming out, weren't we, that he's a real fan's favourite, Liam Brodie. The fans love him here. He's great on social media, a lot of back and forth with Andy Murray. And previously here at Wimbledon, he's been a bit unlucky with the draws. He's often drawn seeded players or players who are really, really good on grass in the first round, but he's made good use of his opportunity here, got through the first round match. A lot of people were saying he could trouble Diego Schwartzman with his grass court game, and it's proved to be the case today.
Absolutely right. And you mentioned, obviously, seeds there. Schwartzman himself is the number 12 seed, and you mentioned the metaphor seesaw, the perfect analogy. So Brodie won the first set 6-2, lost the next set 4-6, lost the third set, love 6. It was nip and tuck all the way in the fourth, winning that 7-6, and then dominated in the fifth 6-1. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And he's a real character as well. You mentioned social media. He loves the banter.
Yes,
he's got a real personality, and he's great for the sport.
Particularly with Andy Murray, yes. If you haven't followed them on Instagram or Twitter, they're well worth a follow because they're always playing practical jokes on each other, winding each other up.
And also, not many people can pull off the bandana, the old-school Agassi Borg bandana. You've got to bring a lot of personality to the equation to do that, and he's done it in spades. And that is the beard combination as well.
Yes,
Kudos.
big fan of the beard. Also a tennis family, of course, his sister Naomi, playing here at Wimbledon. We'll be chatting to her throughout the championships on Wimbledon Uncovered. Great success for Liam Brodie, who works really, really hard on his game over the last few years to try to enjoy some success at this level. Here he is after that 5-set victory, speaking in the interview to Carthy.
Liam, congratulations into the third round of a Grand Slam for the first time. You nearly ran off there. Yeah. How big is that win?
Yeah, it was easy, wasn't it? It was... yeah. I had everyone fooled at 2-1, a breakdown in the fourth, but no, it's an amazing feeling. I mean, you know, I thought I was coming off court, having gone down in the second round for the third time, but I mean, you guys were amazing out here today. It was incredible, so thank you.
Diego won 11 games in a row in the middle of that. That's 6 love sets. Well, how did you turn it around?
I actually changed the tactics out there a little bit. I started to try and play really heavily into his forehand a little bit more. I mean, he was dominating with his backhand. He's done that against Rafa on the clay, so I mean, he can do that against Liam Brodie. So yeah, quick change of the tactics, and like I said, you know, sometimes I struggle a little bit to put the ball in the court, but my heart's always there, and with everyone out here today, it was incredible, and there was no way of giving up.
We know your heart's always there. You can tell the appreciation. We know your heart's always there. There were relentless rallies in there. It was almost like survival of the fittest. Yeah. You've only played 2 5-set matches before, though. One of those was quite recently.
Yeah. I mean,
what were you thinking during that
I came in today a little bit scared because I knew it was going to hurt. Obviously, Diego's one of the fittest guys on tour. First round, I think, was a 5-setter, almost 4 hours, and then the doubles with Jay yesterday, again, was another 3 hours. So coming into it, I wasn't feeling that comfortable on my legs. But once you're out here, the adrenaline takes hold and you forget everything. And I mean, like I said, it was an opportunity to go away when I was 6-love, 3-love down in those third and fourth sets, but hung in there and I mean, biggest win of my career.
Absolutely, and there are cues all the way around here. Cues around every single entrance trying to get into court 3. How much are you enjoying this applause, this appreciation, and just the atmosphere of playing out here and being in the third round?
Yeah, I've actually had a couple of wins out here on court 3, so I'm starting to enjoy it a little bit. But I mean, I had the driver today on the way here say, "Oh, is it scary practicing when you have so many people watching?" I said, "It's a lot scarier playing a match when there's even more people watching." But, you know, once you get stuck into the match, that's the only thing that matters. And it probably helped a little bit to be feeling a little bit tired. It kind of took the nerves away a little bit, so, yeah.
It was a brilliant performance. Liam Brodie, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen.
Today for Alina Rybakina as she beats Bianca Andreescu. What a great win for you, and in straight sets. How do you feel about that win today?
Yes, it was a tough match, but I'm very happy that I won today because actually I didn't start this grass season so well. I didn't have time to prepare, I was sick, so it was not easy, but I'm happy that I managed to win today.
Yeah, you only had the one win on grass, so coming into Wimbledon, how are your nerves? How is your confidence coming here to this tournament?
Of course, if you don't prepare well and you didn't win a lot of matches, you are not so confident, but with every match I feel better and my serve was good, so I'm really looking forward for the next match and hopefully I'm going to play well.
Your serve was great against Coco Vandeweghe in the first round too, 16 aces I think, and against Bianca it was also working. Is that a stroke for you? If it's working, you feel like the rest of your game is falling into place?
Yes, of course, if I serve well, it's just a big advantage for me because this is my weapon. So first match I served really well, and Coco also, we were playing like every point. I mean, it was tough, and today also I got a bit nervous when I was up on my serve, but overall I think it was a good match.
You made the fourth round here, I think, last year, and now you're into the third round here. What's special for you? What do you think works with your game and Wimbledon?
I play really aggressive, so the grass suits me well. It's just for me a question of how I feel, how I prepared. This year was not easy, as I said, too many small injuries. I was sick, so not easy, but this week I'm playing well, so we see how it's going to go.
Okay, so you go from Vandeweghe, Andreescu, and now you've got Qinwen Zhang, the young Chinese player that a lot of people are talking about. What do you know of her game, and how are you going to approach that match?
We never played against each other, but I know she's very dangerous. She's playing aggressive, and we actually practiced on clay a few times. So more or less I know her game, and for sure I'm going to focus on my serve and talk with my coach about the tactic, but grass is very special surface, so you just need to be very focused for the first few shots since we both playing really aggressive.
Elena, you've shown you can beat anyone on the WTA, and if grass suits your game so well and your serve is working, do you feel like this could be a tournament where you have a big breakthrough at a Grand Slam?
Who knows? I don't want to look far away, especially I just need to focus on every match and keep improving.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, we're down on court number 2 now. Players are on court, just begun in this one. Kirsten Flipkins in your picture. playing in her final Wimbledon. She's retiring after this tournament in the first game against former champion Simona Halep. Two greatly experienced players. Be interesting to see how Halep gets on here at the championship. She's working with a new coach, Petra Kvitova. Of course, former coach to Serena Williams, had so much success with Serena. So let's settle in for this first game and join the commentators.
As Annabelle mentioned, a semi-finalist here before. Lost to Marion Bartley, didn't she, that year when she made the last four? Did Flipkens. Wonderful run, best run at a major of her career.
I sort of feel with this match that Halep is going to rush
14.
Flipkens and have too much. Even though she's not the biggest ball striker on the tour, it's a very clean strike, and she'll probably get an early hit in. Pull Flipkens off balance.
That is a fine pass to secure an early break for the former world #1.
First game.
Yeah, I think if Flipkens is going to come forward on serve and volleys like that, she's going to have to make sure the accuracy on that.
Three, where it is a battle of two Americans. The man in your picture there, Maxime Cressy, which isn't a particularly American name, is it? But
well, I think he actually was born in France.
Yes.
So I think he comes to America by way of Paris.
Wow, okay. World traveller. Le je ne sais quoi. Core number 3. He's had a good performance on the grass courts here so far this year in the UK. Made the final in Eastbourne, lost to Taylor Fritz in the final there. And you can see earlier on when they were showing his stats, is 6'6", so no surprises where his success comes from a big serve, big ground strokes, and he recorded a huge upset in that first round against Felix Auger-Aliassime, 6-7, 6-4, 7-6, 7-6. So he loves a tie break, Maxime Cressy, against Jack Sock, who is slowly making his way back to the level he was at earlier on in his career. When he was comfortably inside the top 20, really one of the next big things in American tennis, struggled with injuries and various other problems that kept him away from the game for a while. Had great success in doubles. He's a former doubles champion here at Wimbledon. Won the doubles title with Vasek Pospisil a few years ago, so he's a good volleyer. And you can see there, he's won 4 titles on tour. Still outside the top 100. He had to come through qualifying, wasn't the benefit of a wild card. So he's had to work really, really hard to get to this stage. A former world top 10 player, number 8 in the world back in 2017. So hats off to him for not giving up and keeping going.
And that tenacity is really telling, especially when you mention doubles and singles. I was thinking of Isner, Kyrgios, to name a couple of guys who've kind of gone singles and dubs. You don't often see that very often. Now, back in the day, you know, when I grew up playing a little bit of tennis, it often was a bit of fun. You'd see guys entering doubles who could be top 10 players. You almost get a lot more doubles specialists now. So what is it about him that you think he's managed to make that transition?
Well, as I said, he's a good volleyer. And it depends on the player. Some players like playing doubles, particularly at the Grand Slams, because they feel like it keeps them in tune throughout the tournament, because the massive difference between Grand Slams and a regular week on tour, normal tournaments on the ATP and WTA tour are only a week long, so you're playing every day. If you make it to the final, you'll start maybe on the Monday or the Tuesday, and then you'll be playing every day until the final. Whereas at Grand Slams, as we know, unless there's rain delays, you've got a match, then a day off, then a match, then a day off. And some players don't like that. It makes a difference, perhaps so much on the men's side, because they've got 5-set matches, so sometimes they'll want a day off if they've had an epic 5-setter. But you often speak to players who, well, I like to play doubles or maybe a mixed doubles match on the day off just to keep me in tune. I'd rather do that than go and practice at a rangi. So each to their own, but you do find at Grand Slams the singles players are a little bit more willing to play doubles.
I find it really interesting how people manage their years and what they possibly peak for. And we can see that it's an all-American affair here. And in America specifically, a very different entry route possibly to the professional game. In the UK, we're lucky to have the LTA, which supports many of the potential up-and-coming juniors, possibly some come via universities, but even the British guys like Cam Norrie have gone via the American university route. Off air, we were talking about the likes of Texas, California, Florida, all providing fantastic opportunities and platforms for guys to potentially take their game to the next level.
Yes, yes, and also international players as well. There's a lot of British players and players from around the world who played college tennis in America, and it is now, I think the way has been paved by many top players in the past. John Isner was a great example last night, played 4 years at the University of Georgia and then has gone on to have an absolutely brilliant professional career. So it is now a legitimate route to the ATP and the WTA Tour to come through college tennis.
I'm mesmerised he didn't become a basketball player. You'd think 6'10", you'd go, you know what?
Well, that's probably short for basketball, isn't it? They're all 7 foot now.
They're big boys. They are big.
They look at John Isner and say, look at you, you little...
They look at John Isner, how he looks at me.
He's tiny. Yeah, OK, let's join the commentators. Maxime Cressy to serve first in this one against Jack Sock. Should be a really interesting match.
Minor amusement to start. So here we go. How long is this one going to run?
15 love.
Straight in, no messing.
And he'll be looking to target that backhand wing of Sox. That's the slightly weaker side. That's the side that he will take a lot of time away from, if he can. It's a nice stuck volley, that one.
Love.
How's that for a second serve?
Yeah, he'll roll the dice. There's no question about that. On average, he's probably one of the highest as far as double faults per match, but he'll back himself. He's going to be making enough of them and just cause problems for the returner.
I hadn't noticed actually in previous matches. As a spectator, it can be a slightly irritating idiosyncrasy that he only wants to get the ball from the ball boy on the right-hand court.
Game Cressy. First game.
What a gorgeous afternoon. The sun is shining. We've camped out on the hill. Rachel, I'd love to know, what's been a highlight for you on the court and off the court today?
Well, on the court, you've got to go in centre, haven't you? Katie Boulter up against the finalist from last year, Karolina Pliskova. It was a big occasion for her, only her second time ever on centre court. So it's a big moment, isn't it, for any Brit, any tennis fan, they want to be on there. And she came out firing. She took the first set, lost in the second, didn't really know which way it was going to go, and then she won in the third set and had a really emotional interview on centre court, saying what it meant to her and her family. They're going through a bit of a tough time at the moment. So for her to go through to the third round against Harmony Tan as well, we know her story, against Serena in the first round. So that's going to be great. And, you know, it's great to see another Brit progressing through, especially after Emma and Andy went out yesterday.
Absolutely. I think mine has to be Kyrgios, he's just one of those characters in the game that you want to see progress because you don't know what you're going to get. Even in his press conference, a bit of bite. Straight sets, beautiful. Look forward to seeing what happens there. And then what about off the court? Loads going on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get to go around as much as you do nowadays. You kind of talk to everybody, and that's really disappointing because I love talking to the fans. But earlier on, I caught up with the head gardener here, Martin Faulkner. I've been coming here since, like, 2015 maybe working, and he always gives me some beautiful flowers for my garden every year. So I was like, Martin, have we got any more this year? Because there's usually a charity sale. But because COVID year last year, that wasn't to be. So yeah, he kind of was giving some away. So my garden looks delightful thanks to Martin, although I do need to go home and water them. Yeah.
And dye them again.
And dye them
re-dye
again.
them.
What was your highlight off the court?
Well, as you say, we've done some good stuff today, but I think my highlight was speaking to the campers. I have learned some serious tips and tricks on how to get ahead and get those golden centre court tickets. It's all strategic. You don't just go in every day. Oh, no, no. You plan your day. Yeah, I know. It's good advice. It's great advice. I'm not giving any more away. Well, you know what? With that, the crowd's in good form. Should we have a bit of tennis? A bit of relaxation?
Well, tennis relaxation. And what have we got here? Obviously, if you're here, we're going to have some strawberries on the hill to end a beautiful day for. Should we go cheers?
Cheers.
Cheers, love.
Oh, that's a fabulous backhand. Wonderful short angle to find the sideline.
15 touches.
Oh, it's a rally that had a little bit of everything. Well, what a recovery from Ryan Peniston, and that's got the crowd going.
Oh, my word. We've had to wait a while, but that was sensational. Fantastic.
Superb. Reflexes, anticipation, and a couple of good dings too.
40-30.
Oh, yes. Fabulous.
He was going the wrong way, had to completely change, and still got there and execute like that.
Even for a guy that's won as much as he has, that's got to feel good. Oh, glorious pass from Casper Ruud.
Hitting the line at least twice in the point.
Advantage Ruud.
Oh yes, best rally of the match so far.
Beautiful touch on the drop shot from Lynette.
Advantage Lynette.
Oh, this is becoming an exhibition of how to hit the pass.
The Italians loving that.
Oh, he's found the angle.
Decent volley from Isner, but look at this on the run. Classic Murray.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Welcome to the Sipsmith Swansea service at Wimbledon. Your Swansea at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sipsmith Gin. Swansea, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up. Yeah, bounce. Yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go. Woo. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me wanna ride with the window down all night.
It might be a long wait, but there is plenty to do along the way. Welcome along to Around the Ground with Amex. The championships are back, and so too is the famous queue. People come from all over the world to join this iconic line, soak up the unique atmosphere and tick it off their bucket list. Lovely to see you here in the queue. Where have you travelled from today?
From Chicago. I've come from India.
I am from Japan. It's so hard to get tickets every year, like even through the ballot. So it's nice to know that there's always a way to go to Wimbledon.
People are so excited, even though it's 5 in the morning, and people are popping champagne.
Come early and come rested, because you won't get much sleep.
Hello all. Listen, I want to know your top tips for getting the most out of the queue.
Good company. A jacket.
Food.
I'd say bring a blanket.
Bottle of Prosecco.
And to keep you entertained whilst you're waiting in the queue, you can pick up an American Express radio and one of these, a queue survival kit. Is this a bit of a bucket list moment for you all?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're over the moon that we actually get to do this.
I have got to get to Wimbledon in this lifetime.
All right, we have found a beautiful couple here today who are here. A big day out for you guys. First time on centre court. How was it?
Amazing.
Tell me, who did you see? And tell us your names, by the way.
So I'm Sally.
My name's Ollie. Yep.
Hi.
So we saw Nadal and we saw Katie win earlier, which was fantastic.
Oh my God, amazing. And in the past, you've kind of done the ground pass thing, and now you've got actual centre court tickets?
I know, it's the first time. So we normally queue overnight, we camp out, and today's the first day I've had tickets.
So this is my first time. I've never ground passed or anything. So yeah, first time at Wimbledon. Really, really lucky.
Welcome. Well, with that in mind, let's do a quiz. I'm going to ask you quick fire questions.
Yep.
And I just want instinct, reaction. Don't overthink it. It's easy. And let's see if you two are in sync. See, 4 years of love. Let's see if we can rip it up right now. No joking. Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Grass court or clay?
Grass.
Henman Hill or Murray Mound?
Henman Hill.
Take the tube or double-decker bus?
Tube.
Bus.
You can answer too, by the way. Yeah, you're part of this game. So far, she's winning. Wine, champagne?
Wine.
Novak Djokovic or Rafael Nadal?
Nadal.
Singles or doubles?
Singles.
Favourite Murray? Andy, Jamie or Judy?
Andy.
Judy.
Strawberries and cream or fish and chips?
Strawberries and cream.
Tennis live or TV?
Live.
TV.
Big serve, clever volley?
Clever volley.
Volley, yeah.
Underarm serve or overhead smash?
Overhead smash.
Summer or winter?
Summer.
Winter. I'm just going the opposites now.
Beach or mountain?
Beach.
Monday or Friday?
Friday.
Friday, yeah.
Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday.
Oh, nice. Ice cream or Pims?
Ice cream.
Ooh, oh, gosh.
She's on the way for Pims.
Pims.
Pims, there we go, Pims.
Play tennis or watch tennis?
Play tennis.
Beach towel or tea towel?
Beach towel.
Beach towel.
Cake or crisps?
Crisps.
Venus or Serena?
Serena.
Venus.
Night in or night out?
Night out.
Dog or cat?
Dog.
Lager or craft beer?
Craft
Lager.
beer.
Beatles or the Rolling Stones?
Beatles.
Rolling Stones.
Billie Eilish or Adele?
Adele.
I'm done. You?
Yeah,
Yes.
we're good.
Team time.
All right. Well,
Do
you.
you know what? There's actually a lot of answers.
That was hard.
I think you did really. You're very good at this.
Quick.
Not so good, me.
Well, you just pause a bit and overthink it, but I thought your reaction was excellent. Well done. I think you've earned a Pims. Off you go, you two. Thank you so much.
Cheers, see you
Bye-bye.
later.
We are 4 days into the Championships 2022. Let's talk about some of the big storylines here with Ben Rothenberg of Racket Magazine. What are a couple of those storylines that you guys have been following in the press room?
Well, I think the big storyline, especially from an American perspective, was Serena Williams coming back and playing for the first time in a year. There's a lot of anticipation, wild possibilities. We had no idea what to expect really from Serena in this match, and there was some good and some bad to process as we watched her. A lot of her game was good. I think her movement actually was better than I expected. A lot of parts of her game weren't totally rust-free, but she had a tough time in some pressure moments in that match. I mean, she was up a break in the first, up a break in the third, couldn't get it done, up 4-love in that final super tie break that she played at 6-all, and just couldn't get it done. So there were some things to like, some things to not like so much, but Serena, just her charisma and her ability to captivate a tournament and the drama that she brings on court, that was really what was missing. Remembered quickly all the drama, all the sort of, body language and putting her whole self into a match. That was pretty cool to see again. We didn't know if we'd ever see it again, so seeing it again at Wimbledon was a real treat.
And what was the discussion with Serena after? Do we feel like we're going to see her later this year, back at Wimbledon next year?
I definitely think later this year. I think that she sounded pretty optimistic about the US Open. She said she was ready for it, felt motivated to get back on the practice court, and some things were positive in that direction. Wimbledon next year, I don't know. I don't know what her 2023 is. A bunch of questions were framed that way, especially from British reporters who were often very Wimbledon focused in their questions. What about Wimbledon next year? She doesn't know. But at least US Open, I think she's on good track for here.
Okay, so beyond Serena, we've seen some losses for the home hopes, right? Andy Murray went out yesterday, Emma Raducanu. There's been a few upsets within these, both the men's and women's singles draws.
Yeah, it's pretty cool for British tennis to get two Grand Slam champions from their country on the same order of play at center court. It hadn't happened since the 30s, I was told, apparently, before this week, to have two British champions playing on the same day on center court, Slam champs. So it did not go well, obviously. The second time they reunited this week with Emma losing to Caroline Garcia and Murray losing to Isner. Those are not bad losses, either of them, really. And I think especially for Raducanu, I think the expectations were very measured in a lot of ways for her. I mean, what she's done, she's still so new to being a professional tennis player. People have to remember, what she did last year was remarkable and insane in this really lightning in a bottle tournament she had in New York. But just sort of seeming to be okay with it, sort of emotionally, pressure-wise. Remember how she exited here last year, really sort of feeling the pressure and getting the moment, letting the moment get to her in a lot of ways. This time she didn't have that. She was upbeat when she was in her press conference afterwards. It was nice to see, answered a question in Mandarin, which was unexpected, and just seemed generally very positive and also sort of defiant in her own way about, like, I've already won a slam, like, I feel good about myself, I'm 19, like, you guys are putting the pressure on, but I feel very secure in myself, and so that was good to see. And then with Murray just running into John Isner on a really good day for John Isner.
Who played really well.
I mean, Isner had only broken Murray once in their previous 8 meetings, and this time he broke him, I think, 2 or 3 times in this match here, and just served incredibly well. Was serving over 80% for all that match. You're not going to beat John Isner when he's serving over 80%. It's just not in the cards. So rough break for Murray in a lot of ways, and he's frustrated, but he also knows that he can do better, and he's someone else who I think, like Serena, is energized to keep going forward. Who knows for how long that energy and that will stays, but for right now, there's a sense of just frustration, knowing he can do better, knowing there's more in him, and he always likes the American hard court, so I'm sure he's motivated and ready for this next stretch of the season.
Yeah, Murray was much more open about being open to the possibility of more tennis, U.S. Open, Australian Open, etc. Okay, so thinking ahead, not for Andy Murray, but for the rest of this tournament, we've got some good matchups coming up, don't we?
Yeah, it really feels like some of the stars are starting to align in the third round. There hadn't been too many blockbuster matches to circle, honestly, in the first rounds of this tournament. But next round we have a couple. The big one being on the men's side, Stefanos Tsitsipas, number 4, against Nick Kyrgios, who's obviously the ultimate sort of wild card, not literally in the entry sense anymore with his current ranking, but just never know what to expect from him. And he's playing really well, dusted off the Queen's Club runner-up, Filip Krajinovic, with ease today, losing only 6 games. So he's in really, really good form. He beat Tsitsipas actually in Halle a couple weeks ago, so he's feeling confident going into that match, and that's a very open quarter of the draw. That's the quarter of the draw that Berrettini had to pull out of, and so there feels like a lot of opportunity. In some ways, that's almost a de facto quarterfinal. In some ways, it feels like that Kyrgios Tsitsipas match, depending on how some other results go. So that's a big one to watch. And then the women's side, we have Petra Kvitova, who's having resurgent form, winning Eastbourne. She's won this tournament twice. People, very popular, sort of sentimental favorite for a lot of people here. She's playing Paula Badosa, number 4 seed, I believe, in the third round as well. And that's another big moment for the tournament. And so it's cool to see those stars sort of aligning and having, the third round is always when the seeds start to face each other, right? So sometimes it's when a lot of the household names beyond just the dangerous floaters like your Serenas and your Murrays really finally start butting heads, and it should be fun to watch.
Okay, very excited for those matchups. What's one story or 2 stories for you in the press room that maybe haven't gone mainstream, or things in your conversations that you had with players or coaches that have caught your eyes and your ears?
I think there's just a lot of good stories just from I was at qualifying last week, and so seeing a lot of those players come through and do well, and even some lower ranked players too who got the chance to be in the draw maybe unexpectedly this year because of the rules and different pullouts and things that happened. Like Harmony Tan, for example, who beat Serena, having her back it up in her next win, beating Sarah Sribes today, that's a surprising consolidation for her. And so her coming through and getting those sort of stories. Maja Czwalinska, who is a Polish player who won her first match, came through qualifying after having some time off with depression and coming back from that. Speaking of mental health in the sport, she's a close friend of Iga Swiatek's. There's a few different, lots of little stories. It's an absolute like deluge waterfall of stories that come out of the first few days of a Grand Slam. You're just trying to hold your little paper cup up to and try to catch as many as possible. And it's been fun to watch. And it always delivers that way, and Wimbledon still has that magic to it all the time.
All right, well, thank you for filling our cup with some of that knowledge, Ben. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, great to hear from Ben Rothenberg there speaking to Nick, and that is the scene above the All England Club at the moment, turning into an absolutely beautiful evening in this corner of southwest London. Blue skies, a few clouds overhead, but it's very, very pleasant here at the moment. A light breeze as we look back over into central London, the famous skyline of the city as the tennis continues here at SW19. Let's hear from one of the big winners on the day, kept the British fans happy after a difficult day yesterday with Raducanu and Murray losing. Katie Boulter, a big upset, beating Karolina Pliskova after losing that first set 6-3. She fought back, won the second on a tiebreak, and then won the third 6-4. And here she is speaking in her press conference.
Yeah, it was a very, very tough match for me for many aspects. I'm super proud of myself for getting through today against a player like that, having already played her last week. I also had expectations going out there, and I managed to control my emotions very well and played a really good match, and ultimately it came down to the wire, and I think I stayed really strong in the tough moments, and I think that's why I got the win today.
Hi Casey, Will Ryder for Kent Live. Congratulations on an incredible performance and incredibly emotional scenes at the end. I think Mary Berry was in tears in the Royal Box. I know it's only been a short time since the match finished, but how are you feeling, and can you now dare to dream about going all the way?
Yeah, I'm going to take one step at a time, of course. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I know I've put the work in to win some rounds here, and I just hope that I can keep that going and keep the momentum going. And I just look forward to going out there and enjoying myself and having a smile on my face. And I don't think it gets any better than playing on centre court and getting my first win on there. Ultimately, that's going to give me a lot of energy going through to, many more rounds and hopefully many more tournaments.
Katie, Mike Dixon, Mail. Were you a bit surprised to be playing indoors, given that the weather was fine. It was actually quite sunny during a lot of your match.
I mean,
you'd beaten her outdoors last week, and
yeah,
suddenly find yourself playing indoors.
It was definitely a change. I didn't know until maybe 5 minutes before I went on the court. It was definitely relevant, and it was nice to get acquainted with my first match under the roof. Never seen it before, never played underneath it, and it took a few minutes to get used to, for sure. The first few service games, I think from maybe both of us, were a little bit dodgy, and I was just getting used to my ball toss. But it was nice to play a different match. It was different conditions. Obviously, the courts are different than last week as well. They're a lot slower. But yeah, it was a little bit of a surprise for me, because I didn't really know about the weather either. And obviously, it's not my job to make that call. And ultimately, it's the people that put the tournament on.
Okay, Tamani Guy from The Guardian. Obviously, with your game styles, it's quite first strike tennis. Wondering just how, on a big stage against the top player, you find like the balance between, attacking and, waiting for the right opportunity, particularly when, you started really well, but then you kind of had to adjust, I guess, after the first set.
Yeah, definitely. I expect a player of that caliber to come back with better tennis. I think I started really well, and I kind of gave away my advantage a little bit in one of the games, so I was a little bit frustrated with that. And from then on, she picked up her game and her momentum, and she's a very aggressive player. And for me, I have to stay really strong, because I also know she's going to come in waves. She's clearly been able to put it together many times, which is why she's made final here before. But the best I can do is staying strong and hoping for the opportunity, and eventually I got it today, and today I managed to get the win.
Hi Katie, Ellen Brooks from Press Association. I'm really sorry about your gran. How difficult has it been to kind of balance all your emotions this week and keep your focus on tennis?
Yeah, I'm probably not going to dive into that one, because I might get quite emotional, but yeah, it's been a tough few days for sure. Just as a general, I've tried to kind of get my emotions out and deal with the situation, and try and keep my head on the tennis. I was lucky because my grandpa managed to come down from Leicester, and so we could keep him company and keep supporting him at the same time.
Katie, it did feel a little bit like watching lightning strike twice after beating Karina so recently. How much did that help, having beaten her quite that recently at court grass at Eastbourne?
I think it really helped for me. It's easy to say, I believe I can win this match, but to have actually gone out there and done it a week before, it does make the difference. And I think that's also why when, I played an okay first set and she picked up her game a lot, I felt like, I went through that last week, and I just needed to stay with her and stay on serve, especially in the second set. I did that again in Eastbourne, and I managed to get a chance, and I feel like I got that chance again today, and I got a bit lucky, and hopefully I can win many more matches like that and just be strong.
From the Sun. I just ask if your gran, was she a keen watcher of you? Did she go and watch you compete a lot? And can I ask her name as well?
Jill. Yeah, I mean her favourite tournament was Wimbledon, and that's why it's a special one for me. Yeah, she'd watch every single match that was on the TV.
Thank you. Congrats today. I just wondered, coming through the ranks as a teenager, you were kind of tipped as the player that was going to go far in British tennis. You've had some really bad injury trouble. Did this feel like a long time coming, this moment?
Yeah, I think so, and I think it's it just shows how much work I've put in. I never ever expect to have things change, overnight. I don't think that that's something that ever happens. It does sometimes in miracles. You look at Emma, she's put a lot of work in, but right early in her career, she's been able to come out there and swing freely. I think it's a little bit different for me, where I've had to kind of build momentum and build some strength physically, it's a huge part of my game, and you know, I've finally been able to put that work in, and it's started to pay off, and I've got a lot more work to do, and hopefully hopefully I can keep doing that.
Hi Katie, David from The Times. There was a lot of people in tears, I think, in the crowd after what you said at the end of the match. When did you learn that your grandmother had died? Was it before the last match, or?
I actually had I had a phone call from my grandpa the night before I played. He didn't mention anything, but he kind of gave me the inkling that it might be coming. And I didn't know anything until after my first match, where my mum basically pulled me aside and told me after the first match.
Yeah, Katie Boulter speaking well there. I've hot-footed it all the way from Henman Hill all the way down here to speak to Anne Kyothevong. Beautiful position. We were just marvelling at the weather. It's turning into a lovely evening here at SW19. You were watching Katie's match. Just how impressed were you? Firstly, I'm sure impressed with the result, but the way she went about it, coming back from a set down.
Yeah, look, she had to dig deep, and she did a fantastic job. She beat Karolina Pliskova last week in Eastbourne, and she knew she had a good chance going into today's match as well. She's been playing with lots of confidence, and to see her work her way back into it, you know, it wasn't the best tennis out there, but she fought hard, and when it came to the big points, she did what she needed to do. You know, it was really key at 4-all in the final set. She did a great job of making Pliskova play on her service games, put all her returns back into play, broke Pliskova, and the way she closed out the match, it was just, an outstanding performance given the situation. I mean, she lost her gran just a couple of days ago, and like we heard there in the press conference, her mum only told her after her first round victory. And I was just chatting to Katie before I came here, actually, and her mum and her grandpa. And, you know, look, it's a difficult time for the family, but how she's been able to manage her emotions, I don't know how she's managed to compartmentalise a lot of things and go out there on the biggest stage in tennis and produce that kind of tennis.
It was a brilliant line there in the interview where she said she takes nothing for granted. She appreciates everything she's achieved and how much work's put in to get to this point, because this isn't at all her first Wimbledon. She's been out on tour for quite a while now, and it's great to see a home player, British player, they get their opportunities here, they get the wild cards to take that opportunity. A great performance against Pliskova coming in here at Wimbledon, and to back that up shows it wasn't luck at all.
It wasn't luck at all, and it takes a team of people around the players these days to really help and put certain things in place so she can deliver that kind of tennis on the biggest stage. You know, she's working with Jeremy Bates, Biljana Veslinovic, two very experienced coaches. In the box, she had a fitness trainer there, nutritionists there, physios there, and family members there. So, you know, she has had a lot of support, but ultimately it's down to her to produce the goods when it really matters.
And she did that today. Great to see some success there on a show court, and she had to battle some adversity as well. The fact that the roof was closed, she only found that out, as she said in her interview a few minutes before she stepped out on court. First time she played under the roof on a show court, so a big win for Katie Boulter. This is live action from centre court. The match after that one, Rafa Nadal against Ricardus Barrancas. It was quite a close run thing in the first set against Barrancas. Barrancas was moving pretty well along the baseline, testing Rafa in that first set. Nadal took the second as well. 2 sets to love at the moment, and here he is serving in the first game of the third set.
Barrancas has got those big, thick legs. He's fit. He could go the distance. He's actually got a pretty good 5-set record at 7-5.
shot and then finishing it off.
30.
He's shown better skills at net than I've anticipated or seen in the past from him. Some good feel out there. Picking his spots pretty well. Put a little action on that second serve into the body.
31.
Handcuffed him there. That was a good serve. He's expecting that wide one to the backhand. Good change up there, but Nadal.
Something about the beginning of the sets, though. Barrancas
30-40.
will have his chance again. Oh, it's well played, Ricardus Barrancas. He's a different beast at the start of the set. Has the break again, but as we know, a long way home from here.
First game, third set.
Ricardus Barrancas still fighting despite being 2 sets to love down, and you can carry on watching this on all of Wimbledon's major broadcasters. Over here, this beautiful skyline.
It shows, I think, Anne, when you see these pictures, just how close we are to central London. It's not long, and not too far at all to head into the city. When you were playing here at Wimbledon, did you manage to pop into central London, see the sights when you were when you were in action?
No, there was far too much to do. Too much to do. But over on court number 1, Iga Swiatek, the top seed, is serving for the match. She's up against Leslie Patinama-Kirchhoff, the Dutch lucky loser, who's put up a fantastic fight against Swiatek. Playing out on court 1 for the very first time. And you can join the commentators. Sorry.
miles per hour.
30 love.
The 30th unreturned serve that Iga Swiatek has delivered in this match so far.
Blocked that down the line. Perfect execution. 30-15.
4 minutes of highly watchable tennis. The #1 seed, Iga Świątek, has 2 match points.
Yeah, so a great win for Iga Świątek, the top seed. But she had to work very, very hard, didn't she, against Petra Kvitova. Took that first set 6-4, lost the second 6-4 as well, and then winning 6-3 in that final set. And you know, we were discussing Świątek with Radzi earlier on, you know, when they came out on court, that she hasn't always had her best results. If you look at the Grand Slams as a whole, hasn't always had her best results on a grass court. There were moments in this match where she was struggling. Do you see that she is perhaps moving in the right direction of getting towards a slightly better level on this surface? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's still very young and hasn't actually had that much experience playing on grass, although she did win the juniors here in Wimbledon back in 2018. I know that was a few years ago, but in terms of pro tournaments, she didn't play any of the grass court lead-up tournaments coming into Wimbledon. And you know, she's only really been around the last few years, and she will adapt. She's too good not to be able to, and she's a fine athlete, and she can make those adjustments. How much will her shots be able to hurt opponents on grass compared to other surfaces? Maybe not as much, but she can make up for it in other ways. And quite frankly, you know, the women's draw is so wide open that anything is possible. What did you make of her decision not to play a warm-up event coming in here at Wimbledon? Obviously, I'm sure she will have been fatigued after that great run at Roland Garros and the winning run that she's been on. Clearly, whatever she's doing, it's working. Hasn't lost a match since back in February. But perhaps, given her previous record here at Wimbledon, were you surprised that she didn't play on grass again? Somewhat, but you know, she's good enough that, quite frankly, I don't think it matters too much. OK, let's settle in and listen to her interview after that win in her second round match on centre court.
Well, Iga, huge congratulations. I feel that when we talk, I only give numbers to you, but I'm going to give you another number, 37, a 37-match winning streak to tie with Martina Hingis. That must feel very special. That must feel very special.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, adding another match to this number is pretty special for me, but you know, when I'm out there, I'm not really thinking about that. So I'm just trying to play the best tennis possible on grass, and the result is gonna come. I don't have, you know, a full influence on it, but I'm pretty happy that it's 37 now. I'm gonna do my best to get even more. Yeah, let's hope we keep adding to that. In terms of today's match, Leslie really outperformed her ranking. She pushed you very hard. That's true. I think she used all the advantages that she could. I feel like she was using the wind better than me. She wasn't slowing down her hand, so yeah, she played a really great match, and it seems that she really, you know, understood how to play today. But I'm pretty happy that I could, you know, sometimes just fight back and just be the last one to play that ball in. And I'm pretty happy that I'm going to have a next chance to play here. Yeah, you will have a next chance, and that next match is going to be against Elise Cornet, who loves this surface as well. I think we're all going to be treated to a very special occasion. That's true. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, you know, so it's going to be for sure exciting. Third rounds are the people who are there, you know, deserve to be there, so I hope it's going to be a good fight, and I'm looking forward to it. Well, congratulations. Very well done. Ladies and gentlemen, Iga Świątek.
Lots of Polish supporters for Iga Świątek there on centre court, humble as ever in her interview, signing lots of autographs for the kids by the side of the court, and then she'll head off into the locker rooms to rest and recuperate for her third round match. And there has been another upset on the day here on court number 12. It's Denis Shappavalov. Much expected of him, the Canadian left-hander, but Brandon Nakashima, his opponent, has produced a brilliant performance today. Huge cheer from the crowd, and the American gets through it. You can see how frustrated Shappavalov is, snapping his racket on his foot. That's got to hurt, Anne.
That has got to seriously hurt. I mean, he would have smashed it on his foot because he knows if he smashes it into the grass, there's a huge fine.
At least for the groundsman.
The groundsman would not be welcoming him back next year if he had, dug a big hole in the middle of the court. But fantastic win for Nakashima. What a great effort to beat a much higher ranked opponent, 13th seed Shappavalov, who has actually been struggling of late.
He does seem to be, Shappavalov, very much a rhythm player. He has moments, purple patch moments, where for a few weeks in a row, here's the close-up. Oh, so it took a few hits.
Ouch.
I'm sure his foot's going to be
3
sore later
blows
tonight.
to his foot.
But with Shappavalov, he has these purple patches in his career, a few weeks in a row where he's almost unbeatable, and then dips away as well. And as you said, the last few months have been difficult. From a coaching perspective for a player like Shappavalov, when you're working with someone like that who can burn really hot but also fade away as well in parts of their career, how do you manage to almost coach that out of them? Is it possible?
Good question.
Streaky players.
Yeah, he is a streaky player, and consistency perhaps isn't his strength. Whether it'll ever be a strength of his, who knows? But he's young enough that there are still areas where he can, if he applies himself, work and improve on. He's always going to be dangerous in the draw. Never an easy opponent for anyone because you don't know what you're going to get. But it's back to the drawing board for the Canadian.
And Brandon Nakashima, a great win for him. And something that really strikes me, there was a lot of talk, wasn't there, in the last few years about, on the men's side particularly, that where was American men's tennis? They didn't have so many players pushing up, towards the top 10. They weren't enjoying the success that they were back in the day when, we had Jimmy Connors, John McEnroe, Pete Sampras, Andre Agassi. They've always had those top stars at the top of the game. But there is a crop of younger American players who are coming through on the back of that and enjoying some success recently. OK, we're going to head from court 12 here to number 12 and watch some action between Simona Halep, the number 16 seed, a former champion here at Wimbledon, against Kirsten Flipkens in her last championships, one of the most experienced campaigners in the draw. Halep took the first set 7-5, but Flipkens having more luck in the second. She's got a break 2-love, and we can join the commentators.
Felt more like a bluff kind of coming to the net rather than real intent behind that backhand volley. Very hesitant. Well, she's losing her way with this at the moment, Halep. Starting to unravel a little bit.
Huge slice of luck for the Belgian.
Beacon leads 3 games to love.
So 3-love lead for Kirsten Flipkins in that second round match. Tricky draw for her against Simona Halep, a former champion here at Wimbledon. She's produced some good tennis in the second set, taking a 3-love lead. Okay, let's hear from a winner from earlier today, a British winner who is heading into his press conference now, a real crowd favourite in his match on court number 3, Liam Brodie, who beat the 12th seed Diego Schwartzman. It was a really entertaining match, winning it in 5 sets. He took the first set 6-2, lost the second and the third 6-4, 6-love. Then a tie-break, 7-6 in the fourth, and then 6-1 in the fifth. Let's hear what Brodie had to say about that great match.
I will start, Liam. Great win today. If you could just share some of your thoughts on that.
Yeah, really happy with it. I mean, the first time having played 2 5-set matches in a row, so to have come through and against Diego as well. I mean, I said it after the first round, he's one of the fittest guys on tour, so to have managed to get him in 5 sets, you know, that's kind of what he does. So yeah, really happy with it, and first time in third round of Wimbledon, so good day.
Congrats, Liam. Well done. First time in third round of Wimbledon, first time in third round of any slam. Kind of on that point, obviously it's a shame that Wimbledon doesn't have ranking points this year, and there's an argument that there are 2 groups of players that it affects the most. Those players that have lots of points to defend from last year that will just drop, and kind of players like you, wildcards and qualifiers, who are in and around or just outside the top 100 and have a chance to sort of like gain a few ranking points, you know, with just a couple match wins. Is there a part of you now that wishes you could have those ranking points, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many points would it have been for third round, do you know?
I think it would be 90 for third.
Yeah, which would be huge. That'd be, I think, my joint highest point score.
Yeah, it would take you pretty close to
top 100.
Top 100.
Yeah, and I'm losing 45 points from last year, so I think I'll probably drop back now to like 150.
It's not quite. I don't think it's quite that much.
Okay.
It's like more like mid 130s.
Okay, something like that. Yeah. But that's kind of been the story of my year a little bit, having had good results, but not quite having the points that I felt I deserved. Having, you know, I beat 2 top 100 players for the first time in Phoenix. You know, one of them being Gafan and Rinderknech, and made semis there. But obviously, it was only a challenger, so the points weren't as big as they could have been. Qualifying in Australia, I'm not sure if the points for players who qualify for slams are maybe as good as they should be, because there are usually challenges on during the weeks of slam qualies, and guys who are 300 don't play anyone ranked inside 250 that week and can make 80 points. And I think it's like 25 points for last round qualies or something, or to qualify. It's not great. So I mean, that's been the story with tennis for a long time, for lots of different reasons. I mean, I'm just grateful to have made the third round of Wimbledon, to be honest, and I'd play Wimbledon for no points and no prize money, so at least I get the prize money.
You mentioned the physicality of it. Have you been particularly focusing on that, or has it just been a gradual progression that you've been getting stronger and stronger in longer matches?
I think this year, I mean, in previous years, I've felt it physically a lot worse. Like the first year I played, when I beat Marinko in 5, I had a day off the next day, and then I played Gafan the day after, and I was absolutely knackered. We had a really high level first set, and I just was gone. And I do think a large part of it is having been there before, having done it before. I've played a fair few 5-setters now. And you kind of just get used to it, I guess. And for me, a large part of it is being tired and just being able to stay focused, and that mental endurance, which is kind of what I was saying after the first round as well. And it happened today, because I think that's the great thing about a 5-set match, is there are such huge swings of momentum and so much can happen. And it's not just done after one swing. There can be 2, 3, 4 swings, and it just becomes a lot longer of a struggle.
Yeah, lovely to hear the thoughts of Liam Brodie. Big win for him today against Diego Schwartzman. Delighted to say Daniela Hantakova has joined Anne and I here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Big win for Liam today, and I think something that really comes across well is in those interviews. It was a brilliant on-court interview that he gave after the match, and then what he was saying there. He comes across as a really humble guy who's appreciative. Parallels can be drawn what we were talking about earlier about Katie Bolter, the amount of work that's had to go in over the course of a career to enjoy these moments. He was saying there that he'd play at Wimbledon if there was no points or any prize money. He just loves playing here, and to be rewarded with what he said was the biggest win of his career.
Yeah, and it just shows that he plays for the right reasons, because if you really play for the love of the game, you don't play for the points, you don't play for the prize money. So it's cool to see him saying it out loud, and you can't help but be happy for players like this that really have to work hard for it. Well, everyone has to work hard for it, but sometimes it takes you a while to get where you want to be at the stages of your career, and not only being humbled but very entertaining at the same time. He brings such a wonderful energy to the court, very funny, and it's just great to follow him and see him doing so well. And I just absolutely love the fact that I think, and I share the same agreement that this place doesn't matter what the prize money points are, if they are there or not. It's just such an honor to be part of it and step to the grounds every single day.
And what is it about Liam Brody's game do you feel that he's improved so much, having watched him play and progress over the past year?
I think it's just the belief in himself. He's got that wonderful lefty serve that he uses really well, and with that belief comes that he knows when to use it in the right time. Obviously, he's got a great touch as well, and he's not afraid to be aggressive. He needed to do that against Diego today, because even though it seems like Diego is not a grass court player and likes to be defensive, because he's little, it's so awkward to play against shorter players on grass, because you have to really bend your legs down. The ball doesn't really bounce as it normally would, so it's normally more painful when you play like players like that. So he did a great job to really stay down and just. I think with that belief, it also makes you have your shot selection spot on when you need to in the big moments.
And he's getting the reward, as we were saying, for the amount of work that he's put in over the course of the years here at Wimbledon. He discussed in one of the other interviews about the fact that he's not always been particularly lucky with the draw here. He's played some high-seeded players in the first round. He had an opportunity, got through his first-round match, and then we were saying he could trouble Diego Schwartzman, who's perhaps better on slower surfaces on clay, and he's taken made the most of his opportunity.
He sure has, and that's kind of what you want to see from someone who's been given a wild card. I mean, for all the British players, though, let's face it, this year was the first year where, how many did we start off with? 14?
It was, I think, in the men's and singles draw, it was 17, and it was the most for over 20 years. The number of players, British players in the men's and singles, which is amazing.
Yeah, men's and women. So we had plenty of players in the men's and women's singles draw. Not one of them drew a seed in the first round, and we had record numbers make the second round. So, I think in British tennis, we've spoken about the camaraderie being so strong these days. They really do support each other. They've all worked hard. That's just a given, and I think they deserve their moment in the limelight here. And for someone like Liam Brody, who's been on tour a number of years, I just feel like this is a great place for him to shine. He's so popular, he's so funny, and his personality is shining through.
And in this day and age where often, not just in tennis but in sports in general, often players don't really give too much away in interviews. There's a lot of media training, and you can understand the reason for that, but it is refreshing when we see a player like Liam Brody. And Andy Murray, in the latter part of his career, he became much more of a character in front of the cameras, and it really helps. I mean, he's funny, he's engaging, and it gets the crowd behind him.
Yeah, and I think it's, again, it just shows that levels of confidence he's got, because to be open up like that in front of your own media in your country, that's not easy. And I think that's where with Andy we saw, for a couple of years protecting himself, understandably so, and now also him being more funny, and Liam just doing the same. There is obviously more pressure when you're trying to be funny in front of the media where you come from. So it just shows that he's as like we say as he is really in his real life, and it's just so cool to see. And I wish more players would be more open like that.
Yeah, it's refreshing to see someone like Liam Brody speak as openly as he does. And I think he uses his platform also to speak out about things outside of tennis, which I think is admirable. Coco Gauff is, I guess, one of the current players who is determined to use her position to promote topical things that are going on around the world, which is fantastic to see. And I personally would love to see more players be brave to speak up and speak out for what they really believe in. But I still feel there is a certain amount of pressure for players to just stick to their lane and perhaps not say too much or say anything too controversial, because that may upset the sponsors.
Yeah. And personality-wise, clearly, Liam's comfortable speaking in front of both the cameras in the press conferences and also the crowd on the court. There was a great line about he was speaking to his driver on the way here, and his driver said, "Oh, what's it like having lots of people watching your practice?" And he said, "Oh, well, try playing a match in front of so many people," which was a great line. He's perhaps got a career as a stand-up comedian when he stops playing. From one British player to another. Over to court number 1, Jack Draper in the front there against Alex de Minaur, the Aussie, now walking out. And the winner of this match will play Liam Brodie in the next round, so we could have a battle of the British left-handers, which would be interesting if Jack Draper can get through it. Certainly not a foregone conclusion. He's got a tough match to come against de Minaur, but that's what awaits the winner of this one. A preview of this encounter. Jack Draper's had a really good grass court season, hasn't he? This has been his breakout year on tour, into the top 100, and he's climbed the rankings steadily over the last few months, but he's going to have to be at his best against de Minaur.
Yeah, he will, and I think he can. Again, using that lefty serve as beautifully as he's done, not only here so far, but he's been very impressive on the hard court season as well. When we were commentating, actually, I think together, and a lot of his matches, and it just shows what kind of confidence levels he's got coming into Wimbledon. I think it always helps, especially when you are a Brit, having a great results before this event, because it just takes a little bit pressure away from you, and you can really believe in your game. Yes, it's going to be very awkward, obviously, against de Minaur, who is such a solid player, moves incredibly well. I wouldn't say he's a typical grass court player, but he can be very dangerous on this surface.
That's the thing for de Minaur, isn't it? He's so fast around the court.
Yeah, he's not a natural grass court player. I mean, he's not a guy we see take the ball on and come forwards a lot, whatever surface he plays on, but he does move incredibly well. And he has had good results on grass, semi-finalist in Eastbourne last week, champion in Eastbourne last year.
And we were mentioning beforehand, weren't we, Draper a left-hander, Brodie a left-hander, following the footsteps of Rafa Nadal, a brilliant left-hander as well, who's on court right now over on centre court. For, I suppose, the uninitiated of tennis, left-handers have any advantage, particularly on grass?
Yes.
There you go. That's why I asked these questions.
Unanimous.
Teed you up there. So why such a big advantage?
Well, I mean, I used to fantasize about being a lefty. I mean, I could have been a much better tennis player had I been a lefty. But on grass, it takes the spin really well. And because there aren't that many lefties out there, I do think there is a slight advantage to really produce a different brand of tennis, particularly on this surface.
And it's also nice to know that the lefties hate to play against each other as well. So that imagine for us, for right-handers, how difficult it is.
When you were playing a left-hander, were you racing around the locker room trying to find a lefty to practice with?
Absolutely. And she was so sweet, Lucy Safarova. She was always like, Danny playing a lefty.
She was your lefty.
Yes. So whenever I had to play a lefty one, we would always hit together. It's just such a different ball, and especially, obviously, having to return that serve out wide in the edge side, because we are not used to it. It's just so awkward on grass, also because you don't play that many matches throughout the season on grass. So suddenly having to get used to that so quickly. Yes, as soon as you see in the draw a potential left-handed meeting, you try to grab anyone off the street that plays left-handed.
Yeah. Well, returning is such a challenge, even if you're up against a right-handed player on a grass court, because those serves do come through a lot quicker. So, there's always talk when you're playing on a grass court, serve and return, players spend more time working on those two areas on the practice courts in preparation for their matches. But then doing that against a lefty, that brings a new set of challenges.
Well, and you think of the former, champions here at Wimbledon, left-handers who've been so difficult to play against. Kerber on the ladies' side, even Isevic on the men's, McEnroe as well, that you were saying on the serve that it can just be so difficult for the opponents, even just to pick where the ball's coming down because the toss is so different.
Yeah, and you just don't get as much time either after the return. You know, if you haven't put something decent back into play to neutralize your opponent, they're in an attacking position, then you're in trouble on a grass court, because a lot of it, especially at this stage in the tournament and once the grass starts wearing out and you see a few more brown patches, the ball shoots through even more.
And one of the other really awkward things is to return that body serve, because it's so hard on grass to get used to that when it's against the right-handed serve, and against the lefty is like you trying and hoping for anything but that serve. And I think when you look at the draw as a player and you see either a left-hander or a qualifier near your name, you're not going to sleep really well just because of how dangerous they can be.
Run for the hills.
Yep.
So tell me, if you're into the latter stages of the tournament, semis and a final, and there aren't any lefties left apart from the person you're playing against, what do you do? Asking someone to stay behind?
Actually, there are some coaches that learn how to kind of fake their right-handed serve to make it bounce like a left-handed one. It takes some talent, but there are some that they can do. And normally the tournament would have one of two hitting partners for that possibility to happen.
Yeah, tournaments are doing a much better job of that now. So if you don't have a practice partner, if you don't have a coach travelling with you, there will be guys, girls locally who they can call up and get in to help get you in tip-top shape.
Dial a coach. We saw a shot there of the player box for Jack Draper, and that's Alex de Minaur's player box. Leighton Hewitt there on the left. We may see Katie Boulter.
Well, I was just wondering
a little bit later on when she's finished her cool down.
And his sisters, but no Katie yet. I think she's probably with her physio getting some treatment.
But for the British perspective, I know Jack, as you've been saying in the last few months, has been enjoying success at this level, but always a special moment for not just the player on court, but also the people around them who've been through, the difficult stages as a junior, the long trips away, the work that's gone in to get to this level. It's a reward for them as well.
It sure is. And Alex de Minaur, although he represents Australia, bases himself in Spain and spends a lot of time in between tournaments in Murcia, where he has a home, and practices at a small club, which I know Cam Norrie occasionally goes out to practice with him, and Katie Boulter also uses it as a training base. So, he's got a nice setup in Europe.
He certainly has. So let's settle in and watch the first game of this one with the commentators. Jack Draper, British hope, against Alex de Minaur.
First set. Alex, see if Draper can blow through him a little bit with some big hitting.
Play. 15 love.
It's a pretty powerful start.
129.
129 is
bumped up.
Part of his game he's improved.
To love. $30, 15. Let.
certainly one of Draper's strengths. As Cassie mentioned, the lefty, big serve, but he certainly can generate a lot of power off both wings. Chance here for Draper.
30-14.
So the slightly weaker side, and it's pretty well known around the circuit that de Minaur's forehand can be a little patchy at times. Tries to go for it, and that's a classic example of where he can go wrong. Just tries to do a little bit more. Hey.
Oh, strong start there for Britain's Jack Draper, breaking the 19th seed in the opening game of this match. And you can continue watching this on all of Wimbledon's major broadcasters. And before the championships, Jack Draper caught up with Renee Stubbs.
All right, Jack, first of all, how does it feel for you to be back at Wimbledon? And, you know, how do you feel about the atmosphere this year?
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. I've watched this tournament since I was a kid. There's so many emotions that come to mind when I'm here, and I'm really looking forward to getting started.
What about this place is special to you in particular?
I think when I was younger, just coming here and watching Murray and seeing how the crowd interact with the players and just the whole buzz of the tournament. You know, it's one of the biggest tournaments in the calendar. So, like I said, looking forward to getting going.
Now, as you know, Wimbledon's had a tough couple of years with the pandemic and with the crowds. It's going to be a full house this year. How does that weigh into how exciting it is, particularly for you being British?
Yeah, massively. It's a massive privilege as a British player to come here and play in front of so many people supporting you, and I'm looking forward to getting out there and hopefully seeing that I can play some really good tennis.
Now, this is the first year that you've actually gotten into the tournament without a wild card, so you've earned it on merit, as you said to me earlier. How is that different for you coming in this year, and how do you feel like your form is?
Yeah, my form's been really strong this year. I definitely feel like I belong here at this tournament on my own ranking. Whereas previous years I've come in as a wild card, so it's been a bit different feeling. But yeah, I feel like I belong at this level, and I hope to show that.
As you know, it's the 100th year of centre court at Wimbledon this particular year. What's your earliest memories of centre court?
Probably watching Murray win in 2013 against Djokovic. I remember just the buzz of that day and watching it firsthand myself, and seeing what he achieved after so many years where British tennis hadn't had a champion. So yeah, that was my first memory, I'd say.
So your first real memory is actually sitting out there watching another person from the UK winning a title. How does that change your perspective of that court?
Yeah, I mean, it gave me belief at a young age that hopefully I could be here one day myself, playing the sport and playing in front of so many people on a massive stadium. And I think I'm very grateful for Andy for giving me that inspiration.
And I guess, I mean, one of the things about the court is it's so unique, but what do you feel is the most unique thing about centre court?
I suppose I always feel like it's quite small, but it's a big stadium at the same time, so the atmosphere, really encapsulates people making noise and the roof closing. Just everything about it just makes it so special, I suppose.
Now, one of the questions that I always like to ask is, when you see the schedule at night, and you being British, you're always like, oh, maybe I'll get on centre court. But you've had that experience of playing on centre court. What was that like for you the first time you walked onto that court?
Yeah, I was very fortunate last year. I played Novak on the centre court, and I think it gave me a real experience as a young player, walking out in front of so many people against a great champion like Novak. So yeah, it was something that I'm keeping in my memory for future matches on that court, hopefully.
Just uniquely, was there anything that you specifically told yourself when you walked onto the court?
Just be without fear. You know, use this experience, use these moments, and I'm sure it's going to help me sort of later on in my career, even if I am a bit nervous or whatever like that. So definitely want to go back there someday.
Did you learn something from that experience?
Oh yeah, like Novak definitely exposed many weaknesses in my game, and I think it's helped me to become a better player this year.
Now, there are great sporting, stadiums and places all around the world outside of a tennis centre court like this or around the other Grand Slams. If you had to pick one sporting, stadium or place to play a tennis match, where would it be outside of a tennis stadium?
Outside of a tennis stadium, maybe Wembley, I suppose. Just get as many people in there as possible and play a match. I think it would get pretty rowdy.
Over the last 100 years on the centre court at Wimbledon, there's been some incredible matches. Which match would you choose to go back to, sit in the stands and watch again?
I wasn't here live for it, but I think it was the Nadal-Federer match 2008, where I think Nadal won in 5 sets. I think I'd go back from that one. I've watched on YouTube so many amazing points from that match, and just two amazing champions playing each other.
You had that amazing moment last year walking onto centre court to play Novak. Do you think that gave some, or would you hope that it gave some young kid inspiration to do what you were doing now?
Yeah, I hope so. I think throughout my career I hope to inspire many kids to play. I think these 2 weeks, and especially in British tennis, are really important to inspire the next generation of players who want to play and want to pick up a racket. So if I can have a small part of that, I'll be very happy.
So you sort of answered this question earlier, but we've asked the local community things in their life that inspire them, whether it be even watching their own kids ride the bike for the first time. But do you remember anything specific when you were younger, or even recently, that have inspired you?
I think just when I get inspired, I tend to be watching tennis myself, watching amazing matches on big courts in big stadiums with crowd atmospheres. That sort of stuff gives me goosebumps and wants me to improve and inspires me to become a better player myself. So I'd say any big sporting environment where I feel like something amazing is happening.
So Wimbledon have done a pretty great thing. They're starting to build an entire separate section across the street, basically where all the crowds queue, which is kind of amazing. But they're going to have qualifying at that area, and it's going to be just a beautiful spot for the younger generation to come through. What is it like for you to think about the fact that they're going to be playing here and so close to Wimbledon now, playing qualifying in that event?
Yeah, I mean, I know recently and now it's been at the Bank of England, and I think if they can make it all on sort of one big complex, it'll be good, and hopefully when they're playing the qualies, they can sort of think, oh well, hopefully next week I can come over and play the main draw at the site opposite. So yeah, I think it's a good thing they've got it here.
Jack, what do you think you need to do emotionally, physically, in your game, etc., to maybe hold that trophy that Andy held one day? Do you have those thoughts in your head?
Yeah, for sure. I think I need to just become a bit better mentally, be more consistent. I think by being on the tour more, and as my ranking goes up, I'll be exposed to a higher level on a regular basis, which will help me, and just physically just developing and naturally maturing, I think, in my body, I think is going to be important. And I believe I've got the mentality and the tennis to go far, so let's see what happens.
So last question. Over the last month, you've played some pretty great tennis on grass. What is it about grass in particular, and what about this particular grass here at Wimbledon that is going to just bring out the best tennis in you?
I think being a tall left-hander definitely helps that. Tennis is a bit of an advantage anyway, but on the grass it definitely helps with the sliding serves and that sort of thing. And I think my game's effective as it is, and hopefully on these courts, I can have a really good run here.
Well, let's hope that you get that chance on centre court again to play the best in the world. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
that was the HSBC Player of the Day, and it was a good one, arguably the best so far. Not one, but two through-the-leg shots. Absolutely brilliant rally between Lorenzo Sonego and Hugo Gaston. We feature one of those every single day of the championships, and that will continue as well tomorrow. Let's go over to court number 2 and see what's happened between Simona Halep and Kirsten Flipkens. We saw that earlier on today, Flipkens was 3-love up at the start of that second set. She started it brilliantly, but Halep has mounted a fight back in the second set, and she has won the match now, having taken the first 7-5, 6-4 for the former Wimbledon champion to get through to the third round. It is the last tournament for Kirsten Flipkens, so you can understand the tears there, an emotional moment for her. It's been a really, really long and successful career for the Belgian. Hugely successful player on all surfaces. We'll talk about Simona Halep in just a second, but Kirsten Flipkens, was she playing when you guys were playing?
Yeah, she was.
I mean, she's enjoyed a fabulous career, and she's obviously very emotional.
How old were you when you first met Kirsten?
I'm just thinking, isn't
I
she
reckon
the
I would have
same
been
age?
about 12 or 13 when...
I think we go all the way back to the juniors,
Yeah.
so she's been around. And yeah, I think we were both getting emotional here because, you know, she's done so much in her career, incredible talent, such a wonderful touch and feel for the ball. And yeah, I think we can both relate to these emotions because there is nothing like being on the court for the very last time.
There was a final match for both of you here at Wimbledon. How did you feel after you had to step away after that?
Well, when I played here last time, I didn't know it was my last Wimbledon, but I did announce my retirement here the first day of the championships 5 years ago, and it is crazy emotional. Nice and tough at the same time because everything goes through your head. Literally, you have all your career in front of your eyes, and it's one of those days that she is going to remember for the rest of her life today.
Yeah, Kirsten Flipkens has had a fantastic career, and there's been longevity in those legs, and what a lovely reception there, and Simona Halep allowing her opponent
And it shows how special Wimbledon and the grass here is to players, not just British players, but you know, when everyone who grew up playing tennis was dreaming of playing on these arenas and playing here at SW19.
I think if you have a chance to choose where you want to retire and have your last match, I think this is the place to do it for any player, given that you don't have to fight injuries. Also, you know, doing it against Simona Halep as her last match, Court 2, Wimbledon, it's just, you know, it's one of those fairy tale finishes. And yeah, those tears are, yeah, like I said, emotional in both ways, super happy and super sad at the same time.
She's played here at Wimbledon on 11 occasions, reached the semi-finals back in 2013. So she's had, yeah, well, she's created many happy memories here over the years, and I know it's a special slam for Kirsten Flipkens.
And no matter how long the career, I'm sure it does feel like it goes past in a heartbeat.
Yeah, it does in a way, and those tears, I think they're gonna keep going throughout the evening when she has a dinner with her close people and her team, and you know, at the end of the day, when you make your retirement, you are so exhausted because it is the most emotional day of your career.
Okay, let's listen into the on-court interview. I think Kirsten Flipken's going to join Simona Halep for this interview, so we'll get to hear her thoughts there on court 3 after the final match of her career.
Yeah, I'll ask you. It's up to you. Kirsten, what a moment this is for you. Is there anything that you would like to say?
So much and so little. Yeah, the emotions get to me, obviously. This is, for me, my farewell match. I'm... Thank you. Yeah, I mean, to be able to finish my career in singles against a champion like Simona on a court like this with a crowd like you guys, it's a dream. It's a dream, seriously. When I came here for the first time, Kim Kleisters was actually playing here in the juniors, and I was like, wow, once in my life I want to play there. And I won the 2003 junior championship, 2030 semi-finalist, and Wimbledon was just on top of my bucket list, and it will be always so special for me. And I'm really happy and grateful I could say goodbye here on this court against this champion with a crowd like you guys.
So after such a wonderful career, Kirsten, what's next?
What's next? That's a good question. Doubles tomorrow.
Oh, there we go. I thought you were going to say a holiday.
Yeah, also, I'm probably going to Ibiza after finishing the doubles.
Nice. I like how you're going out in style. Well, do you know what? From Court 2, from everyone in the tennis world, we just want to say thank you so very much for a wonderful career and all the very best in the future.
Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
Simona, well, there's not a dry eye in Court 2, I don't think, as well. You included, that's for sure. But why don't we first of all reflect on Kirsten and what a special moment that was.
Well, yeah, definitely it's not about my match today, it's about her, and I'm really happy that I can play the last match against her. We talked in Dubai about this moment, and it was pretty emotional back then, but now it's doubled. So she's a champion, and I have learned many things from her. We played so many times. And before this match, I was shaking. My coach knows, he can admit, because always it's difficult to play against her. She's cutting the rhythm, she's playing amazing. She's a great champion, she never gives up. So I really want to congratulate you for the whole life in tennis. We will miss you. And yeah, good luck for the future. Holiday first, and then think about anything that you want. Thank you for everything.
I think you're right, Simona. This is certainly Kirsten's moment, and we want to end it on that. And we also want to say congratulations for getting into the next round. It's always great to have you, former champion, back here at Wimbledon.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
A fabulous win for Simona Halep, but that really wasn't the story there on Court 2. Special moment for Kirsten Flipkens, the end of a long and successful career, and there were some lovely quotes there from Halep in the interview paying tribute to the career that Flipkens has had. Interesting to see what she gets up to, whether, you know, the options that tennis players have of things to do after they've stopped playing, go into coaching, the media. You two both had to step away from the game eventually and move into different things. How did you then decide what you wanted to do? Did you have an idea while you were playing what things would interest you?
Yeah, I think I was in a fortunate position where I was actually offered, I guess, a job to move into after I made that decision to stop playing tennis. So I do see myself as very fortunate, and you know, I was in the right place at the right time. But for others, it's not always that straightforward. Yeah, and there are others who would just like to just take time out. I don't know, go on an extended holiday. Actually, in hindsight, maybe I should have done that. I only took 2 weeks holiday. I should have gone away for 2 years.
Workaholic, you. And for you, Danny?
Yeah, same things. I already kind of had things lined up, and I think it's important towards the later stages of your career, not planning something exactly what you want to do, but just kind of go through ideas, what you like, what might be your interest. And I was actually injured because I had a broken rib, so I got offered to work here at Wimbledon. And the day that I announced my retirement was the day I went straight to the studio and started to do this and never looked back. But yes, I think we should do a little holiday, because it seems like we went from one career to another, but we've been very blessed and lucky in a way.
Is there help from the ATP and WTA tours for players, rather than them just playing their last match, right, I'm done, what am I going to do now? Is there some help, a pathway for them into the future?
I know on the WTA tour they do a much better job of, if any of the players want to further their education, there are courses that they can go on, there are colleges, universities that they can kind of align themselves to. And from a British tennis perspective, the LTA are doing a much better job helping those players towards the end of their careers transition into something else. And that doesn't necessarily automatically mean, oh, go into coaching or go into media. You know, there's so many other roles within the sport, whether it's going into events, tournament director, or whatever it may be. They do a great job of supporting players in that area.
And I think also staying in this world, we are so lucky that if you keep your eyes and ears open, there are so many wonderful opportunities and the paths that you can decide to go down to. But I think it also goes to the beginning, and I think that's where, you know, the parents and the team you have earlier stages of your career make sure, in my case, my parents, that education was actually #1 priority. So, you know, doing well at school always gave me that confidence that no matter when I will have to stop, that I'll be okay, and that I will find ways how to do something else. So I didn't have the pressure, or I just have to do one thing because I don't know how to do anything else.
Yeah, and you speak to former sports people, not just tennis, but in other sports as well, and you know, they'll say, oh, well, I don't know what I'm good at, I'm just good at the sport I play. Well, you have to think of all of the skills that you've got, you know, learning to practice hard, working as a team if you're playing a team sport, even in tennis, an individual sport, working with others, the coaches. There are so many transferable skills from a career as a tennis player and a sports star to then what you can use in the real world afterwards.
Absolutely. The rain is coming down on us. But yes, there are so many transferable skills. And you've got to remember, you know, as tennis players, you're working, I guess, in an individual sport, but you're effectively running your own business, and you're the boss of that company.
And I always say tennis is almost as a great university of life as any real university. We just do it in a real life. And so the things, like you said, the discipline, hard work, getting up at 5 in the morning, you know, just by traveling at the early stages of our lives, we go through experiences that maybe some people of our age, you know, it takes them much longer to get there. So I think tennis, in a way, it's such a wonderful opportunity to learn so much about yourself and what you want to do away from tennis.
Well, the umbrellas are starting to pop up, as you can see there, because the rain is coming down.
The rain's ruining my hair.
I know. What are we going to do? Hairstylist to our position here. But yeah, we've been quite lucky with the weather so far, haven't we? Dodged the rain most of the day, but it is starting to come down, and the covers are coming on the courts, and the roof will go on to centre court and court #1. So we're in for a little bit of a break in play. Let's catch up with Nick again, with a player we heard from earlier. Liam Broady, great win for him today against Diego Schwartzman, through to the 3rd round at Wimbledon, and he's been speaking to Nick.
All right, a career moment today for Liam Broady, getting into his first career Grand Slam 3rd round, doing it in dramatic fashion. 5 sets, a comeback in that 4th set. How do you feel that big win over Diego Schwartzman?
Yeah, feeling pretty amazing, I have to be honest. Obviously, you know, never been in the 3rd round before. It's been, you know, the last 2 years have been years of firsts. I played my first Olympics, I qualified for my first slam at French Open, qualified for the Australian Open for the first time last year. So, you know, I've been building in confidence, and then today was a massive one as well. Diego's an incredible player. He chopped me up last year. He was the intensity he plays at is scary. So I was a little bit nervous coming into it, knowing that it was going to hurt physically. And just proud of myself and the way I managed to turn it around today.
Okay, you did turn around. I mentioned that 4th set. I think he had 11 games on the trot midway through the 4th. What were you telling yourself mentally there? And I think you started attacking that forehand more, trying to go after his weaker side.
Yeah, definitely. You know, like you say, that I started to target his forehand corner more, because I think he actually plays his forehand better from his backhand corner, and obviously his backhand's a shot of beauty. I mean, he doesn't mind the lefties playing up into his shoulders. So I started to try and play more into his forehand, try and be a bit more consistent, play with bigger margins, and try to use my lefty swinger on the serve to open the court up a bit more, and slowly managed to start to get back into it. Thankfully for me, you know, obviously Diego isn't one of the biggest servers out here, so I knew I was going to get chances. Neither have I, so I knew it was going to be a war on both service games, and it was, and thankfully, like I said, it all went well.
You think about being here as a kid or watching Wimbledon, trying to qualify, getting into the second round like you did last year, but to have this win and to get to the third round and to do it in front of the home fans, how does that feel?
Yeah, it's funny, third round feels a bit different to second round, which, you know, sounds pretty obvious, but I've made second round a few times, and I've always felt like within myself, I think sometimes have a little bit of like imposter syndrome and stuff, and sometimes I've felt maybe it was more down to the draw that I've made second round, whereas today I kind of feel like, okay, I'm in the tournament now, you know, it's third round, first week's not done yet, but on its way to being done, and having taken out Diego as well, who's a genuinely very good tennis player. So
how do you now recover from this? That's a lot of tennis that you've played. I think you've played some doubles too. How's the body feeling, and how do you get ready for that actual third round match?
Well, I mean, obviously I was gutted to go out of the doubles yesterday in 4 sets, but because it's best of 5 sets, the doubles, it does make it very difficult to play. I was on court for the doubles for almost 3 hours after being on court for singles, first round 4 hours, and then 4 hours again today. So I mean, it's all about what you eat, what you drink now. Ice bath, massage, it's like clockwork. I've done it for the last 4 or 5 days. And thankfully a lighter day tomorrow, so I'll probably hit for maybe 30-45 minutes, stay as fresh as I can, and then we go again in a few days' time.
You've talked about just adding all those little details to your career and the professionalism and taking care of all those things. Do you feel like that kind of stuff is now helping to pay off in a win like this?
Yeah, definitely. I think it makes it, the reason why it is so difficult to sacrifice and to make those marginal gains is because it doesn't always come straight away. I think it is kind of the accumulation of all the things that you sacrifice, and sometimes it takes a few years, and days like today, I mean, I would have never thought a few years ago that I would have been able to go for 4 hours with Diego Schwartzman on a tennis court. I mean, I had a massive problem back in 2017, I cramped, or 2018, I was cramping 6 or 7, 8 matches that year, and it became a big problem for myself, and I think that was probably down to the diet and stuff like that, and you know, obviously not cramping anymore. So
okay, I do have to say, we've had Naomi on the channel a couple times.
Okay.
She has said you guys are rooming together, you're housing together, and you're not the cleanest of roommates. Is that true?
So no, I'm not, but you know what, during a tournament I always I get a bit selfish, you know, so I'm not doing, you know, I cook myself breakfast, but I don't do the dishes because I'm trying to do all my things, and my brother's actually quit his job a couple of weeks back to come travelling with me full time now, and that's his job basically. So if she says that the house isn't clean, it's his fault. That's what I'm paying him to do. So yeah, this is the little brother.
All right, well, dirty sink or not, you are into the third round. Congratulations.
Awesome, thanks so much. Cheers. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Thanks, man.
Thanks.
Yeah, big smile on the face of Liam Brodie, but not too many smiles on the faces of the fans around the All England Club at the moment, because those dark clouds have brought a really heavy rain shower. The covers are on. It's always amazing to see how quickly the court coverers move and get these courts covered. And that is court number 1, I believe, being covered there, and they need to move very, very quickly, because if too much rain falls on the court so quickly that the players aren't even out the way. Jack Draper and Alex de Minaur getting caught I love it when the umpire gets wheeled away, because if too much rain falls on the court, it can do some serious damage, can't it?
But I have to say, as a player, it is sometimes scary when you see, 15,
and they shout as well.
15 ball boys and volunteers running towards you, and if you're not quick, you might end up under that
Well,
sheet.
I had a lot of friends who used to do the court covering, and it's some serious training. They would time the speed at which,
and they don't care whether you're still sitting on your
you're getting
chair
covered.
or not.
Anything that's in the way is getting covered, and they might have to sit there for 6-7 days doing absolutely nothing, and then they've got to jump into action.
Yeah, because literally every second counts. Talking about how fast then the players can get back on court, depending on how quick the covers are on, and how much humidity stays under those covers.
And they're
That's
really heavy as well.
one.
It's seriously heavy to have to pull it across.
Yeah, I can't say I've tried, but I'll take your word for it, Adam. But this, we were expecting some rain earlier today, and on centre court and court number 1, they actually started the first match with the roof closed because they were expecting the rain, and then it never came. But here it is, and I'm told there'll be heavy showers for around 15 minutes, and then it should clear up, and then hopefully they can uncover the courts. It'll probably take a little bit of time to dry out.
And talk about the challenge for players. We saw a good example there of De Minaur and Jack Draper getting taken off the court. They'll be back once the roof is on in a little while. What will they be doing now? How do they stay warm, stay fresh, and make sure that when they come back out, they're not going to lose the first couple of games?
Yeah, it's always so tricky and depends so much on the momentum of the match. So say you're losing, you definitely need to talk to your coach, get the frustration out. Most of the times during the rain breaks, it's first the player talks just to get it out all from your system, and then you let the coach tell you, okay, what do you have to change up with your tactics. If you're winning, that's tricky because you don't want to overthink it too much. So sometimes you might not even discuss it too much of a detail with your coach. He would just say, what you're doing, it's great, just watch out, maybe this is what might happen after the break. But I always felt like being up in the match, it's more challenging and more frustrating. So if you're losing, this is where you go, thank you. Now you have a second chance to kind of recharge and start the match from zero.
Yes, and so whilst the rain continues to come down here and at SW19, one player who managed to get a win under her belt before the rain was the top seed, Iga Świątek, and here she is in her press conference.
What is it like to be on a streak such as yours, where even when you're in a tough match, you have this momentum going in your game?
Honestly, during a match, I don't even think about the previous matches and the streak, because I don't think it's giving me anything at that point. I'm just trying to figure out what to do better and how to kind of come back. So it doesn't really matter for me.
How would you describe the level of your confidence at this point, and how does that help you when you're in a tough situation?
For sure, my confidence, I built it during this season. It's better, and it's getting better and better on every tournament. But I would say the grass is pretty tricky for me, and I'm not gonna lie, So, I guess you can see that I'm not, playing maybe this efficiently as on other surfaces. So basically, my confidence is getting better overall. But this tournament is tricky, and I'm still figuring out how to play the best game here.
You got lots of shots in the match, but how big was the split backhand passing shot to the
You mean where I did I slide?
You went like a full split and you hit the backhand and it ended up going past her, right?
Well, yeah, I'm pretty happy that I have some shots that I can really lean on sometimes. So for sure, backhand is one of them.
Iga, could you talk a little bit about Ash Barty now? I wonder whether I know you thought you were good friends and you played plenty of matches training together, but has she contacted you at all during your spell? And I just wonder what your reflections are now, particularly having watched her at Wimbledon last year.
Well, she congratulated me a couple of times, so that's pretty nice. But it's not like we're in touch every day. But Ash is that kind of person that, I feel like if I would have some kind of issue or problem, I can always ask her. So that's pretty nice to have. And she's like that kind of player who has been through every experience in her career. So it's nice. Yeah. And well, for sure, she is a huge inspiration for me. I said that, like from the beginning of the season, that her game always motivated me to get better and kind of have the same amount of variety and options on court as she does. So, yeah.
I just wonder whether you think that these great what ifs.
Good performance there from Iga Swiatek today. She had to work hard though, winning in 3 sets in her one through to the 3rd round here of the ladies singles, the Roland Garros champion from a few weeks ago. Now, before the rain started falling down and the covers had to come on and the roof started covering court 1 and centre court here at SW19, Nick has been out about in the grounds catching up with Pam Shriver.
It was a tough day on #1 court for the #1 seed. We've brought in a Wimbledon champion, Pam Shriver, to talk about Iga Swiatek. 3 sets today against Leslie Kerkhove. No one really expected such a challenge for the lucky loser against the world #1, who now has 37 match wins in a row, Pam.
Yes, and I watched Iga's first match. I saw a little bit of her match today, but even in her first round, she had a spell early in the second set where she lost 10 points in a row. And every once in a while on the grass courts, we're all sort of looking at the forehand side and wondering, with the extreme grip, will this great shot that's helped lead her to the 37 straight match, will it hold up? And it kind of had a few moments where it didn't look great today. But like at the French Open when she dropped a set, Samsonova, other times she's dropped a set during the streak, she's responded really well.
Yeah, you've watched a lot of Swiatek since February. She's won those 37 matches in a row. What are you impressed with the most? And the fact, Pam, she's coming in on this streak, the world #1. A lot of people expecting her to win this title. How's she handling all that pressure?
Well, I think she's done a lot of mindset training the last couple of years. She's one of the athletes, young athletes, that kind of brought in that whole side of things for all players to consider, and I think that's helped her a lot. I feel as if, the forehand is the best shot in women's tennis this year. And the other thing that's meant a big difference to her, I think, is the fact that she'd won a Roland Garros a year and a half ago. She knew she could be a major winner. And then when she came back to try and win her second and to increase the win streak, these win streaks aren't great until they include a major and the 7 matches there.
Yeah.
So I really felt that showed her maturity and her ability to withstand this pressure of the streak.
Okay, so we move from a win streak, 37 in a row, to Katie Boulter, 2 in a row against Karolina Pliskova. But the one today, that one really mattered on center court. She beat her last week, Pliskova. Boulter beat Pliskova in Eastbourne. Today she gets her on center court in front of the British crowd.
Yeah, and with such an emotional backstory, knowing after the match when she shared that 2 days ago she lost her grandmother. And a lot of her family was in her player box, and there was just a lot of emotion afterwards. And when I thought back after I found that out, it's like she obviously played inspired tennis. I mean, last year when she played Sabalenka on center court, she played a good match too, lost in 3 sets. I think she took a lot from that, obviously beating Pliskova in Eastbourne, as you've mentioned. I was really impressed by the way Boulter held up under pressure with both the forehand, the backhand, and her serve. And she soaked in the crowd, the energy from the crowd, and instead of sort of shrinking from it, she rose to the occasion.
Yeah, it was really special to see. And now she gets Harmony Tan, who who beat Serena Williams in the first round. There was a lot of drama around that one. But could we see Katie Boulter win a round or 2 more?
Oh, I think so. I mean, contrasting styles with Harmony Tan and the chops and the chips and the off speed that she showed both. I was surprised actually that she followed up with a win over Sorribes Tormo. Last year played one of the best matches, losing like a 3.5-hour match to Kerber.
Yeah.
But Harmony Tan, who knows what'll happen there, really, because neither one of them been in this territory before. But I think it'll be a court 1 match. And I think on Boulter's form today, if she can hold that same form, I'll give her the slight favored edge.
The player that actually beat Boulter in Eastbourne is Petra Kvitova, 29 titles now. It was her first win in a year and a half on tour. Kvitova, 2-time champion here. She's been resurgent in the last couple weeks. She's now going to play Paula Badosa. Now we're getting into the meat of the draw, aren't we? And we're going to see Kvitova versus Badosa. What are you looking forward to there?
Well, lefty, righty, Badosa, you never would think that she'd be all that comfortable on grass, but I feel like she's shown us a lot. After having a little bit of a slump the last couple of months, Badosa's looking good, as is Kvitova. It's been surprising to me since Kvitova won her second Wimbledon, beating Jeannie Bouchard, that she hasn't done better here. Maybe feeling the pressure like she should win a third. And now I feel like there's so much attention on Swiatek and everybody else that Kvitova, there might be some surprises here in the next 10 days.
We've still got Coco Gauff to take center court this evening, but also wins today Jessica Pegula, who hadn't played any grass court tennis before Wimbledon, and Amanda Anisimova winning today under the American flag.
Yeah, U.S. is having a great tournament, even on the men's side. Nakashima coming up with a big win today over Shappavalov. It feeds on itself. We all know this. This was a great part of my career, as I had so many fellow Americans that were doing well, either at the very top or in the middle of the rankings. I wasn't alone when I was in the top 10, and now the numbers are starting to look good. I think Jessie Pegula has been one of the great stories of the year with her consistency and her true professionalism, both in singles and in doubles. She's coming off a tough personal situation with her mom's health that's better now. So, I think I give Pegula a chance, actually, to possibly, she plays Swiatek next, right? She could.
Yeah.
I think there's a chance she could end that streak.
Yeah.
Small chance.
All right. Pam Shriver, Wimbledon champion. Thank you so much.
And listen, if I'm wrong on that draw, just hit me up on Twitter.
There we go. Thanks, Pam.
It's funny to hear the thoughts of Pam Shriver there speaking to Nick McCarville, and that is the scene here at SW19 at the moment after those really heavy rain showers that came down. It has actually stopped raining since then. The dark clouds have moved away into the distance, but I don't think there's going to be too much play on the outside courts from now until the end of the day. They're actually starting to inflate the covers, which usually means that play has ended at least for the next couple of hours, and then you'd think it would be starting to get towards the time that it would be dark. But there will be certainly more play on the show courts, on centre court and court number 1, because of the roof. The roof has just about started to close there, and then it takes a little bit of time for them to get the air conditioning and the acclimatisation sorted, ready for the players, and then the matches can resume there on court 1 and centre court. Still plenty of fans sticking around despite the rain on the hill to watch the matches on the big screen. That is court 1 and then centre court there, so a little bit further behind on centre court, but once they've wiped off the worst of the water from the covers, they will pull the cover across and play will resume. And as you can see, it stopped raining on the hill, and a little bit more space for families to spread out and watch the tennis on the big screen. Well, that's it for us. Day 4 is in the books, at least for us at Wimbledon Uncovered, and we'll be back at the same time tomorrow. So from myself, Anki Othevong and Danny Hantakova, it's goodbye, and we'll see you tomorrow.